to our nation over a very long time. Thank you, sir. Today we gather with heavy hearts after the loss of 4 American service members in a tragic training accident in Lithuania. I want to thank our Lithuanian and Polish allies for their sparing no resource to recover the fallen. Now, let me open with something fundamental. Vladimir Putin is not our friend. He is an unreformed KGB agent who believes the collapse of the Soviet Union was, quote, the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century, close quote. His desire to reconstitute the Soviet Union drove him to attack Georgia in 2008, invade Crimea and the Donbass in 2014, and then launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Those that blame NATO enlargement or suggest that Russia was somehow provoked into attacking Ukraine are wrong. The Ukrainian people have fought bravely over 3 years to defend their freedom. But I agree with President Trump, it is time to stop the bloodshed. President Biden never had a plan to end the war. By slow-rolling weapon deliveries and imposing loophole-ridden sanctions, he allowed the conflict to grind to a stalemate. President Trump has broken that deadlock. Ukraine has agreed to a ceasefire as a first step, showing their desire for peace. Russia, however, has refused to do the same and continues to slaughter innocent victims. Just last week, Russia bombed a playground, killing 9 children. Murdering innocent Ukrainian children does not advance peace. President Trump was right to warn Putin that if he doesn't start negotiating in good faith, then the U.S. will ratchet up pressure and impose unprecedented sanctions. Because, as President Trump knows, Putin only respects strength, and he has acted accordingly. He sanctioned the Nord Stream 2. He withdrew from the INF Treaty after Russian violations. He sent additional U.S. troops to Poland, and he armed Ukraine with anti-tank missiles, not blankets. That's why Putin didn't invade Ukraine during President Trump's first term. And that's also why Putin must prove he's serious about peace, and soon. We cannot allow Russia to drag out these negotiations. Now, while I agree that China is our pacing threat, we must remain tough and unwavering in the face of Russia's enduring threat. Because the reality is Russia maintains the world's largest and most diverse nuclear arsenal. And despite suffering massive losses in Ukraine, the Russian army is now larger than it was before the war. The Russian military is also reconstituting faster than expected. And its industrial base is now on war footing and being supported, unfortunately, by China, North Korea, and Iran. Given these threats, I'm concerned by reports that some at DOD are considering not only giving up NATO command, but also significantly reducing our posture in Europe. I'm especially concerned that Congress has not been consulted. U.S. leadership in NATO is essential to ensure American forces, including our nuclear weapons, always remained under U.S. command. And cutting our presence in Europe now, especially on NATO's eastern flank, would only weaken leverage with Putin. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, our European NATO allies are finally getting serious about investing in the alliance's collective defense. For the first time, it appears Europe is willing to shoulder most of the burden, and that's how it should be. And it's not just Poland, Romania, Finland, and the Baltic states. Allies across the alliance are ramping up their defense spending. But Europe's rearmament will take time. Pulling back prematurely would risk inviting further Russian aggression, potentially even against NATO. That's why I strongly support maintaining the current U.S. force posture in Europe at this time. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses on how the U.S. and our NATO allies can ensure credible deterrence against Russia. With that, I yield to my friend, the ranking member, for any opening statement he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo your opening comments, thanking General Cavoli for his leadership. Sad this will be your last time before us. You've done an amazing job in difficult times in Europe, and also recognizing and offering condolences for our lost service members in Lithuania. The Chairman and I had the opportunity last year to visit our troops in Lithuania. It's an incredibly important effort, and it's a huge tragedy for the force. The obvious focus of this hearing with Europe is Ukraine. And I do want to offer a little bit of good news. Ukraine is holding the line against all odds, as they have for now over 3 years. We're in a real position to blunt Russia's momentum in Ukraine. It's a huge accomplishment, something that hasn't been talked about a lot. It is now more important than ever that we stick with Ukraine to stop Putin's invasion of Russia in its tracks and crucially force him to the table. I agree with the chairman. I even agree with the Trump administration. We need to find an end to this war. But you don't find an end to this war by undermining support for Ukraine and praising Putin in Russia. That empowers Putin for all the reasons that the chairman said. Putin has big ambitions in Europe. Those ambitions can be blunted if we are strong, if we deter him. But when Trump came into office, cut off intel support, cut off aid to Ukraine, berated Zelensky, wouldn't even admit that Russia started this war, while at the same time praising Putin in Russia, that opened the door wide for Vladimir Putin to walk right through. The pressure doesn't need to be on Zelensky in Ukraine. Trust me, I think most people on this committee have been to Ukraine at one time or another. There is plenty of pressure on Ukraine being brought by Russia every single day. The pressure needs to be put on Putin in Russia to force them to the table, and that is what this administration has refused to do to date. It is prolonging the war and empowering Russia, and that needs to change. Because the larger question for this hearing, and I agree with the chairman on the concerns about talk about downsizing in Europe and everything that goes into it, is does this administration believe in the fundamental principle that has made our country strong for the last 80 years? And that is the partnership and alliance in Europe. Sticking with Europe, sticking with the countries that believe in greater political and economic freedom is to the benefit of the United States of America. And those countries are the countries in Europe, our allies, the European Union. It's not Russia, and it's not Putin. One of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen is when the vice president went to Europe, and instead of talking about Ukraine, he lectured Europe about freedom of speech, that was the big problem with Europe. Well, to begin with, the idea that this administration cares at all about the freedom of speech is ridiculous. As we speak, they are purging the government of all manner of different words that they don't like. We had the great example of how pictures of the Enola Gay disappeared from the Department of Defense website because they had an algorithm that said the word gay was problematic. Now, that's kind of funny when you stop and think about what the Enola Gay means, but even that stupid mistake aside, why are we banning the word gay from discourse? Books are being banned across the Department of Defense. One, a biography of Jackie Robinson, because Lord knows we can't have people hearing about that. So the notion of someone from this administration lecturing anybody on free speech is offensive to anyone with an ounce of common sense, and it sure as hell should have been offensive to Europe. But let's remember, was there anything mentioned in that speech about how Russia treats free speech? About the fact that they have eliminated all free media, that they kill and jail their political opponents? Yes, we should stand for free speech. We should stand for economic and political freedom. But if we're going to do that, we should stand with Europe, not with Russia and Putin. And that is what's really at stake right now. Are we still willing to do that? And the question is, well, how have we benefited from this? Economically, we have seen the greatest increase of wealth of any nation in the history of the world in the last 80 years. Now, I will grant you that wealth has not been distributed as fairly as it should have been, but we have benefited economically. We've also benefited militarily. Our European partners have stood with us in every conflict that we have fought since World War II. After 9/11, they stood with us. I have worked very closely with our Special Operations Command, with everyone who's been fighting against al-Qaeda and ISIS and all of those terrorist groups. Our European partners are crucial to that. Meanwhile, Russia is partnering with Iran. They're partnering with North Korea. They're partnering with China. When I hear people in the administration say, we got to pivot away from Europe because of the Middle East, Asia, that's what's important. Russia is in the middle of that, and this administration does not show that they understand this in the slightest. We need to stand up for our European partners. Now, yes, there are clear things. The dollars matter. It is good that Europe is stepping up. But they stepped up on Ukraine. The U.S. is somewhere like 13th or 14th in terms of percentage of GDP that we have contributed to this from all of our partners. I personally think the main reason that they stood up was because Russia invaded Ukraine. Presidents have been pressuring them forever. That is what focused their mind, and that's good. Yes, we need to avoid getting into a war with Russia. Yes, we need peace in Ukraine. But you do not get there by belittling President Zelensky, by attacking Ukraine, by undermining support for Ukraine, and praising Vladimir Putin in Russia. So we need to stand up for the alliances that have stood so well for us for 80 years. And that, I think, is what this committee really needs to hear from our witnesses today, is how are we going to do that so that the vision that the chairman correctly outlined that Putin has for the world does not come to pass, that we deter him, we stop the war, and we protect economic and political freedom as we have done for a very long time. I look forward to the witness's testimony and to the questions, and I yield back.
I think we made it very clear how we feel about this. I thank the ranking member. Now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. We have Ms. Katherine Thompson, who's performing the duties of Assistant Secretary of Defense for International and Security Affairs, and General Cavoli, who is Commander of U.S. European Command. With that, Ms. Thompson, we'll start with you. You're recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and it is my honor to appear alongside EUCOM Commander General Cavoli. Before I begin my formal statement, I would like to take a moment as well to echo the chairman and ranking member's comments to honor the memory of the 4 American soldiers who died in Lithuania on March 26th while conducting tactical training. My prayers are certainly with them and their families. I would also like to thank the people and government of Lithuania, Poland, and Estonia who provided exceptional support during the recovery operation. These nations showed our soldiers the highest level of respect during the dignified transfer back to the United States, and we thank them for those efforts. President Trump has directed the Department of Defense to reorient the United States defense strategy so that it puts America's interests first. In Europe, that means working with our interagency partners to bring an end to the war in Ukraine. It also means finding new ways to strengthen NATO so that the alliance can be as effective in this century as it was in the last. To be sure, neither of these efforts will be easy, not for us and not for our allies. But taking these measures is essential. It is doable, and doing so will leave both the United States and our allies and partners better off. President Trump has spoken often and clearly about achieving lasting peace in Ukraine. This is vital to stop the bloodshed. It will also set Europe on a trajectory towards security and stability like the region has not seen for many years. This is not only good for Ukraine, but it is also good for our NATO allies. And of course, it is most importantly good for Americans who benefit from a stable and secure Europe. Already, the president's team is making progress in this regard. Under his leadership, both Russia and Ukraine have come to the negotiating table, and already we are seeing initial ceasefire take hold. The contours of a lasting peace are coming into view. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have stated clearly that the United States will not put boots on the ground in Ukraine. At the same time, they have made clear that Europeans must take the lead in supporting Ukraine's defense requirements in the years ahead, and our allies are taking steps to that effect. Last month, for instance, the United Kingdom hosted the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. The UK and France have also committed to lead additional efforts to ensure a lasting peace in Ukraine. As the President and Secretary have said, far more will be required of them and other allies. But it is a promising start, and our allies deserve credit for taking these initial steps. Given the sensitive nature of ongoing negotiations, I will limit my remarks on this subject to this statement. I look forward to being able to share more as peace negotiations proceed. NATO played a central role in America's strategy throughout the Cold War. If not for the alliance, it is not clear that the Cold War would have remained just that, cold. But then the Cold War ended, and as it did, our NATO allies forgot how important it was to invest in their defense. Instead, they grew accustomed to the peace that defined Europe at the height of the unipolar moment, and they divested of their militaries accordingly. But peace can never be taken for granted, and it must be maintained, and that requires all of us, allies and the United States alike, to do our part. Unfortunately, that has not been the case for too many of our NATO allies. In the East, some of our allies, as the ranking member pointed out, did not forget the necessity of investing in their defenses. Even today, allies like Poland and many of the Baltic nations already spend more on defense than the United States does as a percentage of GDP, and they are going even higher and are on track to reach President Trump's target of 5%. These are model allies, but they can only do so much on their own. Western and Central Europe are home to several of the world's largest and wealthiest economies. These allies are more than capable of raising powerful militaries. Tragically, however, they have chosen not to do so. Instead, for decades, they have shown themselves content to free ride, not just at the expense of American taxpayers, but at the expense of their fellow allies' security. President Trump has been clear this is not acceptable. As a matter of justice, Americans are tired of subsidizing Europeans' defenses and, by extension, their vast welfare states. But this is also a matter of prudence. Over the last 4 years, the international threat environment has grown far more dangerous, and we must all do our part to restore peace through strength. This is why Secretary Hegseth has reoriented DoD squarely on warfighting and lethality. And this is why he has called for a factory reset of the NATO alliance. As the Secretary said at the gathering of the NATO defense ministers in February, it is time for our NATO allies to take primary responsibility for Europe's conventional defense, relying on the United States for critical but more limited support, including, of course, our extended nuclear deterrent. That means that our NATO allies must take the lead in providing Ukraine with the security assistance it needs going forward to achieve lasting peace. At the same time, they must generate, field, and sustain the forces required to deter aggression against the alliance itself, including the seas around it, like the Red Sea. If our allies do these things, there is no question that NATO can be as effective in this century as it was in the last, and all of Europe can realize peace and stability for decades to come. But our allies will only be able to achieve these goals if they raise defense spending to 5% of their respective GDPs, as President Trump has emphasized. At the same time, our allies must focus these resources on where they are needed most, on Europe's defense, not on the Indo-Pacific, and not on the host of other missions that NATO has taken upon itself recently to field in recent years, and detract from the alliance's proper focus on warfighting, lethality, and deterrence. President Trump has vowed to achieve peace through strength, and the Department of Defense will do its part. Now it is time for our NATO allies to do theirs, and in the process, set conditions for a lasting peace in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. General Cavoli, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, distinguished members of the committee, it's an honor to be here again today representing the men and women of U.S. European Command. It's an honor to be here with Sergeant Major Rob Abernathy, who's been with me the entire command term in EUCOM, and I'm glad to be sitting here next to the person performing the duties of Assistant Secretary of Defense Thompson. Thank you for your condolences for the soldiers we lost in Lithuania, ladies and gentlemen. Our heartfelt condolences go out to their families. They came from all over the United States, from Georgia to Michigan, all the way to Guam, and they represented the very best that we have to offer. They were off on a night mission to recover another vehicle. They were mechanics, and they were tragically lost in a bog. The people of Lithuania and the government of Lithuania responded to that in the most heartwarming and reassuring fashion. A week ago Sunday, I went to Lithuania to inspect the operation to try to recover the vehicle and the soldiers. The Minister of Defense of Lithuania was on that site every single day until those soldiers were recovered. There was a mass, a holy mass held by the Archbishop of Vilnius, who's a Lithuanian American from Chicago. There were 2,000 people at that church service, and the stated purpose of the mass was to pray for the families of the servicemen who were apparently lost. I was touched by it, and I think all Americans would have been touched by it. It's the spirit that undergirds the alliance that the chairman and the ranking member talked about. Before I begin, please let me thank this committee for all your support to our servicemen and women and their mission. We continue to face historic times in the European theater. Russia's war in Ukraine, which is now in its 4th year, has revealed Russia to be a chronic threat, and in the coming years, it's going to be a growing threat, one that is willing to use military force to achieve geopolitical goals and is actively waging a campaign of destabilization across Europe and beyond. Further exacerbating this Russian threat are the deepening partnerships among our adversaries in Russia, Iran, the Chinese Communist Party, and the DPRK. These linkages increasingly pose a global risk. But U.S., EUCOM, and the NATO alliance have risen to the challenge. NATO deterrence has held. War has not spilled into NATO territory. With support from a broad international coalition, U.S. EUCOM led the charge in helping Ukraine. We established Security Assistance Group Ukraine, which is now commanded by Lieutenant General Curtis Buzzard. And for 38 months of this war, SAGU has delivered critical munitions, arms, and equipment from the U.S. and our allies. These efforts have been indispensable in enabling the Ukrainian armed forces and have empowered them to mount a courageous defense. And now NATO has taken up this task. NATO has established in record time an organization to take over much of SAGU's mission. The threat of war also led the NATO alliance to embark upon an historic campaign to fundamentally overhaul and modernize its military capabilities. After years of underinvestment, too many years, our allies are finally optimizing the alliance for high-end warfighting. And within NATO, we now have the plans, the forces, the command and control, and we have the focus to meet that mission. And there's still much to do, but our allies are investing in defense at a rate we haven't seen since the Cold War, a 40% increase overall since February of 2022. So throughout this intense and challenging transformation of the alliance's warfighting structures, the presence of U.S. EUCOM forces has been essential to the alliance's modernization efforts. We've converged U.S. headquarters with NATO command structures. We've increased combined training and exercises. And we've been accelerating European modernization and readiness. So through U.S. leadership, we are laying the groundwork for European leadership, and thus for more years of peace and prosperity for the United States. There is a long road ahead. Sustained vigilance and pressure will be required. We have done all this to protect vital U.S. interest. Our strengthened allies will increase our strength, and our deep relationships with them give us the access, the basing, and the intelligence to defend our country forward. The first line of defense of our homeland begins in EUCOM, where our naval forces prevent Russian submarines from breaking out into the Atlantic and threatening the United States. The ballistic missile defense of Israel begins in EUCOM, from ships positioned in the Eastern Mediterranean. And in EUCOM, it's our job safely to evacuate Americans from the Levant. We are America's force forward in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my last annual testimony to you as I'm closing 38 years of service. It's been the honor of a lifetime to serve with our brilliant members during these historic times, and I continue to be inspired by their commitment to our nation's forward defense. I thank you, our Congress, for your unwavering support of our servicemen and women, to their well-being, and your support to their mission. America is the greatest country in the world, and it is in large part because our armed forces are the greatest in the world. I look forward to your questions.
I thank both the witnesses. I recognize myself for questions. General Cavoli, given Russia's armed forces are mobilized for long-term confrontation, what's your best military advice on whether or not DoD should maintain the current force posture in Europe for the foreseeable future?
Chairman, it's my advice to maintain that force posture as it is now. We have reviewed periodically since in 2022, we originally surged forces forward. We have periodically reviewed the force structure at both the military level and the policy level. And I have consistently recommended throughout that period to maintain the forces we surged forward. And I would continue to do so now if asked, yeah.
Now, you referenced this in your opening statement. I would like for you to reiterate it. How does the U.S. force posture in Europe contribute to the defense of our homeland as well as our operations in CENTCOM and AFRICOM?
Sir, thanks. Yeah, it's an important part of why we're there. First and foremost, Russian strategic forces. Russia continues to have very powerful strategic forces, thousands of nuclear weapons, and the delivery methods to deliver those. Those are not pointed just any place. Those are there. They exist for America. And our defense against those strategic forces, whether in the air or undersea, begins in the European continent. For example, Russian submarines are mainly stationed with the Northern Fleet up in Murmansk, up in the area east of the northern Nordic countries. They come out of their harbors and they go south between Greenland, Iceland, and the United Kingdom, the famous GI-UK gap. We have to bottle them up north of that gap. If they break out into the Atlantic for a variety of reasons, it gets tougher to track them. And from those positions, they can hold the country at risk. So our maritime efforts, which are greatly aided by the efforts of our allies, their maritime patrol aircraft, their anti-submarine helicopters, their destroyers, all of our efforts together, but built around America's exquisite capabilities, that's the first line of defense against Russian subs. If we look to the south, we participated in the defense of Israel early this year. U.S. Central Command led a brilliant campaign with the Israelis and some other allies to protect against Iranian attacks against Israel. The ballistic missile defense part of that comes off of EUCOM ships in the Eastern Mediterranean. The refuelers come out of EUCOM. The airspace control comes out of EUCOM. We do the same for AFRICOM and everybody else. It's really because of our proximity and our familiarity with the area. The bases that we have in Europe and the legal permissions we have with nations hosting us give us the ability to project power quickly in our interest, on behalf of our U.S. unilateral interests.
Thank you, General. Ms. Thompson, given everything you've just heard, does the department support maintaining its current posture of U.S. forces in Europe for the foreseeable future?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. The department right now is undergoing a global force posture review, and so we are taking into account not only the dynamics in EUCOM, but in all of our theaters, and evaluating that based on President Trump's stated interests and sizing our force and our resources appropriately to that. No decisions have been made at this time as part of that global force posture review. It is ongoing.
I think that the ranking member and I have made it very clear in our previous correspondence to the department, and I think in this opening statements, you should be focused on maintaining the surge posture that we've had in Europe since the conflict was started by Russia for the foreseeable future. General Cavoli, you noted in your written statement and in that the inadequate U.S. defense production capacity and problems within foreign military sales systems are making it hard for Europe to buy U.S. weapons. What challenges does this pose to your command responsibilities in EUCOM?
Thank you, Chairman. In my oral statement, in my opening statement, I talked about an historic transformation of Allied command operations, the operational force in NATO. So we've designed these plans to defend NATO territory, and from that we derive a force structure requirement, a description of what exactly force is and how many of them we need. So this is sort of the spending list, the shopping list for defense spending in Europe now. Increasingly, nations are putting money up against that shopping list. 23 nations are spending above 2% right now. We're grateful for that, but there's got to be something in the store to buy. There is a lack of production capacity right now, and that's the first problem. The second problem is—
I'm sorry, my time's expired. I'm going to have to yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, and to drive home that point, I'm with the chairman. Our production capacity is a major problem, even if we do spend more money. I think that the summary of what you just said, you know, it's great you have the money, you have to have something to buy. And part of the challenge here, we don't have a budget yet from the president. I'm not going to be harshly critical of that. When you have your first term, we didn't get the budget from President Biden until mid-May either. Once we see that budget, a lot of these questions will be in a better place. But General Cavoli, can you tell us what's going on in the war in Ukraine right now? We seem to have forgotten those details. It is still ongoing. Russia is still attacking. But how is Ukraine doing in terms of holding off those attacks in the east primarily? Sure,
Congressman. Starting on the ground, if I could take just a moment and sketch down an imaginary map. If we look in the northeastern part of the battlefield up near the Russian province of Kursk, that's the northern extent of the front line of troops. As you know, late last summer, Ukraine pushed into Russia there and established a salient of several hundred square kilometers in a sort of surprise move. They've continued to hold that. The Russians vowed to kick them out by the end of last September. The Ukrainians are still there. There are still a certain number of brigades. I could go into the details.
Sure. But I guess in
close
general, is it fair to, Russia has been throwing a lot of troops and taking a lot of casualties, particularly in the last month or two. Has that stalled across, you go from Kharkiv down to Kherson, basically the front, or are there places where Russia's making progress?
So Russia has stopped making progress in Kursk right now. They haven't been able to dislodge the Ukrainians. If we come all the way down the front along Chasiv Yar and the towns in Lugansk, if we go down to Pokrovsk in Donetsk, the Russians' attacks seem to have petered out. They've decreased in the last couple of weeks significantly in number, but the size and scope of the attacks seems to have petered out as well. The Ukrainians are in good positions. They're in good defensive positions. They've improved some of their readiness and manpower situation. They are indeed producing large numbers of Russian casualties. In a couple of minor places, the Ukrainians have actually gained some ground back, but I do not see the Ukrainians being in imminent danger of collapse. I do see the Russians struggling to make the kind of gains they were making last autumn.
Yeah, and in your opening statement, Ms. Thompson, when you said that the ceasefire continues to hold, there is no ceasefire. Let's just be clear about that. The war is very much ongoing. I mean, as the chairman noted, Russia just bombed Kyiv and killed a whole bunch of people. What do you mean the ceasefire is holding when the war goes on?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I can speak more to the specifics when we go into closed session. I'm happy to share more, but I would point to the progress that the administration has made.
But you would acknowledge the war is still going. There is no ceasefire at the moment.
So again, from the administration's perspective, what we would say is the goal is to get both sides to the table to have peace negotiations so that the war doesn't continue. That's priority number one. And I would point to the progress we've made on the energy infrastructure ceasefire. And again, happy to provide more color in closed session. But I would point to that as the starting point and conversations.
As a general rule, to create the notion that there's some kind of ceasefire over there is wildly inaccurate and misleading. And one other question on the budget. You mentioned that we want Europe to get to 5% of GDP. The U.S., as I understand it, is right around 3% of GDP, and the budget hasn't come out yet. Is it the president's intention to try to get us to 5% of GDP? And just top of the head math, that would mean a defense budget of somewhere around 1.5, 1.6 trillion. Does the administration intend to get to a 5% GDP number in the U.S.? And if not, how does that square with demanding that Europe do that?
Thank you for the question, and I think I would point you to President Trump's framing of the 5% comment first and foremost, which is that his view is that our European and Canadian allies should be at 5%, and the expectation is not necessarily for a stronger U.S. commitment. The U.S. has already committed, over $350 billion in effort to the war effort in Ukraine. We've been the top spender in NATO for the better part of at least a decade, and so the goal from President Trump's perspective for the 5% target is to ensure that our European and Canadian allies make up the deficit that has essentially existed for the better part of a decade.
So no, we don't intend to try to get to 5% in the U.S.
On specifics for the budget, I would point you to the comptroller, and budget decisions are not finalized, so I wouldn't want to speak to that and get ahead of the decision space there.
I'm out of time. I yield back. Thank you.
I would point out that we are in NATO, and everybody in NATO should get to 5%, just like President Trump said, including the United States. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you both for being here, and amen, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just so grateful to have both of you serving. It's so reassuring to the American people. And as a veteran myself, and as the father of 4 sons who've served overseas in the military, I want to offer condolences to your team on the loss of the 4 American service members who recently passed away with our allies in Lithuania. Staff Sergeant Troy Knutson-Collins, Staff Sergeant Jose Dunez, Staff Sergeant Edvin Franco, and Private First Class Dante Titano. I especially identify, I spent many, many summers National Guard training at Fort Stewart, and I know the quality and the competence of the people serving there. reading about how our European allies came together to help the recovery efforts is a strong demonstration of the efforts to stand side by side in times of need. And I'm grateful that our NATO allies are really coming forward. And I particularly appreciate, Madam Secretary, the President's efforts to encourage our allies to reach the 2%, and they are. And but with his encouragement, and so it's so encouraging as we try to achieve peace through strength. And indeed, to me, it's so important because we're in a conflict we have not chosen, and that is dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. It began February 24, 2022, war criminal Putin invading Ukraine. Then on October 7, puppets of Iran invaded Israel. It's such a clear connection of the dots, and both of them being backed up by the Chinese Communist Party. And then keeping that in mind with European command, what we see, I believe, is war criminal Putin is making every effort to resurrect the failed Soviet Union. He really never left with Russian troops in Transnistria, Moldova. They were supposed to leave, but they did not, and so they occupy part of Moldova. Additionally, we know they rigged the elections in Belarus. Then there was the invasion of Georgia and the annexation of South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and then you had the invasion of Ukraine with tens of thousands of people killed in 2014 and 2022, and then you had the rigging of the national elections October 26 in Georgia, where the effort was made to replace the very courageous President Salome Zvrashvili. And over again we can see, and then we see even more recently the efforts to rig the elections of Romania, but fortunately they were not successful. General Cavoli, you mentioned in your presentation that war criminal Putin is on pace to replace all of the combat material that was damaged or lost throughout its invasion of Ukraine. What are the implications that this new supply of munitions and combat vehicles is helping Russia modernize its military?
That's exactly what it's doing, sir. It's helping to modernize their military. They have very extensive modernization plans and expansion plans. The Russians, about a year and a half ago, announced an intention to grow their armed forces to 1.5 million, up from 900,000, a significant increase, to establish new commands, especially in the ground forces in northeastern part of Europe, that is on the border of NATO with Finland and the Baltics. They're on the path to doing that. They're not going very quickly because they're devoting so much to the effort in Ukraine. We'll see how much effort they'll be able to put into it after the war. It depends largely how the war ends. But that modernization program is intended to go right back and challenge NATO on the borders of NATO.
And indeed, for the United States, how important is it for us to produce conventional combat vehicles for future combat?
Oh, I believe combat vehicles and tanks maintain an important place on the battlefield, and our ability to produce them is going to have a lot to do with our ability to have a strong Army component to our joint force.
And General, I'm very encouraged that actually the Ukrainians have done so well in reducing the capabilities of war criminal Putin. When the dictator Bashar al-Assad of Syria was asking for assistance in November, it wasn't given, and he had to flee to Moscow. And so the people of Ukraine should be given credit that now there's a potential liberation for the people of Syria, and we already know the unintended consequence of what war criminal Putin did of having Finland and Sweden join NATO. So over and over again, it's so encouraging. A key point, too, is NATO countries and the EU provide more aid and have provided more aid than the United States. But thank goodness for President Trump that he's there to provide peace through strength. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina. I will now recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman, and thank you, General Cavoli, particularly for your heartfelt comments regarding the fallen, and also, again, the really sincere efforts by our allies to assist in every way possible. To me, in some ways, that speaks more loudly about the value of an alliance that's been around for so long and is founded on shared values and interests. In your narrative about the state of play with Ukraine right now, I mean, one aspect which I think sometimes gets overlooked a little bit in the U.S., is the fact that Ukraine has not just held the line in the Black Sea, it's actually pushed the Russian Navy to the furthest eastern end of the Black Sea. They've sank a third of the Black Sea fleet, including its flagship Moskva, sank a Kilo submarine in Sevastopol. And again, in terms of the state of play right now, we saw sea-launched missile attacks over the weekend by Russia, which actually has not happened much since Ukraine, without a navy, has been able to push back the Russian fleet. Can you comment again in terms of just how extraordinary, that achievement is without a navy, and also how whether or not the safe passage of grain shipments are now going to be at risk because Russia now seems to be sort of taking advantage of the lull?
Congressman, thanks for the opportunity to comment on one of the most amazing maritime feats in years. So you put your finger right on it. Not only did Ukraine roll back the presence of the Black Sea Fleet, they don't even have a navy. They have given us all a view of a future where unmanned surface vehicles, basically sea drones, have the potential to wage conflict at a large scale against a traditional manned navy. Really remarkable. They have had some help from us, from our European allies, but I should stress that a great deal of their expertise is indigenous. It's grown with their own engineers, their own lessons learned. It's remarkable. They did clear out a passage lane for safe passage of grain ships from Odessa down to the Turkish Straits, and that has been what has been securing the free passage of grain, the Black Sea grain initiatives, long defunct. So that's very encouraging. Russia did launch some surface-launched cruise missiles the other day. They have been doing that. They have the capability to do that all the way from the Caspian, if you want to know the truth. So it's not unusual for them to do that. They don't have a very good ability to hit moving targets with those missiles, though. So I think there's a lot of space where we can help the Ukrainians here to continue to protect.
Great, thank you. And to Mr. Smith's point, the notion that, Ms. Thompson, the ceasefire is taking hold, the fact that, again, there were sea-launched attacks, maybe not on moving vessels, but they certainly hit cities in Ukraine over the weekend, that clearly shows that whatever holding the administration may think is happening, in fact, I would argue we're going in the reverse direction in terms of where we were before the negotiations in Riyadh. Mr. Chairman, there's an article in April 7th, just yesterday's Kyiv Post, headline, Russia mocks Trump ceasefire deal with sea-launched missile attack on Ukrainian cities. I ask that it be made part of the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. So, General Cavoli, you talked about the value of the alliance in terms of tracking Russian submarine. Again, I represent Groton, Connecticut, which we have 15 attack subs that are sort of part of that team sport that our NATO allies do to protect the homeland. And General Guillotte talked about that last week. Again, quickly before I'm done, could you maybe just again describe how the NATO anti-submarine warfare effort, which is a team sport, really is so important?
Yes, absolutely. I'll do it in generalities, Congressman, because so much of undersea warfare is held pretty closely by nations, to include ours, of course. Sub-hunting consists basically of submarine looking for submarine, maritime patrol aircraft using various means to look for submarines, and helicopters looking for submarines, and then surface vessels, usually destroyers or frigates, using their assets to look. And we combine all four of those dimensions to surge in specific areas that that our intelligence helps us to figure out. We don't have the world's monopoly on all that equipment. And it's very exquisite equipment. We don't have as much of it as we wished we have. Our allies do. our Norwegian allies, our UK allies, the land space in Iceland where we based maritime patrol aircraft out of Keflavik, the refueling ships to keep our destroyers at sea, Danish frigates, all of this comes together and gets orchestrated.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your great opening statement and your great articulation of the importance of our support for Ukraine, the importance of our support for NATO, the importance of NATO's integration into our own national security. I appreciate also the ranking member's statements. I appreciate the chairman's statement with Chairman Wicker concerning the importance of the Supreme Allied Commander's position. General Cavoli, thank you for your great service as Supreme Allied Commander and the work that you have done. General Cavoli, we have nuclear weapons in Europe, do we not?
Yes, we do. The number and the modification of them is classified, but their existence is not.
It is important that the United States has those nuclear weapons there, correct?
Yes, they fall under my command and control for that purpose, sir, as the commander of EUCOM.
And so it is important that the United States have the position of Supreme Allied Commander because we have nuclear weapons in Europe.
Sir, if those nuclear weapons were going to be offered to the alliance for nuclear deterrence or for nuclear operations, that would come under the command of the Supreme Allied Commander. The way we're currently set up, I, as the commander of EUCOM, own the weapons, and I hand them to myself as the Supreme Allied Commander. That's possible because I am the same person and I am American.
So I really appreciate that you just did that straight line for everyone, because the idiocy of the fact that there was any discussion about the aspects of relinquishing the demand or even the rumor of relinquishing the demand is just beyond me, because you both indicated that we have nuclear weapons in Europe, that it's important we have nuclear weapons in Europe, and that it's important that you have the command because you are an American and they are under your command. So beyond all the other aspects of its importance, which is important, all of which are incredibly important to our national security, that alone ought to just end all of the debate. So thank you for making that with such unbelievable clarity. There have been individuals who have unbelievably also stated that they don't understand why we have bases in Germany to defend Germany. In your opening, you were describing that you don't go to work every day to defend Europe, that you're part of the overall arching aspects of the extended reach of the United States national and international security apparatus. Would you please give us some description, again, of the fact that the work that you do, that you're EUCOM, but you don't sit around every day and wait to see whether or not there's someone who's trying to invade Germany, that our bases in Germany actually, where there are Americans, are working every day on international security operations for the United States and on our international security issues around the world.
Congressman, as the commander of U.S. European Command, I have U.S. missions. I take all of my instructions and my direction from the United States, from the Secretary of Defense, and I am there exclusively to pursue U.S. interest and to defend U.S. interest. Inasmuch as I'm located in Europe with that force, it's almost always in conjunction with allies, but I am doing it from a U.S. perspective for U.S. interest.
But you were describing Israel. You do things in the Middle East. You do things all around the world. You're not just sitting there defending Europe.
No, sir. If you look at the Mediterranean Sea, three very important U.S. combatant commands come together there. There's U.S. AFRICOM, Mike Langley. There's U.S. CENTCOM with Eric Kurilla, and there's EUCOM. And the intersection of the boundaries of those three organizations demands that we work together. In the event, EUCOM has the most bases and the most developed infrastructure to be able to support the other two. So obviously I spend more time supporting General Langley in Africa than he spends, supporting me in Europe. This is as a result of the infrastructure, the bases, the forces we have located there, and very importantly, the government-to-government agreements we have that permit us to use non-U.S. territory to stage our operations.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. That was very important, General. I appreciate that.
Thank the gentleman. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your clarity of your statement, as well as for the ranking member, Mr. Smith. General Cavoli, thank you for your service. You've been at this a long time, and the clarity of your testimony today is extraordinarily important to all of us about the role of EUCOM and the defense of Europe, also the defense of the United States. My question really goes to Ms. Thompson, and I would like to have clarity about the administration's belief or not that our NATO European partners are critical to U.S. national security.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I would point you to Secretary Hegseth's comments on his first trip overseas, which was to the NATO Defense Ministerial, and where he acknowledged that NATO is the most successful defense alliance in history, and that he made clear that we are not abandoning our European allies. In fact, our efforts and President Trump's efforts, particularly on the defense spending front, is meant to bring our European allies alongside us to develop a status quo.
I got all that from your testimony, but my question was different. My question is or are the European allies critical to our national American security?
I would say a strong defense and deterrence in Europe is certainly in our national interest, particularly as the department has an aim to focus on homeland defense, and certainly as the chairman and ranking member recognized the looming threat of conflict with China in the Indo-Pacific. Having partners in Europe that, as allies and partners, are strong on defense and deterrence and are capable only helps further those interests for us.
The lack of clarity in your answer is noted. However, it's also clear that the statements from the administration, including the Secretary and the Vice President, would indicate that the administration does not value our NATO allies, calling them pathetic and other demeaning words, and also missing the monthly NATO meeting, would indicate that perhaps the administration's view does not coincide with your roundabout statement. So the question is, does the U.S. still value the partners that we have in Europe?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And again, I would say, as the Secretary and the President have emphasized, we do value our partners in Europe to the extent that they're willing to step up and be strong allies and partners with us, and that means pulling their weight. And that's the tough message and the honest message that this administration has been delivering, and we believe it's important to be honest with our allies, and that only builds a stronger relationship for us and for our European allies and partners.
Maybe that's not correct. Maybe it actually weakens our partnership when you demean, when you discourage, and when you place them in a lower value. Moving beyond that, I just note the self-inflicted wounds that the administration has put in place in Europe and the extraordinary additional burden that places on our military leadership trying to hold it together. I want to also thank the Mr. Turner for the clarity that he brought with regard to the command of NATO. General Cavoli, there are many facilities in Europe, some of them on the eastern side in Poland. Are there any plans to change the footprint of the U.S. military on the Eastern Front?
Congressman, we move forces around frequently in Europe. Our air forces are hopping all around. Our maritime forces, even our ground forces move from place to place. But the principal locations where we have forces right now, that's where they are, and that's where I'm planning to keep them. Very generous, some of the countries on the eastern flank, Poland, $3.2 billion in infrastructure to provide housing for our servicemen who are rotating through there. Lithuania has built a city for an armored battalion. I think that got at your question, sir. If not, please let me know.
I will in the classified. Thank you. Yield
Okay,
back.
thank you.
Great. Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to get through a couple questions with General Cavoli, I'm sorry. General, last month the Defense Innovation Unit announced that EUCOM and INDOPACOM would be the first to receive new generative artificial intelligence capabilities under the Thunder Forge Initiative for operational planning and decision support. From the command level perspective, how do you envision this technology enhancing EUCOM's capabilities?
Oh, it's going to be fantastic if it works out the way it's supposed to, Congressman. It's an ability to use artificial intelligence to do complex models and then to run scenarios in it. So effectively, to do the sort of wargaming that used to involve a bunch of majors hunkered over a map in the middle of the night, arguing back and forth, we'll be able to automate that and do thousands and thousands of iterations. It'll really help clarify some of our planning.
Okay. What kind of guardrails are you putting in place to ensure that it augments rather than replaces human judgment, especially in high stakes or escalatory scenarios?
Well, I expect my subordinate officers to come to me with the decisions and the recommendations, not the computer. It's going to be an integral part of our staff process of the way we do them now. It could conceivably help to replace some manpower, but in the beginning, it's designed to enable manpower.
Okay, and General Cavoli, I appreciate you raising the alarm about the roughly dozen European ports near or co-located with logistic hubs that have significant Chinese investments. I think this is a critical issue that doesn't get the attention it deserves in Washington. What's your assessment of the risk this poses in a crisis? And when you bring these concerns directly to our allies, are they receptive to your concerns?
The concerns are obvious, sir. We could lose access at a critical time to a port. In our exercise program, we're very careful and very deliberate to exercise a wide variety of different port facilities so that we understand the way they work and their ownership and everything, and so that we exercise our rights to use them. When we talk to our allies about them, they almost always immediately respond if we have concerns about the ownership. In some cases that we could talk about in closed session, allied governments have intervened and stopped a tender because it was going to put a critical piece of infrastructure potentially into the wrong hands.
Mm-hmm. And you also pointed to CCP-linked 5G infrastructure across parts of Europe as an area of concern. Beyond diplomacy, what tools do we have, either bilaterally or through NATO, to mitigate the surveillance and influence risks this poses?
Beyond diplomacy, sir, I think I'd do best to answer that in closed session.
Yes, sir. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes a gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Russia has launched 1,460 guided aerial bombs, 670 attack drones, and more than 30 missiles in the last week, killing at least 21 civilians, including 9 children. Ms. Thompson, do you think that that means we've seen an initial ceasefire take hold, to quote you?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I would point out that this is an ongoing peace negotiation process. We are at the beginning stages.
I'm asking if you think that that qualifies as a ceasefire taking hold.
Again, I'm happy to provide additional color on what
yes
we've
or no?
achieved.
Does that mean a ceasefire has taken hold?
I am happy to provide more clarity on this situation.
You're unwilling to answer the question. You should answer questions when you come here, Ms. Thompson. Ms. Thompson, you said that the Pentagon is undergoing a worldwide force posture review based on President Trump's stated interests. We know a lot of things happen in this administration based on the whims of the president, which tend to change day to day. Do you think a forced posture review should be based on the president's stated interests or on sound military advice?
So first and foremost, our global posture review is informed by the president's national security priorities, and then subsequently on our interim national defense strategy guidance, and then ultimately what will be this administration's national defense strategy.
Okay, so just to be clear, the national defense strategy is secondary to what the president wants.
Again, I would say that
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, you said that President Trump will restore peace through strength. And, quote, we must all do our part to restore peace through strength. Does it show strength to blame Zelensky for starting this war?
I think the goal from President Trump is to bring both sides to the table, both Russia and Ukraine.
Does it show strength to describe Russian President Vladimir Putin, a war criminal, as a genius, as savvy for his invasion of Ukraine?
Congressman, given the sensitive nature of negotiations, again, I don't want to provide any additional color.
I'm just asking if you think it shows strength to praise Putin over our own intelligence agencies, to say that we trust Putin more than the CIA. Does that show strength?
Congressman, I would point to our overarching goal, and certainly President Trump's
I'm just
stated
asking if it
overarching
shows
goal.
strength. I get the overarching goals. You can point to whatever you want. I'm asking you to answer the question. Does it show strength to call Zelensky an incompetent dictator while praising Putin as a, quote, strong leader?
I think what shows strength is President Trump's ability to get both sides to the table, which is a facet that he's already achieved and what this administration continues to
That's
prioritize.
nice that you think that shows strength, but what I'm asking is, does it show strength to say Zelensky started the war, that he's an incompetent dictator, and that Putin is a strong leader? Do you think that that statement shows strength, yes or no, Ms. Thompson?
Congressman, for further questions on specifics on what President Trump has or hasn't said and the implications of that, I would point you to the White House. I represent the Department of Defense and how
Oh, you
we're
represent the
proceeding.
Department of Defense. Great. So do you think it shows strength to disclose top secret targeting information to our enemies hours before pilots are going to fly over enemy targets on a platform known to be targeted by our biggest adversaries? Do you think that shows strength?
Congressman, again, those are discussions that I'm not privy to, and so
No,
I
you
can
don't need
only
to be
speak-
privy to the discussions. I'm just asking you if you think it shows strength to disclose top secret information.
I think what shows strength on the topic that we're here to discuss, which is forced posture in Europe.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about whether we should disclose top secret information. You represent the Department of Defense. Are you going to hold the troops under the command of DOD accountable to keeping classified information safe? Or do you think it shows strength to tell our troops that it's okay to disclose top secret information? That they will not be held accountable if that happens?
Congressman, I can only speak for myself, and I personally practice all of the information security protocols of the department, and it is the expectation of the department in this position to do so, and I certainly do.
And do you hold yourself accountable for that?
Personally hold myself accountable for compliance with information security? Absolutely.
Well, that's a far cry from what we're seeing from the Secretary of Defense, who said that accountability is back, but has refused to hold himself accountable. General Cavoli, how many Lithuanians showed up for the Mass to celebrate the lives of our service members?
Congressman, I couldn't give you an exact number. I don't know what the police counted, but it's the National Cathedral. It's in this main square. In
Several hundred? Close to 1,000? What is it?
Certainly over 1,000.
Well, we only have one president who spent $26 million on taxpayer-funded golf vacations in the first 69 days since his inauguration, and yet he couldn't leave a Saudi golf tournament to show up for the dignified transfer of those soldiers' remains. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you both for being here. I appreciate you both, and I applaud your service, General Cavoli, and congratulate you. I served in Europe. I was commander at Ramstein, deputy commander at 3rd Air Force. I know the importance of NATO. It's been the bedrock or the foundation of our security for 7 decades. And I know the threat that Russia poses. I've studied it my whole career. So my first question for Ms. Thompson. I have significant concerns about our approach to relations with Russia. I do not like how we are treating Russia with kid gloves like they're our friend. And often we use very harsh words towards our allies in Europe and Ukraine in particular. Does this administration see Russia as a potential partner in things such as resolving tensions in the Middle East? I'm just trying to get to motives.
Congressman, what I would say is as the interim national defense strategy guidance points out, Russia, Iran, North Korea, China still pose great threats, and we live in an extremely dangerous security environment. And so I would acknowledge that up front, just to get to the crux of your question. What I would say is the goal for President Trump in peace negotiations is obviously to bring both sides to the table, and to do that, we have to make sure that both scales are balanced to get both parties in a room and talking. And so, what I would say from what you're seeing from the administration is that at the end of the day, the goal is to get both sides to the table and keep both sides at the table so that we can get to the overall objective that I think we all share, which is an enduring peace in Ukraine.
Does this administration believe that improved bilateral, including economic relations between the U.S. and Russia, is worth pursuing once peace in Ukraine has been achieved?
Sir, unfortunately, I can't speak to those dynamics. I would direct you to the State Department for any sort of follow-on diplomatic elements that would come after this. The Department of Defense is squarely focused on supporting President Trump's efforts to reach an enduring peace.
I just wish we had clear moral clarity when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? Who's the invader? Who's the victim? And who's committing the war crimes? And I applaud the efforts for peace, but we can't whitewash Russia's behavior to get them to the table. I think we all see what they're doing, and we should be very clear about it. My next question is General Cavoli. I'm deeply concerned about the security situation in Eastern Europe with the ongoing invasion of Ukraine by war criminal Putin. I believe that if he has not stopped in Ukraine, he will continue to turn his attention towards other former Soviet states like Moldova, or going next to the Baltic nations, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. Will the U.S. maintain its presence in these countries to ensure that Russia is deterred from further aggression?
Sir, clearly that will be a policy decision that will be made as time goes on. We're in a good position right now.
Is it correct that the department's considering pulling out 2 rotational brigades out of Europe?
Sir, as I said earlier, there's a constant review of this all the time. Usually the dynamic is services are asking to recover some forces. They have readiness concerns, modernizations concerns. So those discussions continue right now.
I think it'd be a grave mistake to pull forces out of Europe right now. I mean, this is the time to deter Russia, and I think withdrawing forces is a sign of weakness, and it lowers our deterrence. One more follow-up question with you, General Cavoli. While I agree with the administration that focusing on China as our top threat is essential, I worry that we must not take our eye off of Russia and Europe. I believe adamantly that Putin will take any sign of U.S. weakness in Europe as a chance to continue his campaign of aggression in the former Soviet territories. What is the overall U.S. military posture in Europe going forward?
The overall posture for the U.S. military will be to accomplish the objectives that we talked about a few minutes ago in my opening statement and in some of my responses to questions are, first and foremost, to defend the United States of America forward. Second, to arrange for and to support U.S. operations and other combatant commands and throughout Europe. And then, of course, to fight and deter as part of NATO, to deter Russia. So we participate in NATO's deterrent strategy. We're a vital part of that. I expect that to continue going forward.
Could you, in my last remaining seconds, just talk about the importance of the Baltic states? I'm the Baltic Security Caucus chairman, and they're right on the front lines.
Yeah, they are right on the front lines. They are absolutely one of the places that the Russian Federation has focused their attention on, their preliminary attention, setting up a narrative of disputed territories and things like that, passport diplomacy with Russian language people, subversion campaigns and sabotage campaigns, all of those things. So they are certainly on the front line. They know it. They respond. They all spend over 2%. Estonia is over 3%. They've all devoted a huge fraction of their national power.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. General Cavoli, thank you for your service. You're going to be missed. I hope you continue to serve in a way that continues to contribute, as you have done for so many decades, to our country. I wish you the best in your next chapter, and thank you so much for being here. I think the Russian threat and even the Chinese threat to a degree are so far removed from us here in the United States that it's hard for the people here to understand the reality or the severity. I have traveled to several NATO countries, including the Baltics, and let me tell you, the threat is real, and it is the top of mind for people there. General Cavoli, were you once an infantryman?
I don't think you really ever stopped being one, sir, but when I became a general, they took away my branch insignia. Yes, I was an infantry officer.
As a Marine, I can relate. Do you speak Russian?
I do.
Have you worked with Russians in your career?
Yes, sir.
You are also coming up on 40 years of distinguished career service in the Army, which during that time included Director of Russia on the Joint Staff, and you are a foreign area officer with a concentration on Eurasia. Based on this experience, what is your assessment of the threat that Russia poses to the homeland and NATO?
Sir, there could be a long and complicated answer to that question, but instead I'll just go back to my opening statement. Russia is a chronic threat to the United States and will be a growing threat in the future.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, based on the situation that General Cavoli has described, does it seem appropriate to try to reduce our force posture and presence in Europe at this time?
Congressman, thank you for the question, and I would just reiterate that we're in the process of a global posture review and no decisions have been made in any theater. What I will say as well is that, of course, as part of this global force posture review, we are taking into account competing requirements, as you highlighted correctly, the threats not only posed by Russia in the EUCOM AOR, but also by China in the Pacific, and then certainly concerns in our own Southcom AOR on homeland defense and Northcom as well.
We all want this war to end, but it must end on Ukraine's terms. Members of the administration, including the Secretary of Defense, have suggested Ukraine should give up hope of reclaiming all territory seized by Russia. How can that be achieved when this president continues to play neutral facilitator, but not really, because he keeps praising Russia, he keeps putting down Ukraine, he keeps aligning himself with Russia. Even the tariffs that we're dealing with don't include Russia. How can we trust this president?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I'll address the first part of the question. I would direct on the economic piece. I would direct those questions to the White House and to State and Commerce for the specifics on that, because I don't want to speak for them on the tariff implications particularly. But on DoD lanes in particular, right? Our lane, our goal is to help support the president in his efforts to bring both sides to the table, keep them at the table, and reach a lasting peace. That requires work on both sides of the scale, both with Ukraine and Russia, and it requires balance, as you point out. And that's the efforts that we're working toward right now, and the Department of Defense is poised to support both of those efforts, including continuing to support Ukraine where it will affect those negotiations as well.
Ms. Thompson, you keep providing answers that are just canned and don't really answer many of the questions that have been asked by our colleagues today. So, quite frankly, I'm just not going to waste my time. I wish I was as lucky as you when I was starting in my career with not as much experience to be elevated to such a significant post where you are now performing the duties of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs, Office of the Secretary of Defense. I wish I were so lucky. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Cavoli, 38 years, are you moving on to another post, or are they putting you out to graze?
I'm retiring, sir. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to give you, you're never going to remember what I'm about to say to you, but one day you're going to look up and you're going to say, I remember somebody saying something to me one time. After 38 years of service, you've been wearing that armor for a very long time, all right? And when you step away from this post and you're introduced outside these walls to the civilian world once again, there is a black hole, a deep, dark black hole that you haven't seen since you started your service, okay? And I've read your portfolio, and you're one of the most impressive individuals I've ever had a chance to sit in front of. But this thing is very real, okay? And when and if this happens to you, because the window of opportunity is about 5 years. I've been out for 10 years, and I think I was in it for about 5 years. And I've talked to my veteran brothers and sisters, and they all have the same problems. Because once you start your next journey, nobody's going to show up on time. Nobody's going to complete their work like they're supposed to. Nobody's going to answer you like you think they should. It's just going to be different. And you're going to look up and you're going to realize you're the anomaly. And that's okay. Don't ever hesitate to reach out to your brothers and sisters that you served with and just have those conversations, because what you've done is exceptional. And when you turn the page for the next chapter of your life, you will be starting over. And that will be very challenging. But as a leader, as someone that has gone through so much, the next chapter is just one step forward till the day the good Lord calls you home, okay? And this may or may not make sense to you. I can assure you, if you're talking to someone, whatever you do, don't run for politics, okay? Don't ever think about running for Congress, or don't stay away from this place, okay? I promise you, if you do, I'll just hear me out on this one. I wanted to say that to you and thank you for, I don't know if they're going to give you an award for 38 years. I consider you like an overachiever. But good luck, fair winds, and following seas. My questions are for a classified setting, sir. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Gold Star family member myself, I associate myself with the remarks of the chair, the ranking member, and particularly Mr. Wilson, who mentioned by name those soldiers that were lost, represent our country well as their homes of Illinois, California, Guam, and Michigan. General Cavoli, in your experience, if there are 4 servicemen missing under those circumstances, wouldn't the commander-in-chief be notified within 24 hours?
Sir, I don't want to sound evasive anyway, but I don't know. We report echelon to echelon, and my job is to...
So that would be reported up from you, certainly, and from...
Certainly, that's reported through staff channels and typically...
Yeah, I just found it remarkable that over 24 hours later, the President of the United States, when questioned, didn't know anything about this.
Sure,
so I wonder about the communication. At least at your level, it went up the ladder. So it's good to know that. And it's good to know, too, I saw those films from Lithuania of the people in the streets, even outside the cathedral, little boys crying. And I believe there were reports, too, I don't know, you were there. Wasn't the president of Lithuania there, too?
He was present for the procession for the dignified transfer.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, you said we should step up and match, the European allies. They should step up and match our example, match what we're doing. Was our president, did he partake in any of those services?
Congressman, thank you for the question. I unfortunately can't comment on that because
you don't know?
I don't speak for the White House.
No, but people know. Do you read the newspapers? Do you listen to commentary? Where was the president during the services?
I'm not aware of the
Really?
schedule.
Someone in the Defense Department, where the Secretary of Defense was supposedly tasked for that job. The president flew over that on his way to a Saudi golf tournament at one of his golf courses. You didn't know that?
Sir, I only
You
knew
didn't know that?
Sir, I only knew that the Secretary of Defense had planned to attend and that, he was
Well, I guess
aware
we're
of the
really siloing
situation.
information then, if you weren't aware of that. General Cavoli, you mentioned about the importance, and I couldn't agree more. And it's more important now. If we don't understand it in Ukraine, we'll never understand it, of the deep relationship that we have with our European allies in particular. And there was a lot of talk with the recent Houthi attack. But wasn't it true that in prior attacks that the UK and other allies participated in attacks against the Houthis as well? So there was alliances there. We were working with allies in prior attacks.
I believe so, Congressman. I'd have to defer to General Kurilla on that for the exact details. Yeah. But I am aware that there was some
UK in
allied
particular,
participation.
fighters were there.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
can't give you numbers of the exact country.
No, but they were there helping us, showing that deep relationship. And I can only question in the deep relationship with the signal chat breach of intelligence that occurred. Here's, this deep relationship from Stephen Miller, who was on that chat. Why ever he was there, I have no idea, but he was there and he said, we need to extract some economic gain for doing this. Vice President Vance said, I just hate bailing out the Europeans again. Ms. Thompson, your boss, Secretary Hegseth, said, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. Do you think that speaks to a deep relationship, Ms. Thompson?
Congressman, thank you for the question. I think the sentiment that you're describing speaks to a frustration that the American people hold for the deficit as President Trump.
In fact, you used the word freeloading in your testimony this morning.
I said free rider, just
Oh, free riders. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. You're right. So even though General Cavoli said that there's been a 40% increase just in the last few years, and it's in pace to meet their requirements in Europe, but free riding, that's your term, is that correct? That you used this morning?
Yes, and the description from that.
No, I'm speaking for your testimony. Now, do you think free riding of our allies, do you think that over 1,000 international allies, including European allies, were killed in the U.S.-led war on terrorism in 9/11? The only time Article 5 has been utilized. So the deaths of over 1,000 servicemen and women from our allies, that's free riding to you? That's free riding?
Congressman, my remarks and certainly those echoed by the administration are speaking in the context of the NATO problem set and the Ukraine
No, this
problem
was NATO allies,
Gentleman's
Article
time
5.
expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman for Virginia, Mr. McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by also offering my condolences and prayers to the 4 soldiers lost in Lithuania. That would be Staff Sergeant Dunes, Staff Sergeant Franco, PFC Taitano, and Sergeant Knutson. And I'd also like to say thank you to our witnesses for being here today. We really appreciate it. And I very much want to thank and appreciate the Trump administration, President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, and Ms. Thompson. You're doing a wonderful job today. Your efforts to keep our American people safe at home and abroad, we very much appreciate what you're doing. And everyone knows we wouldn't have a country without our military. So General Cavoli, I couldn't say it better than my Navy brother, Luttrell, is we really appreciate your service. But your efforts, Ms. Thompson, are working. Morale is up. I've been to the southern border. I've visited military bases. Recruitment is up. We are getting these divisive ideologies. In the military, and as a veteran, if somebody saved your life on the battlefield, you wouldn't care if they were pink or blue, male or female, Democrat, Republican, Independent. We're all on the same team. And for Special Operations Forces, we're always behind enemy lines, we're always outnumbered, and we always win. Because if we don't win, we don't come home. And so these divisive ideologies that have plagued our military, I am so glad that we're focusing more on the job, and that is making our military lethal again. I very much agree with President Trump and the chairman, and that is it is time to end hostilities in Europe with Ukraine and Russia. I very much agree with the chairman as well. I'd like to see all members of NATO do 5%. I know that's a big ask, but we have to have peace through strength. And I'm going to start with Ms. Thompson and General Cavoli. I have a few questions. I'd like to get your yes or no response. Since President Trump assumed office in January of this year, have our European allies and partners increased their defense spending or shown actionable plans to do so?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. General Cavoli, can you please provide some examples of how they've done that?
Spain today announced that they're going up to 2.3% of GDP. That's a big lift in Spain, where defense spending was not very favored for a long time, and where there was, for a very long time, a very weak coalition government. That's just today's example, Congressman. We could go on and on. The Denmark has recently announced plans to go to 3.2% of GDP. and to spend 2 additional billion euros on Arctic security. Those are just 2 examples in the past couple of days, weeks.
Thank you. Would the strides these allies are making be sufficient enough to meet the implementation requirements of their regional plans under NATO?
Not yet. They will be. So there's a long process called the NATO Defense Planning Process, Congressman. That's where we take the force structure requirement of the plans and assign it out to nations to build for. That's been concluded. All nations have accepted all their capabilities targets. Now it's time to build, and this is where we come to the question of industrial capacity.
Certainly, and I remember you guys mentioned that capacity, we've got to have something to buy. And that's something that this committee and our chairman fully supports, and we've had many discussions on that. Let's see, General Cavoli, we've already touched on this, but if you could clarify. Some of our allies on NATO's eastern flank have demonstrated their commitment to President Trump's call to increase their GDP spending on defense and improve capabilities, including Poland and the Baltic states. Poland itself has increased its interest in American defense products. Do you believe the current FMS system in the Pentagon operates efficiently enough to ensure that U.S. defense equipment reaches foreign buyers on time?
No, sir. We have a lot of work to do in that regard.
Thanks. General Cavoli, one last thing. Last week, Defense News published an article highlighting President Putin's announcement of the new Perm nuclear submarine of the Yasin M class. The article also highlighted some of the issues being faced by the Russian industrial base, not unlike our own. Joe Cavoli, can you provide a brief overview of the current state of the Russian undersea capability in your area of responsibility?
Could I do that in closed session, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
And then, if you could, it's maybe closed session as well, but how does the United States compare to Russia in terms of its undersea capabilities?
I am very confident in the United States Navy, sir, but we can go into details in closed session.
I appreciate your testimony today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for being here today. And Ms. Thompson, I wanted to start with you. We are here to talk about the European theater. We're here to talk about our commitments to Europe and the NATO allies. I wanted to raise concerns about remarks that we have recently experienced over the last 3 days in terms of the tariffs that are going to be levied across the entire world, including, of course, many of our allies in Europe. Senator Rubio recently argued that these tariffs would not meaningfully affect European defense budgets or NATO's cohesion, and he suggested that the tariffs would be justified without undermining readiness of our allies. I worry very much that based on your opening testimony, asking our NATO allies to spend more, build more, that tariffs cannot possibly not affect readiness. Can you please expound with me on your perspective from the DoD on how might the imposition of significant tariffs impact our European allies and their ability to meet NATO defense spending requirements as levied by this administration?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman, and it's an important dynamic that you bring up, so I appreciate you highlighting it. What I would say from the Department of Defense's purview and lane, because I don't want to speak for the broader implications of tariffs on diplomatic relationships or their effects, because that's more in Commerce Treasury lane, but what I would say from the Department's perspective is what we want to make sure is that any levers we're pulling don't impede our objective, as the Secretary has stated in his first visit to NATO, which is a strong transatlantic industrial base on both sides of the Atlantic. That includes bolstering not only our own production, our own defense industrial base, but also Europeans investing in theirs, and we want to ensure that they're certainly able to do so in their comparative advantage.
So I'm gonna stop, because I don't think that you can differentiate between the Defense Department and commerce in this sense. This is absolutely the industrial base. The defense industrial base is directly connected to commerce, and our commerce is directly connected to that of our allies and our friends. And I think that we can't possibly believe that our actions on the national level to impose very, very high tariffs and levies upon our allies could not affect their readiness and their ability to produce and manufacture and even buy from the United States those weapon systems, amongst other things. I'm really frustrated, to be honest, with your testimony, which has consistently been evasive and consistently tried to say that it's not within your lane to comment on things. And I guess I went back to try to understand your position and your tenure. And I've got to be honest, it appears as though you've been in this job very short amount of time, and it appears as though you've been here a very, very short amount of time. And so I would ask the administration why you're the person that they asked us to talk to about these issues, because it just doesn't seem as though you have the knowledge to be able to answer the questions. I will echo my colleagues' frustration that I don't want to waste my time on these questions. General Cavoli, I'm so sorry about the soldiers that we lost in Lithuania. I am very, very sorry, particularly for their soldiers themselves and their families, but I'm also particularly saddened. That is the partner nation with Pennsylvania, and so I take it very, very seriously that we have an amazing alliance with the Lithuanians, and worry very, very much that our men and women, Pennsylvanians, will be in harm's way, possibly if we don't find the way to peace and we don't find the way to address Putin's aggression, not just with Ukraine, but his intents with the rest of the European continent, I believe. I also do want to thank you so much for your service, sir, and I really do hope that you have opportunities to enjoy the remainder of whatever life brings you. I'm very, very grateful to you. With that, I yield back.
Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harrigan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and to both of our witnesses, thanks for your testimony today. And General Cavoli, I never thought I'd say this, but I absolutely echo the comments of my two Navy SEAL colleagues here in expressing well wishes for your retirement. General Cavoli, I've got a couple questions for you today. One of the things that you testified about is that this really is an industrial war, and that we're behind in industry. Is that correct?
This is an industrial scale war, sir. It's using a lot of old-fashioned equipment that requires heavy industry. And when we look at our own ability, we need the ability to produce more weaponry more quickly.
And would you also agree that this is a technologically different conflict as well?
Yeah, it is, sir. There's a very interesting mix of legacy equipment and high tech. And it really seems that the side that's able to combine those two advantageously and then out-adapt the other side's countermeasures and countermeasures, that side gains the advantage for an enduring period.
Is it your understanding that 80% of the Russian soldiers who are being killed in the Ukrainian conflict are being killed by FPV drones?
Yes, I have seen those figures, sir. I think it's probably pretty hard for us to make sure we're accurate on those, given our ability to be there and count and everything. But it's certainly well over half, and it's certainly a large number, and it's a number that has increased steadily over the course of the conflict.
And I would say that these low-cost, high-impact systems are fundamentally rewriting the rules of the battlefield. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, the equipment, Congressman, that is software defined, where a greater part of its capability is defined by its software. Those are super easy and super inexpensive to modify and adapt. And so you can take a piece of hardware, and by manipulating the software, you can stay ahead of the enemy's countermeasures. It's a remarkable thing we're witnessing on both sides. The Ukrainians have proven especially adept at putting engineers down at the lowest level, observing what the soldiers do with the equipment, making modifications, and putting it right back in the fight. It's a big advance.
Thanks for that. And just generally, when I walk into this room, I don't walk into this room as a Republican. I hope my Democratic colleagues don't walk in here as Democrats. I know sometimes we all do, but I walk in here as an American. And I think however we feel about the Ukrainian conflict, particularly as a former special operator, that I think it would be unwise to not learn the lessons of this conflict. And one of the concerns that I have, particularly as we've talked about our defense industrial base being behind, the difference between high-cost, exquisite capabilities and low-cost, ubiquitous capabilities, and the capacity to actually build those capabilities. One of the concerns that I have, given the fact that 80% of Russian soldiers are being killed by FPV drones, is that we have little to non-existent capability in our country to produce these drones. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, we do have some capability, sir. I know a lot of people are working on it. I think as it goes to the U.S. military, I'd refer you respectfully to General George, the Chief of Staff of the Army, who's working very hard to distribute smaller drones at the lowest level and to proliferate them across formations. He's got a program that he calls Transformation in Contact, where he uses brigades that are deployed either into the Pacific or into Europe to accelerate his distribution and his deployment of these drones. I know that he needs some changes in the way funding works, but I'd leave it to him, sir, on that.
And I think I'm aware of these, but I think we're talking about, thousands quantity, and am I correct in saying Ukraine will produce approximately 4 million FPV drones this year?
Yeah, that's right, sir.
So we are very far behind that level of production capability for something that is achieving decisive impacts on today's battlefield.
Right. They are producing drones like most countries produce ammunition in massive quantities for expenditure.
Should we be doing the same thing in the United States of America?
I believe we should be doing that, and I believe we are increasingly going to be doing that. It's not my responsibility to speak about those programmatic, sir.
Thank you, General. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Excellent line of questions. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Thompson, do you believe the European Union was formed to hurt America?
I do not.
Okay, I ask because the president publicly said yesterday that the European Union was formed in order to screw the United States, and even floated the idea of using military force to take Greenland from Denmark, a NATO ally, because we, quote, need it for national security. Those kinds of statements suggest a U.S. stance that our European allies and institutions are adversaries or fair game for coercion. In your view, do such positions reflect a coherent U.S. strategy toward Europe?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. What I would say is, as far as our approach to our allies and partners is one, first and foremost, of honesty. We want to be honest with our partners, and we also want to be honest about the fact that they need to step up. And that's what I was emphasizing in my testimony when I referenced the administration's priority to bring European and Canadian allies within NATO to 5%. And we've already seen great strides in that process, and then also have our European allies lead out, particularly on the future of security assistance to Ukraine. And I would also underscore that Denmark and our bilateral relationship with Denmark is certainly a part of that equation, and we want to have a robust security relationship there, particularly for the reasons that you identify as far as Greenland being critical to homeland defense, and we would share that view.
Okay, great. Well, it's good to know that our approach is about honesty. I guess I'm glad the president publicly, honestly said what he thinks about our European allies. Ms. Thompson, are you aware that Europe pays for 84% of NATO's infrastructure at U.S. bases, and that Poland is spending over $300 million annually to support U.S. troops directly?
I am certainly aware of Europe's contributions to NATO, for at least on the defense side. I know there's different streams of funding for defense contributions, or for NATO contributions on the state side as well.
Okay, and so how do you square that with calling them free riders?
So I think the commentary that I made, and then certainly that the administration has made, really stems from this chronic underspending of being under the 2% threshold. The Wales Pledge in 2014 was made in a security environment that was arguably a lot more secure than the security environment that we face today, certainly from the adversaries that the U.S. is facing. And I think from that perspective, there's rightly placed frustration in wanting our European allies to not only meet the spending commitment that they made in 2014, but also live up to the overarching Article 3 pledge of contributing to the collective security of the alliance, which includes defense spending. And I would also argue that the security environment that we face today, as bipartisan officials have recognized across administrations, 2% as a threshold for spending is no longer sufficient to meet the demands of the security environment, which is exactly why President Trump has set the target he set. And it's really, really encouraging, I have to say, for many of our allies to now be over the 2% threshold. We want to see those timelines get pulled to the left even further, and to see them make further progress. And I would also just take the opportunity to highlight the Eastern allies who are on track to meet 5% very, very soon.
Thank you. And General Cavoli, from a military standpoint, what is the impact on our operations and partnerships when our allies hear American leaders suggest that the EU was formed to screw us, or to entertain ideas of invading an ally's territory, or for calling them free riders when they are contributing a lot to supporting our troops? How does this affect trust and cohesion among our allies that we depend on for our collective security?
Ma'am, thanks for the question. Clearly, it strays well out of my lane, but I talk to all of the chiefs of defense in Europe all the time, and our military-to-military relationships remain quite strong and are very solid, ma'am.
Have President Trump's comments come up in any of your conversations with other military leaders?
Rarely.
But have they, in the context of Europe, in this being formed to screw them, or what the president is trying to do in Greenland?
Ma'am, it's rare enough that I'm searching to be sure to give you a complete and honest answer. I can't remember an instance of that off the top of my head. You know, military guys, we really try to stay carefully to the military construct and to the military lane because it's not our job in any of the nations in NATO. So I can't think of an example off the top of my head. If I do think of one, I'll be sure to tell you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mismer.
Thank you, Chairman. General Cavoli, in dealing with U.S. missile defense and President Trump's Golden Dome executive order, what may not be known is that Europe already has a U.S.-provided Golden Dome in the form of the Aegis ashore sites in Russia, or in Romania and Poland. These missile defense systems have performed well in the Middle East, but the Aegis air defense functionality in Europe is not activated due to regional political concerns. Given the willingness of Russia to deploy novel hypersonic weapons in Ukraine, is it your best military advice that we activate these air defense capabilities to counter that threat?
Sir, I have, as the Supreme Allied Commander, made that recommendation to the North Atlantic Council.
Thank you. Also, can you explain how the missile defense architecture that we've invested in Europe could protect the U.S. homeland?
Oh, sure. So, some of the radars involved provide some of the very first warnings, and there's quite a bit more, but I think I'd be more comfortable discussing it in a closed session, sir.
Fair enough. Okay. Given the U.S. increase of the drone threats to critical infrastructure military bases in Europe, how is EUCOM planning to integrate directed energy technologies into its counter-drone defense?
First of all, we're eager to do that, Congressman, because a lot of the other kinetic solutions are pretty problematic to use, you know, in congested areas and bases that are in congested areas. We're planning to use a layered defense and a full suite of different capabilities. Some of them electromagnetic interference, some of them directed energy, as you said, some of them just kinetic projectiles. It's important to remember that we've got to do that in close connection to civil authorities from the host nation. And each nation has different regulations for spectrum management, for the release of weapons and things like that. So we work through this daily. It's a pretty big initiative.
Would that be a more cost-effective counter measure to some of the million-dollar missiles that we use to shoot down?
DE? Yes, sir. Yeah. I mean, I think everybody's looking for that new way to shoot down aerial objects that doesn't require us to launch multi-million-dollar missiles at a $1,000 drone type of thing.
Yeah. Very good. In my district in southwest Indiana, General Cavoli, the Crane Army Ammunition Activity Mission, where nearly 25% of the DoD's conventional munitions are stored. A large amount of the equipment and munitions stored there has been withdrawn via the Presidential Drawdown Authority and sent to Ukraine. How important is it from a combat commander's perspective that we modernize and restock these munitions storage facilities?
Our stockage levels are extremely important to a combatant commander, sir, and to the extent that they're depleted by operations or by donations to another country such as Ukraine, they need to be replenished. There is a program to do that, well funded previously by the Congress, and it's an important thing for us to consider.
Okay, thank you. Also, General Cavoli, spectrum is a valuable, finite resource that's used by the DoD. There are some in Congress who want to require the DoD to vacate its spectrum allocations. Could you speak to what the impact would be on EUCOM if the DoD was forced to vacate the spectrum allocations, and what would be the effects on missile defense?
Yes, sir. So I think most of the discussion is around the S-band, and we use that. I could go in a little bit more detail in classified session, although I'm, not exactly an electrical engineer, but I could talk to you more about it in classified session. It would affect missile defense and air defense.
That would affect the potential for defending our country in Europe and the continental U.S. as well. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. Very good. I'll yield back the rest of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you both of you for being in here today. I wanted to join my colleagues in expressing deep sympathies for the families of those service members who we lost in Lithuania. And General Cavoli, thank you for responding very rapidly and working with our allies to make sure that we had recovery operations going. And I also want to join my colleagues in thanking you for your incredible service during your tenure. You met challenges throughout Europe that we haven't seen since World War II. You did so with extreme competence, diligence, and discipline, and that was seen by many folks on the Hill as well as our allies, and we are very grateful for your leadership. Turning to Ukraine, in the initial stages of the war, the Ukrainians were able to destroy a very large percentage of the conventional land forces of Russia. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Over half by most estimations.
Right, would have to think of it as a rolling figure because they were growing at the same time as they were losing. But yeah, those are about the kind of numbers. We're looking at about almost 4,000 tanks, Russian tanks, destroyed by Ukraine in this country.
But since that time, Russia has, with surprising speed, been able to recapitalize and rebuild both its industrial base, but also its conventional forces, and replace a lot of that equipment and personnel. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
How would you characterize China's involvement in that recapitalization, both the industrial component as well as the military component?
We could talk a lot more about this in closed session, sir, and perhaps we'll have the opportunity to. But there has been contributions. Some of them have been indirect by absorbing much of Russian-sanctioned oil exports and gas exports. They have been able to continue to provide funds that have enabled Russia to continue to build their military. Some have been more direct. Some have been through commercial ventures that may or may not be supported by the Chinese Communist Party. And beyond that, I think I'd be safest to talk to you about it in closed session, sir.
So, and we'll convene in closed session, but both directly and indirectly, economically, and to some degree militarily, China has chosen sides here.
Oh, certainly. I think there's an important side note, Congressman. Sometimes I've been asked, well, they're only giving them moral support, and I typically respond, but that's the most pernicious type of support.
But it's more than moral support, would you say?
And it is.
Yes. Okay. So they have determined that it's in their interest to support Russia in this conflict.
It would appear so.
Okay. Ms. Thompson, this administration has taken a hard line on China in a number of big ways, trying to reestablish and balance that relationship. Would you agree that China has chosen sides in the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Yes, with the caveat, right, that you highlighted, which I think is actually really, really important, in that it aligns with their interests. Insofar as perpetuating this conflict or other conflicts aligns with their interests, I think that's where we will see the adversary alignment, and that's why it's so important from the context of this administration, right, to get the work streams correct so that the U.S. can focus on deterrence in the Indo-Pacific, avoiding conflict there, while our European allies really step up.
The Chinese have determined it's in their interest to support Russia both directly and indirectly.
I would echo General Cavoli's comments. It appears so.
Okay. So given that, would you agree that it's in our interest to support Ukraine if China has determined it's in their interest to support Russia?
I would perhaps take it a step further, Congressman, depending on how you look at it, which is I think that's the impetus for trying to get to peace in Ukraine so that we don't continue to burgeon that relationship or continue to allow the interests to overlap, particularly given the situation, and I know I don't speak for Indo-PACOM, but particularly given what
You're not willing to say, though, it's in our interest to ensure Ukraine is successful in this conflict.
From our vantage point within the administration, I think that's why the prioritization imperative is placed on peace.
But the lack of ability to say that it's America's interest for Ukraine to prevail in this continues to be staggering to me, because our adversaries, our competitors, have been very clear about the sides that they have chosen here and who they think is in their best interest to prevail militarily, and yet we are unwilling to do that. And there's a lot of talk about peace through strength, but if you're not willing to actually say the thing, if you're not willing to actually call it out and take sides, I don't see how we can be strong in that regard. So I will continue to urge, along with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, that the administration is very clear in its rhetoric about who we will support here. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes another Coloradan, Mr. Crank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. General Cavoli, thank you for being here. Most Americans probably aren't aware that some of the first shots in the Russian invasion of Ukraine were in space, when Russia knocked out a satellite network providing communication support to Ukraine. And according to a recent report, Russia is fielding new anti-satellite weapons, expanding on-orbit counter-space capabilities, and training in military space elements to combat the United States. According to General Whiting, commander of U.S. Space Command, quote, "Winning the space fight is foundational to defending the nation," unquote. Can you provide an update of the role that on-orbit warfare is playing in your theater?
Sure, Congressman, with the caveat that I think, as you know, it's really hard to talk about space operations and capabilities in open session. Sure. So if you'd like to talk about it a little bit more in closed session, we could. I would also refer you to General Whiting and to General Saltzman, who are genuine experts in this question. I'm a customer. I'm a consumer of their efforts. Yes, our space capabilities are absolutely essential to the way we do operations. Our adversary space capabilities are absolutely essential to the way they do operations, and they understand how important space is to us. So it is very much a contested environment, a contested capability, and I'd be delighted to talk more about it in a closed session, sir.
In your opinion, are Russia and China's space-based capabilities stronger, weaker, or the same compared to the start of the war in Ukraine?
They grow constantly. They are both working very hard to improve their capabilities and to expand their capacity, and they have been doing that with the war in Ukraine, and I imagine they would have without the war in Ukraine as well.
Okay, and then finally, in your testimony, you highlighted how EUCOM partners with Cyber Command to, quote, deter advanced persistent threats, unquote. Can you describe where those threats come from and what they're targeting?
Yeah, there are non-governmental threats, sir, right? Criminal activity, ransomware, and things like that, that have national security implications, and so they matter to us. We help our allies with defending against those. There are also state-based threats, and each one of our main adversaries, that group of 4 that I named in my opening statement, each one of those is quite active in the cybersphere.
How can Congress help strengthen your hand in those fights?
Sir, by supporting U.S. Cyber Command. All of their subordinate organizations have relationships with the combatant commands. 16th U.S. Air Force is my cyber component for EUCOM. That makes a big difference when you support Cyber Command. Also when you support the National Security Agency, because that work is so closely tied to cyber work.
Thank you. I'd like to thank both of our witnesses for coming today, but for your service to our country and for all that you do to keep us safe. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes Mr. Ryan from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for being here. General Cavoli, I want to add to the well-deserved praise and recognition. Couldn't imagine a more critical time for your leadership and could not imagine a better leader, and the whole country is thankful to you, and I think just want to, on behalf of my constituents in particular, thank you. Your leadership, not only as EUCOM commander, but as SACUR, has been indispensable. And as I'm sure everyone in this room knows, that position has a deep historical significance, starting with General and ultimately President Eisenhower as our first Supreme Allied Commander. In a way that is truly staggering to all of us, including, the chair has weighed in on this as the ranking member and many others. The plan that was floated in March to restructure combatant commands and give up U.S. command of that role, I think would be a massive step backwards. You've talked a little bit about it in front of the Senate last week. One of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle, Mr. Bacon, has said, quote, "It signals a weakening commitment to NATO, and I think it's wrong." Former SACEUR Admiral Stavridis said, "For the United States to give up the role of Supreme Allied Commander of NATO would be seen in Europe as a significant signal of walking away from the alliance." Can you speak a little bit about, given your unique view into that role, how would Russia and Putin specifically view us backing away from that role?
Thanks, Congressman. First of all, thanks for pointing out the role General Eisenhower had as the first SACEUR. You might imagine his likeness, his photographs, busts of him are all over the headquarters. There's one sitting behind my desk that looks over my shoulder, checking my homework every day. So if you want to feel a little bit of pressure ever, just take a job that Ike had. Big shoes to fill, indeed. Everybody relies on SACEUR. Our allies want American leadership. Our allies would like to have an American as SACEUR. From our perspective, we gain quite a bit of influence from it, right? I have a very loud voice inside Europe as a result of my position, and I think those are to our advantage. Of course, what the United States decides to do is always going to be a policy matter, and there are other considerations that our civilian leaders will take into consideration as they think about these things. What do the Russians see? You know, I think that of all the nations in the alliance, the Russians have the most respect for the strength of the U.S. military. They respect all the militaries, and especially the collective military, but we are the military that stands out as something for them to worry about. And so an officer who has the ability to command U.S. forces probably is a bigger problem for them than not.
I can only imagine, truly, what General and former President Eisenhower would think about us even considering walking away from that position. I think it's embarrassing and pathetic, which leads me to my follow-up question for you, Ms. Thompson. Given your opening, albeit very short and heavy on buzzwords, posture statement, where you use the term factory reset, which I have no idea what that means in the context of something so critical and nuanced as what we're talking about. But given that, I wanted to ask you what you mean by that. And specifically, in January of this year, actually, January 2025, Senator Mike Lee called explicitly for the United States to leave NATO. Is that correct?
Again, I represent...
Would you know, since you were his national security advisor up through January?
I left on January 20th, 2025, so if it was after that, that was not something that I would have seen.
Well, do you think we should leave NATO then?
Again, I represent the Department of Defense. I can only speak on behalf of the Department of Defense, and Secretary Hegseth has been very clear we are not stepping away from
So what
NATO.
does he mean then on behalf of the Department of Defense by factory reset? Is it us walking away from the leadership of NATO and you heard some of the consequences of that? Is it us abandoning NATO? At a minimum, if we're going to make such a major change, I know you're doing your posture review, but I think we owe the American people a transparency around something that would be so impactful to our security.
So first and foremost, on the SACEUR question, if the question is the department considering that change, my definitive answer is no. Second part, on factory reset, the Secretary, in his remarks to the North Atlantic Council and to the Ukraine Defense Contract Group, was very clear that by factory reset, what we mean is returning the focus of the alliance to defense and deterrence of Europe, to the core mission, and to be frank, to Eisenhower's original mission set and call for the alliance, which is conventional defense and deterrence in Europe. Certainly that's what we are expecting of our European allies, with the U.S. as the nuclear strategic deterrent backstop as well. But factory reset really does mean returning to the core fundamental mission of the alliance, which is defense and deterrence of Europe.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes a gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Amedee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to our panel for coming today. The conflict in Ukraine is the convergence of tensions not only with Russia, but also Iran, North Korea, and China as well. Now, we have an America First mandate to first protect the homeland and to use the strength to deter war. That's a mission that the Biden administration failed to achieve. Now we are divided across the Asian, European, and Middle Eastern theaters, and we face tough choices. There simply aren't enough brave young men and women, sons and daughters, to be everywhere all at once. Now, America First doesn't mean America alone. And yet, a continent divided by Chinese and Russian economic penetration cannot stand. Now, we must seize the chance to realign our NATO commitments, defense manufacturing, and our trade policies to find new ways to make Europe's economy a denied environment for those plotting harm against America and its allies. Now, my first question is to you, Secretary Thompson. Now, we're directing immense resources to onshore defense industrial base here. And as you know, all the semiconductor industry, as well as President Trump, has really advocated in his first term, also in his second term already. And what I'm concerned about right now is at the same time, China threatens our momentum by trying to purchase some of the most advanced machines that are coming out of the Netherlands that are capable of producing these chips. Now, how does Chinese infiltration of European supply chains threaten our security here at home?
Congressman, it's a great question, and I think you bring up a very important dynamic, and this is something that we do continue to encourage our European allies to focus on, which is the economic security considerations, particularly as we look to strengthen the transatlantic industrial base on both sides of the Atlantic. This is a major consideration that would affect our ability to co-produce, co-develop, et cetera, with our European allies, and we want to be able to do that, but those conditions, certainly on the front on China, do impact our ability to do that, and so it's a consideration that we will continue to raise with them and encourage them to address so that we can develop together.
Sure, but is it just conversations right now?
That's all I can report on at this time. I'm sure my colleagues in acquisition and sustainment would have more to say on the tangible operational side because they deal with the technical exchanges, and so I would defer respectfully to them and their leadership and their expertise on that.
Very good. I have full confidence in the Trump administration to protect our key defense industrial base as well as our chip manufacturing that feeds so much into it. And General, thank you for your lifelong service, and I know it's going to continue afterwards, especially when you become a veteran, but I appreciate all of what you've done to our country. And my question to you is regarding Europe, is Europe doing enough to control or to help the situation contain what's going on with the Houthis in Yemen?
So the EU has a mission called Aspides, which has ships in the Gulf to protect commercial shipping, sir. Obviously, the United States has felt the need to do the same alongside it. Together, it's hard for me to say if it's enough. I'd refer to General Kurilla, who follows that much more closely.
Sure, but we also know that the Russians have been helping the Houthis as well. Is that correct?
I'd like to answer that in closed session, please, sir.
No worries. And how much of the Iranian, Houthi, and Chinese threats to Europe, how much can that affect the United States?
I guess indirectly, it massively, directly. Probably we don't have that much shipping, I don't think, that comes through the Suez. However, our warships transit that all the time, so it would affect our ability to conduct military operations for sure. I'm not sure, I'm not an economist. I couldn't comment on how big the impact would be on us economically or something.
Thank you. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, and I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. General Cavoli, you said in your opening statement that Russia is in the process of significantly rebuilding its military by recruiting more soldiers, building more vehicles, and creating more munitions than we've seen before. So if the war in Ukraine were to end today, do you believe that the Russian military would continue to represent a significant threat to the U.S., Ukraine, and our European allies in the coming years?
Yes, ma'am. It would take them a little bit of time to reorient their conventional force and reposition it, but not that much time, and then they could pose a conventional threat. Very important for me to add, however, that they have never stopped having their strategic capabilities, their nuclear submarines, their long-range aviation. their cyber, their space, all of that is alive and well and largely unaffected by the war in Ukraine.
Thank you. And if Russia was able to retain and control significant portions of Ukrainian territory once the war ends, do you believe Russia would consider that a victory and consider launching a similar invasion of Ukraine or another European country in the future?
It's hard for me to predict the future, ma'am, but I think it's very safe for all of us to say that wouldn't prevent them from doing it in the future. It would certainly leave the door open for them. Yeah.
Thank you. And as the Trump administration chooses to abandon Ukraine and let Russia rebuild its military, they're also considering cutting the U.S. military presence in Europe. So, General Cavoli, how would cutting U.S. forces from EUCOM impact your ability to respond to a crisis or potential conflict with Russia?
Ma'am, it would increase the amount of time it took to respond. It depends, of course, on what forces were hypothetically to be removed. It depends on what kind of action were required to counter Russia. But clearly, moving things to the other side of the Atlantic increases the time-space challenge. Other than that, I don't want to be evasive, but it's really a very situation-dependent question.
And would removing, I guess, to be more clear, our brigade combat team from Poland or having our forces stationed in Germany or Italy slow your response to a Russian assault on our Eastern European allies?
Yes, I've consistently testified to that.
Thank you. So as we move forward, can you just talk a little bit too, as you mentioned, about what you think the key strategic aspects are of Russia's military?
So in the broadest sense, ma'am?
That provide the biggest threat to the United States?
Yeah, their nuclear arsenal.
What about
Right.
their cyber capabilities?
I believe their nuclear arsenal poses a bigger threat. Their cyber capabilities are more likely to be used, but in most cases wouldn't have the catastrophic effect that the nuclear threat would have. But of course, that again depends on what nuclear weapons we're talking about, what cyber attacks. But in general, I would say the nuclear capabilities, and then I would say the space and cyber, sort of on a level. But conventionally, their strategic advantage continues to be mass, that they can put in direct proximity to NATO forces that challenges us to respond in time across the spaces required. So basically, they can put a force into place that would cause us to have to react in a timely fashion. And that time-space problem is really the essence of conventional deterrence on the continent.
And given the recent conflict in Ukraine, what has been what will be the hardest for Russia to rebuild in the aftermath of that?
I'd like to answer that in closed session because it goes into some technical stuff. What I can say is I don't think it's that hard to rebuild their mass. They have manpower available. They demonstrate the willingness to conscript it, and it doesn't take that long to reconstitute the size of their old force or even to increase it. They still have equipment and storage that they could pull out and renovate, and they have increased their ability to produce legacy hardware, tanks and armored personnel carriers and things like that. So there are some things that are easy. The things that are hard, it'd be better to answer in closed session, ma'am.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair, and I'm recognized as a gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and as my colleagues did, I also would like to start in recognizing the 4 soldiers that were lost on March 25th in Lithuania. Mentioning their names, Staff Sergeant Troy Nuxam Collins of Battle Creek, Michigan, Staff Sergeant Jose Duenas, Juliet, Illinois, Staff Sergeant Edwin Franco of Glendale, California, and Private First Class Dante Titano, a son of Guam. These brave men were lost too soon in a tragic accident, and our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to their families and loved ones during this challenging time. And I ask for my colleagues in the audience to please have a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for my first question, General Cavoli, last year we had a discussion, and I thank you for that, and I truly appreciate, sir, your service. And I understand what you're going through with the EUCOM, and you're doing a fantastic job, sir. And previously, we talked about how the U.S. territories in the Pacific will seek their protection with Article 5. But that's not the case and would not. But however, Article 4 gives the authority for consultation and non-obligated support. Just want to know on your what the situation now we have with EUCOM situation, our strategic situation, are our allies, sir, still willing to support us in the Pacific? And with your experience through this situation, how can we better coordinate with your partners on security cooperation and international organizations and regional security in Pacific and Asia? General?
Thanks, Congressman. First, thanks for your kind words about our servicemen. Yeah, so many of our European allies have direct security interests in the Indo-Pacific. France has possessions there, the UK, so they have direct interest, and they do have military presences abroad there to help those up. They also do stage exercises in order to make sure they maintain the defense of their territories. They also work very closely with the Department of Defense and with U.S. Indo-PACOM to coordinate occasional presence. A UK aircraft carrier is about to start a global mission. They are going to go through the Indo-Pacific. They are going to do so in close coordination with Admiral Paparo. So this gives us additional capacity out there as they come and go, and they continue to do that. However, the alliance is focused on the defense of the alliance territory as defined, as you pointed out, in Article 6. That does not prevent them from operating outside my AOR. SACIR's AOR does not include the United States, but the only time the alliance has declared Article 5 in its history was the morning after 9/11, when they declared that it was an attack on all of us and sent NATO AWACS planes to help our Operation Noble Eagle to defend our skies in the aftermath of those 2001 terrorist attacks.
Thank you, General. And also with the expansion of the ballistic missile system we have in Yukon, I'm wondering, especially with the Aegis Ashore and the sites in Romania and Poland, the Golden Dome that we're looking at, what is this experience and these lessons learned that we can reflect to help us in the Indo-PACOM area?
So at an unclassified level, we're able to collect an awful lot of information about adversary rockets and missiles during the course of the conflict in Ukraine. A lot of that is given to us by our Ukrainian colleagues. You know, we gave them radars to defend themselves. They give us back invaluable data that we're able to study. So that's only one example, sir.
Thank you, General. Ms. Thompson, just one quickly. We just got a few seconds. Appreciate what SecDef is doing. SecDef that came to the Indo-Pacific to Guam before our current Secretary of Defense.
I actually don't know off the top of my head, but I know it has to have been 10 years at least,
At
right?
least. It was Rumsfeld.
Oh, that's
I'm
right.
glad the interest of the United States for our Secretary of Defense is going from not just from the West Coast to the East Coast, but from the Atlantic to the Pacific. So I thank you. Thank you for your testimony, General. Sir, thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to give my prayers and sympathies to the families of the service members who lost their lives. And General Cavoli, thank you for your years of service as you kind of approach the end of a fantastic career that you've had. So thank you, sir, for everything. So when I was Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel Readiness, I had a meeting with one of my counterparts from Latvia who was really concerned about how they could build up their reserves. I mean, to the point they were worried about the Russians and the possibility of them coming there, that they were actually drilling, elementary school children, preparing military drill, ensuring that they're learning that in elementary school to get them ready as they matured and got older. Obviously, I think all the Baltic states, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, they're all very concerned about the Russians, and the invasion into Ukraine probably did not ease their tensions. But how are we preparing our Baltic allies, getting them ready for the possible threat of a Russian invasion? And really, and maybe might be more for for the classified briefing, but what is the possible threat of later on if the Russians are successful in Ukraine, that they will continue their aggression on other former Soviet states?
Thank you, sir. So we help them in a variety of ways. First, how does NATO help them? NATO's new defense plans give a structure for them to plan and to nest their national defense plans inside. So those plans go together with the NATO plans, and this really helps a defense planner clarify a whole bunch of things about how much of what he needs where, et cetera, et cetera. Second, the command structures that have been outlined and the relationships that have been outlined as a result of the plans or inside the plans gives them permanent relationships for units to build readiness with and headquarters to build procedures with. So that's one big advantage that helps them a great deal. Bilaterally, we work very closely with those allies because they're so intent on buying American stuff. So it's one thing to buy a HIMARS. It's another thing to know how to use it. That's pretty simple. But it's another thing entirely to know how to integrate that capability into your warfighting methodology. And so, for example, I've got a battery of HIMARS, American HIMARS, in Estonia that's been working for well over a year and a half with them on how exactly they're going to incorporate their long-range fires into their operational methodology after this. I just was on the phone with I just received a letter from the Chief of Defense of Lithuania, who's interested in having a similar program, some sort of a HIMARS Academy. I could go on and on. On a third level, we also do special security assistance initiatives. So there's the Baltic Air and Missile Defense Initiative. There's the Baltic State Security Initiative. And those are focused appropriations for us to be able to help them buy the American stuff that matters to us. Focused on air and missile defense and domain awareness in the air right now, of course, because that's the most important thing. I guess I could go for hours. There's some classified things we do as well, Congressman.
All right. Ms. Thompson, can we still be confident that we're going to keep troops in Europe there and keep supporting NATO, that the United States will step up if, in fact, Russia does invade the Baltic states?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. On the first piece, I would just emphasize again, we're in the midst of a global posture review, so certainly we're taking these priorities and these considerations into our analysis as we conduct that. And then I would also emphasize the Secretary was very clear that we remain committed to NATO, and that includes all facets of the treaty. And so I would say yes. And I would also just add perhaps a bit of color to what General Cavoli was talking about, specifically with the Baltics, and just emphasize that we have been so appreciative in this administration so far of how our Baltic friends acutely understand the threat perception, and we hope that, and we have encouraged our Baltic friends to communicate that threat perception to the Western and Central European powers, as well as we try to encourage the alliance as a whole to focus on defense spending.
All right, and then I got 30 seconds, but so very quickly, General Cavoli, you and your counterparts, INDOPACOM, AFRICOM, are always, I don't want to say at odds, but always fighting for assets to kind of come into your areas of your command and areas of operation there, responsibility. How are we kind of working through that to get to this point there, to kind of make sure that we're not asking for too much, but you're getting what you need?
Sure. So our job is to articulate our requirements based on the tasks we're given, sir, and the Secretary of Defense, with the advice of the chairman, allocates the resources. There's another step, though, right? Eric Carrilla and I have known each other our whole lives. We can communicate. There are things that I can do to help alleviate some of his challenges and vice versa. Mike Langley's headquarters is right next door to my headquarters in Stuttgart. We talk back and forth. And
gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to add my condolences as well to those expressed by my colleagues, to the family, loved ones and friends of the lost soldiers. And General Cavoli, from the home state of the first Supreme Allied Commander, General Eisenhower, I'd like to extend our congratulations and gratitude to you for your service, and would just note that we have had an unbroken line of American leadership at the top of NATO from its inception, and I, for one, expect and hope that's going to continue into the foreseeable future. But we are engaged in I'll call it a public rethinking of America's role in the world. Everybody in this room certainly spends their lives, their careers, their talents focused on this at a granular and strategic level every day, but because we've been effective at that for so long, many Americans have not had to engage in those discussions out and about, and their support is critical as we make the decisions that move us ahead. So with that in mind, General, I'd like to ask a couple of questions that are intended to inform the public discussion, not only the particularized discussion. Can you talk for a bit about the level of importance, the nature of importance of continuing to have a heavy ground presence on the European continent in terms of our security planning going forward, whether it's armor, infantry, or otherwise?
Sure, sir. So the alliance, we collectively require a heavy ground presence. That is specifically to be able to overcome that singular Russian advantage of being able to put its forces on our borders as an alliance before the initiation of hostilities. That causes a time-space problem for us in terms of reinforcing. So the positioning of this large force has to be appropriate to the situation, right, to the level of threat. Whether that ground force comes from America or someplace else is really, SACEUR doesn't care as long as it functions. There are some capabilities that the U.S. is very careful to make sure we continue to contribute because they're exquisite and in some cases unique, and we understand that, and those will have to be there all the time otherwise. So the question is, what is the preponderance of U.S. versus other nations' heavy ground force that is committed? That's something we balance all the time, and that's something that will change as our European allies pick up the capabilities targets we've just assigned them in the NATO defense planning process and commit the money that they've devoted in a profitable and a productive acquisition program to get the stuff they need.
Thank you, General. And at risk of sounding like I'm reading from the history books, I'm old enough to remember Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait, and if my memory is correct, it was our ability to rapidly move the 7th Corps from Europe to the Middle East that allowed us to launch Desert Storm with the rapidity that we did. Can you speak a little bit, your point about whether there are American heavy ground forces or our European allies in Europe, how does having American heavy ground forces pre-deployed in the European theater affect our planning and our ability to respond to American interests in the Middle East or in other proximate areas outside of Europe immediately?
It's fundamental to it, sir. There are three principal components of it's important to us: access, basing, and overflight. So our ability to base our forces someplace and to have the ability to access those forces to deploy them, and then to have the agreements to overfly nations. All of those things happen. They're usually based on pretty deep relationships. If you want it to be there when you need it, it's got to be, you have to have prepared for that moment. So those three things, access, basing, and overflight, are really a shorthand way of saying that gives us the ability to put forces forward in readiness, waiting to be deployed. Now, to what extent do we need to do that? That's largely a policy question, but that is the strictly military advantage of having forces forward for our own purposes. We do deploy them all the time. We've been, leaning toward and then backing off of non-combatant evacuation operations throughout the Mediterranean area for a couple of years. We provide forces on short notice to General Kurilla to be able to use in Central Command. I could go on, but I think I hope I've answered your question.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Goodlander.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by joining my colleagues in expressing my heartbreak over the loss of our 4 fallen service members and my sincere condolences to their families. I also want to join in expressing my gratitude to you, General, for your long and faithful service to our country. We don't agree always in Congress. We often disagree these days. But one thing I want to say at the outset is we've heard a lot of noise, but we've actually heard a lot of agreement in this hearing from across this dais. Agreement on basic principles and commitments that I think are worth reiterating because people from Warsaw to the Kremlin should hear it loud and clear. Does the United States of America have a national security interest, General, in the survival and the strength of the NATO alliance?
I believe it does.
And Ms. Thompson?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about the survival and strength of our European allies, including Ukraine?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I think it's important that we reiterate these basic principles. And General, could you elaborate on what is the nature of that national security interest that we have in the NATO alliance and in the survival and strength of Ukraine?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So a lot of the interests are a lot of the benefits are rooted in common interests, common values, common histories, things like that. I'm not going to go into those just because that's subjective, debatable, and people have different opinions on it. As a military matter, some of the most advanced militaries in the world are in the NATO alliance. And some of the militaries in the world that we can be surest will work with us and are militarily interoperable with our forces are in the NATO alliance. It's surprising when you go outside of Europe how much the absence of something like NATO, the structures, the interoperability, is noticed immediately.
Thank you, General. This may be more for a closed setting, but you shared with us in your written testimony and several times today that Russia's war in Ukraine is the most visible sign of Moscow's great power ambitions. So I want to give you an opportunity to tell us a little bit more about how you think about Vladimir Putin's ambitions. What would satisfy Vladimir Putin? Would taking the eastern half of Ukraine satisfy his ambitions, or would it embolden him?
Well, I think if we go back and look at the history of his tenure as the president of Russia, you can follow his ambitions. They're pretty consistent, but they expand. Clearly, he's not yet been satisfied with the amount of Ukraine that he's taken over because he's continued to try to fight forward. How the conflict ends, may disprove that. We don't know yet, but he certainly is interested in controlling the nations that are in his immediate neighborhood by whatever means necessary. And we've seen that demonstrated consistently over time. Could he stop tomorrow? We don't know.
General, you testified to the importance of our intelligence cooperation with our European allies and with Ukraine. You said that our ability to gather intelligence is enabled by enduring relationships that cannot develop episodically and that must be sustained. Can you, as someone who comes from the intelligence world, thank you for recognizing the important role that our intelligence cooperation plays. Is pausing our intelligence cooperation with European allies a good thing for America's national security?
No, we want continuous sharing of intelligence. We normally do it, as you know, ma'am, on a bilateral basis. We have very strong agreements with the nations in the alliance about bilateral intel sharing, and we're very grateful for it.
Was the pause last month in our intelligence cooperation and sharing with Ukraine helpful or harmful to America's interests in your area of operation, in your region?
That one I have to answer in closed session, ma'am, because I just have to answer that one in closed session.
Thank you, General. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes gentlelady from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in general, I too echo my deep condolences for the lives lost and service members and their families, and echo my colleagues in congratulations and thanks. As the daughter of an entryman, he only retired as an FSC, but I greatly appreciate your 38 years of commitment to this nation's security. It doesn't go unnoticed from this committee, so thank you very much.
Not to correct you, ma'am, but there's no such thing as only an SFC.
I think my MLA might agree with you. So I want to dig in, General. You mentioned the contributions of our allies in your command in EUCOM, such as Poland, as to the security of Europe and the subsequent security of this nation. You also mentioned Denmark as recently increasing its financial contributions here, but also critically expanding its patrol of the Arctic. Can you please just briefly expand on the importance of that particular allyship with Denmark?
Sure. Yeah, Denmark, ma'am, is one of our strongest allies. The bilateral relationship, from the Danish perspective, is far and away their most important bilateral security relationship. I've known the Prime Minister of Denmark for quite a while, and she would initiate any conversation with that comment. They have been very reliable allies. They've got a high-tech military, not a big one, but it's high-tech. They have extremely competent special forces and naval special forces, and they contribute those liberally to the operations under my command as the Supreme Allied Commander. So, yeah, very, very, very strong ally. We love all our allies, but I would say that Denmark's a very strong one.
You don't have favorites, but I appreciate that. Ms. Thompson, reflecting on that, wouldn't you agree that the president's threats to possibly utilize military force to seize Greenland, a territory of Denmark, could only threaten that key allyship and, again, our shared ability to address the threats, particularly from Russia in the Arctic?
Thank you, Congresswoman. What I would say is I would focus on the bilateral relationship piece that General Cavoli hit on. I think that there's a lot of cooperation here, including on Greenland, in particular on the landmass. Particularly, we already have space capabilities there, and I think that there's opportunities. And the Secretary and his pull aside with the Danish Minister of Defense had a really positive conversation about where we could take the bilateral defense relationship. So I think there's room for growth and positivity there.
Okay. General, you've shared that Russia poses a chronic and growing threat, and that they are focused on a, quote, campaign of destabilization across your command. You also spoke about the intersection of how you work with the other combatant commands, particularly around the Mediterranean. I want to switch our conversation to yet another domain, that being of cyber. And can you help us better understand the cyber wars that Russia is waging against Ukraine, our allies in NATO, your command in Europe? And can you speak to your collaboration with Cyber Command, which is headquartered just a stone's throw from my district?
Yes, ma'am. I think the simplest way to get at this question is to describe roughly the two buckets in which we can consider Russian cyber operations to fall, right? Some of them are about the content. It's information operations, it's influence operations, it's the campaigns to spread their version of information around Europe and the world. Those are very, very active. Those don't necessarily involve cyber work, but can be injected through cyber vectors. But it can be as simple as a television channel. On the other hand, there's also the technical cyber work that they do, which is designed to penetrate our networks, to get into systems, to produce effects. Sometimes it's to take information, and sometimes it's to leave us problems. And they do a lot. I depend very, very heavily on U.S. Cyber Command through 16th Air Force in order to be able to combat those things and to help our allies combat them.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Thompson, wouldn't you agree that the continuity of leadership and expertise for any command, but particularly when it comes to combating cyber war, is essential to the security of EUCOM and our national security? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I would contend that the recent firing of a four-star general, commander of U.S. Cyber Command and National Security Agency Director General Timothy Howe, with no succession plan in place and no word if his replacement poses a significant threat to EUCOM, Ukraine, NATO, and our homeland. Can you please speak, Ms. Thompson, briefly to the Secretary's timeline in announcing the replacement for Cybercom?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for the question. I have to say I'm not privy to those decisions, and it's outside of my jurisdiction in international security affairs. What I would say is, obviously, Cybercom, as you've pointed out, is essential to not only the EUCOM AOR, but also Homeland Defense, which is a major priority. So I would just leave it there. Thank you.
I would contend this is an astonishing volatility and lacking continuity. It's posing a real threat, unnecessary threat to our national security. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Tran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I, too, am very saddened by the loss of our soldiers, and I send my condolences to their family. General, I salute and thank you for your years of service. Thank you so much, and appreciate you both being here to testify today. Tariffs have been in the news a lot lately, with President Trump levying tariffs against our allies and adversaries alike. Like many people, I am deeply concerned about how these attacks will impact our military and diplomatic partnerships with our closest allies and partners. Ms. Thompson, with the Trump administration's imposition of tariffs on EU goods, which I expect could disrupt global supply chains critical to American defense manufacturing, how is EUCOM preparing for possible delays for cost increases in defense equipment sourced from Europe?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I'll start by saying, and again, I want to say this very respectfully, I'm not trying to be evasive, it's just the effects of tariffs specifically on the diplomatic relationship side or on the economic side are a little bit outside of my jurisdiction. What I would say from the defense perspective is we are acutely focused on making sure that we can have a strong transatlantic industrial base on both sides of the Atlantic, which includes reforms on both sides of the Atlantic. We certainly want the European Union to be open to continuing to partner with the United States as the defense relationship goes. And both of us, both the European Union and ourselves, have reforms that we need to make to ensure that the economic environment in the defense industrial base context is certainly robust enough that we can make successful investments together.
But you do recognize that these strains will cause an effect on our industrial base, yes?
It's something that we will be looking at and taking into consideration as we pursue the defense industrial base effort in particular.
General, what measure is EUCOM taking to address potential strains in defense collaboration and ensure joint operational effectiveness?
So we continue with our exercise programs. We continue with our consultations with our allies. We continue to work very closely. EUCOM continues to work very closely with NATO, with the Allied Command operations, and we move forward just in a straight military fashion, sir.
And as European nations aim to enhance their defense industries and reduce dependency on U.S. arms, how does EUCOM assess the potential impact on NATO's collective defense posture?
Well, first, we need our allies to rearm in general. If they rearm with stuff, we want them to rearm with equipment that works with ours. In many cases, the easiest way to do that is to buy U.S. So during the course of this conflict, Congressman, the orders, the value of foreign military sales orders, that is our allies' orders to buy American equipment, have increased by 600%. There right now are 4,000 sales cases worth $265 billion that European nations are lined up to buy from the United States as arms manufacturers. As the Allied commander, I encourage that, right? I want more capability and capacity as fast as we can get it.
Have you seen any impacts of the recent tariffs impacting the 600% increase in those sales?
Sir, I have not. I have been here for the last week and a half testifying to the Senate and now here.
The deepening strategic partnership among China, Russia, Iran, North Korea pose an increasing challenge for the United States and its allies in Europe. I'm particularly concerned by Russian and Chinese economic and military partnership causing strain on individual European countries within the NATO alliance. General, how is EUCOM working with European partners to deter or expose CCP efforts to fragment NATO cohesion through strategic investments?
Sure, sir. The first way is through intel sharing. Right, we have a number of different, we have many bilateral intel channels, but we also have a few lesser known multilateral intel sharing fora. And in those, we talk about these things. The Department of Defense, EUCOM, also works closely with our State Department colleagues and missions throughout the alliance because they really have the lead in helping our allies avoid malign Chinese investments. Finally, as I mentioned to a member earlier, our exercise program specifically uses infrastructure that we want to be sure of the reliability of. So we vary what we do and where we do it so that we're always testing the reliability of our infrastructure. And when we find a problem, we talk to our host nation about it right away.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Bell of Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the ranking member. Ms. Thompson, General Cavoli, thank you for being here. And also, General, I want to add to the chorus, thanking you for 38 years of service. I would be remiss if I did not express my deepest condolences to the families of the 4 service members who tragically lost their life serving our nation in Lithuania. But again, thank you for your service, and on behalf of my district in the St. Louis region, we want to thank you. And since you got a little time, if you ever want to come out, we're known for a beer. You can have that now, right? We're known for that in Cardinals game. So while our European allies have been working to increase their defense spending to meet the 2% NATO defense spending target, the administration's recent decision to impose tariffs on nearly every NATO country and allied partner could undermine these efforts and potentially slow our collective progress. General Cavoli, how do you foresee these tariffs impacting the defense spending of our European allies?
You know, I don't know, Congressman. Sir, in an economic sense, I'm not an economist, so I can't walk through the trail of how it'll work. I do know that our allies are determined to increase their defense capability and capacity, no matter where they buy things from or no matter how they get it. That is nearly a universal sentiment in the alliance right now. And to spend more than 2%, as you go around, you hear a lot of that.
And are these countries now less likely to meet the 2% target due to these tariffs? And will this hurt our European allies, including the Baltic states, who outspend the U.S. As a percentage of GDP?
Sir, if they're unable to access our market or if they have to pay more than expected for equipment, certainly that's going to affect how much capacity they can build, how quickly. I don't know how the tariffs will exactly do that, though.
In the past 6 months, Russian and Chinese ships have been implicated in sabotaging undersea cables. This comes as no surprise given Russia's ongoing efforts to target Ukrainian power cables, telecom links, and gas pipelines since its invasion of Ukraine in 2022. General, how is European Command addressing the threat of sabotage or disruption of undersea cables in European waters, and what steps are being taken to mitigate the risks posed by state actors, particularly Russia and China?
So European Command, sir, first, as with some of the other responses, shares intelligence when we get intelligence on this to support our allies as they defend their own infrastructure. We also defend our own U.S. critical infrastructure that's overseas. Interestingly, the biggest collective defenses of critical national infrastructure don't involve the U.S. hardly at all. So last year, I started an operation called Baltic Sentry, where we brought together under NATO command voluntarily donated ships and crews, as well as coastal defense radars from the Baltic allies, the allies in the Baltics and the Nordics, and we sewed those together into a single operation that surveils and increases our understanding of what's going on the surface and below the surface of the Baltic Sea. For the longest time, there were no U.S. ships involved in that. There are no U.S. ships involved in it today. I think I have 40 Marines who temporarily helped with a couple of radars, and I think they may have departed already. So this is an example of our allies taking that upon themselves as they should, and happily.
And if I could get one more question in general, can you discuss the implications if the administration withdraws U.S. troops from Syria? How might this affect our counterterrorism efforts in the Eastern Mediterranean?
So it would mainly, from my perspective, affect our ability to collect intelligence. And I have to leave that at that in open session, sir. You know, I concern myself very much with the Russian presence in the Eastern Mediterranean. That has been greatly weakened.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Whitesides.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here at this pivotal time for U.S. interests in Europe. Obviously, this is a time of immense change in your AOR, the shifting U.S. posture, the continuing war in Ukraine, not to mention the recent additions to the NATO alliance. It's clear to many of us on this committee that continued strong support for Ukraine is not only vital to U.S. security interests, but to the continued strength and vitality of our alliances and partnership in Europe. General Cavoli, in the years since Putin's unprovoked invasion, I've been heartened to see that former Soviet states who had previously been deferential to Russia were beginning to push back on Putin's bullying tactics. Obviously, the U.S. posture towards Ukraine has changed a great deal in the last 3 months. In your opinion, how would a U.S. withdrawal from global leadership in support of Ukraine impact these smaller nations' ability to demonstrate independence from Russia? Specifically, in your opinion, will it have an impact on the democracy movement in Belarus?
Congressman, it's a great and important question. Well, a lot of answering it would go well outside of my my wheelhouse. I will say that all nations are watching very closely what the U.S. does any place all the time. You know, we're such a mover on the global stage that everybody's constantly observing and calculating against that. That's especially true in those states that have the opportunity to get out from under Russia's shadow. Armenia would be an excellent example of that. So they're watching closely.
Thank you, sir. On a similar note, I wanted to ask you about the following subject. So Putin's regime is constantly engaged in egregious cybercrime and offensive cyber operations against us, our allies, against companies, infrastructure, you name it, which is why I was very distressed to hear that this administration initiated a pause on offensive cyber operations against Russia. I'm honestly at a loss to understand how giving Putin's cyber criminals a free pass serves our national security or economic interests. General, does a cessation of offensive cyber operations, either temporarily or ongoingly against Russia, create any risk for our troops and operations in Europe?
Sir, any details would have to be spoken about in closed session, of course. The cessation that you're talking about did not pose risk to my troops. If they had, I would have made that clear immediately.
Thank you, sir. I just want to say on behalf of Congress and the nation, we're so grateful for your service, and you are what makes America great. So thank you so much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, thank you so much for being here, sir. You have tremendous service to our country. I'm an old Army guy, enlisted. I wanted to be Navy, but my ASVAB scores were too high. So I appreciate your service, and it just can't be it can't be overstated, the debt that our country has to you, your family. So many decades of sacrifice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Since you're a former enlisted member of the service, I should point out that Sergeant Major Abernathy, sitting right behind me, is leaving after many years of service this year as well. And we thank him for it.
Well, NCO is always quite certain that if the officers don't show up, eventually somebody will notice. But if the NCOs don't show up, well, the Army's in trouble. So, General, Ukraine, I'd just like to chat with you about Ukraine. And if you could, for America and for some members of this committee that need clarity. Could you describe from your perspective, which is quite unique and experienced, what does victory look like? Can you share with us how you would envision victory? Should we continue to invest American treasure in to seek some resolution of the Ukrainian war and Russian invasion of Ukraine? Clearly, we seek some definition of victory. Could you possibly share that?
Absolutely, Congressman. And without getting into the realm of policy, which Ms. Thompson is obviously much better prepared to talk about than I think you have to start by saying victory for whom, right? And whose victory? What does a good outcome for the United States look like is one part of that.
Okay.
What does a good outcome for Ukraine look like? When you think about Ukraine, you can think about it in increments. The first step to winning is not losing, right? So Ukraine has to defeat Russia's efforts to continue to take their territory. Then after that, you have a national question: how much of it do we want to take back, and what is the cost-benefit analysis of what it will take to take that back? And I think the Ukrainians calculate that every day and plan against that every day. So it's a complicated question, but I think an important part of it is we have to ask ourselves, what are the benefits for us in the various outcomes?
So to the gentleman's point, and thank you for sharing your perspective there in this setting. You're limited in how you can respond, I'm quite sure. But it's important for America to observe that we do seek resolution of this war. And this Congress and this committee in particular carries quite a heavy burden on making responsible decisions on behalf of the American people that we represent. So defining victory to some of us at this point has become as clear as just a cessation of war, the cessation of the killing. And for some of us, it was difficult to envision any scenario where Ukraine defeats Russia. This seems to be a fantastic projection of the wildest imaginations of what potentials could be. So sustaining the war, it would be sustaining the killing of Ukrainian men and women and the destruction of Ukrainian territories. And it seems to us that Russia can bear the brunt of this conflict for quite a long time. And I would ask the good lady's perspective of, give us a window on ending this thing, and how can we look forward to some sustained peace in a way that Ukraine could measure some prevail.
Thank you, Congressman. And I can certainly provide additional color to this in our closed session from a policy perspective. But President Trump, as you've rightly hit on, his goal is to end it as soon as possible. And that's why we're undergoing the peace process that's currently in discussion. And I would say, again, the goal is to end that peace process in an enduring fashion so that we're not at this table again in the short, medium, or long-term period of time.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My time has expired.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Bindman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to pass on my condolences to you, the entire UCOM family, and the families of the fallen 4 dog-faced soldiers from 3rd ID. That's a tremendous loss. Next, I want to say, as a retired Army officer myself, I want to congratulate you on your upcoming retirement and recommend avoiding electoral politics if you want peace and quiet. Right now, our adversaries are challenging the United States' interests around the globe, and Russia's continued illegal war in Ukraine is far from over. In your written testimony, you focused on the chronic threat that Russia poses to the United States and the importance of land deterrence. And it's been a really persistent threat for decades now, in one iteration or another, from the Soviet Union to the present. General Cavoli, how many troops do we need in Europe to deter Russia at its current end strength?
Sir, our current capacity is deterring Russia right now. Of course, the answer to that question always depends on where Russia goes in the future, right? How do they configure themselves? Where do they place themselves? What are their intentions? For what we're doing right now, it's obviously working, but they're quite occupied elsewhere. I would point out, I wouldn't measure it also strictly by end strength, the numbers of human beings. It really comes down to what capabilities are we able to bring to bear, how quickly, and how does that nest in to the alliance's efforts, which are evolving and increasing. So over time, I would expect our contribution to drop. It's going to take some time, however.
So I want to address the issue that my colleague from Louisiana just discussed, and kind of part of what victory looks like is a free and sovereign and secure Ukraine. Right? And so far that has come at no cost in American lives as far as uniformed service members, although there have been obviously many volunteers that have gone over and felt the need was great and sacrificed tremendously. In the context of my definition and kind of how you see victory, is victory for Ukraine possible?
Congressman, not losing is definitely possible, and I think that's the first step.
So if we're talking about a free, secure, sovereign Ukraine, the actions that we've taken so far, I mean, they've not lost yet, but how do we take it to the next level? If we want to get a meaningful peace that provides for a free, sovereign, secure Ukraine, what do we need to do in addition to what we've done so far?
Well, I think there's a military contribution to that, sir, of course, but I think that the principal questions would probably be outside of my lane.
Well, I'm talking in your purview, and briefly, obviously, do we need to provide them more stuff?
We need to continue to provide them the defensive mechanisms to prevent the heinous attacks that we've
provide
seen.
More intelligence?
Intelligence, air defense weapon systems, and then artillery systems and ammunition. Those are always the important things that they need.
Those will pressure Russia to come to the negotiating table in a more balanced fashion to achieve the victory that I described, which is a free, secure, and sovereign Ukraine.
Those could be a contributor to that effort.
Okay. I want to transition a little bit and talk about, you mentioned your relationships going back decades with your counterparts in different COCOMs, General Carrillo, for instance. There are other relationships that, for instance, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I'm sure you've known him, you worked with him, you closely coordinate with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, with the functional combatant commanders like Cybercom, with the senior advisor to NATO. Those folks have all been fired in the last couple of months. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so have you ever seen this type of sort of chaos or sort of lack of coordination in your 38 years? Have you ever had to deal with that kind of shuffling of personnel that are your counterparts that help enable your mission?
I have had to deal with shufflings and things like that before, yes, sir.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you again, General. It's been a couple years now that we've known each other, and I've seen you around the world, several different places. I know you're going to miss dealing with crayon-eating Marines and better-looking uniforms, I might add, better commercials. But with that said, it's interesting. The first time I ever saw you at a hearing, I asked you a very specific question about, can we win in Ukraine? You said, you didn't even hesitate. You said, absolutely. And I agree with you. And for those people who are doubters, I make the case, first of all, that we have, between us and Europe, we have a $50 trillion economy versus two. We control sanctions. We control the economy. We control energy production and we can undermine Russia in so many ways economically, not even to mention militarily. Germany has a $5 trillion economy versus 2 for Russia. There should be no competition here. But the problem is, when we went to command and staff, when we went to go to Water College, when we do all our advanced training, we always learn how to execute a war, full-throated, not half-assed, not going partial measures, and then drawing it out like we have every war since Korea, in my opinion. We did this with Iraq. We did it with Afghanistan. We continued to draw it out. We went half measures, and it went way too long, and I feel like we're doing the same thing here. Instead of just saying, all in, end this thing, within 1 year, it's over. That's Clausewitzian warfare. Now, of course, we take nukes off the table. I understand the deterrence there. But do you think we still, a year after we had our first conversation, a couple of years after we had our first conversation, do you still think that what I just said is viable and has application in this process to ending this war?
I do, sir. The role of assistance to Ukraine, the pace of assistance to Ukraine, the magnitude of it, has an outsized impact in this in this war.
So, Ms. Thompson, I just say, if I could give you feedback to the president. These are 2 military guys who've been in this business for a long time, and actually there's a whole lot more than that. We can end this war in many ways. I love what the president's doing to put pressure on Russia to end this, but he's in the power seat. He's the most powerful man in the world. With sanctions, with energy production, the things that he's doing, also with the development of our businesses there, which Russia would have a hard time attacking if we're there. But also the fact that the president has been very strict in saying, hey, I got the bigger button. I have the bigger military. I have more economic power than anybody in the universe. We can end this. The president is the big man in the room. And I would love to see him put pressure on Putin because he has that leverage. Getting back more to tactics and away from strategy, we have new munitions. We have the glide bombs. We have wire-guided munitions now, very similar to what the TOW is, but they have loitering capacity with the new drones. What are we doing to both develop that and also counter that in technologies? Obviously, you're not going to talk about anything classified, but do you feel like we're moving at pace for our newly developed weapon systems?
Yeah, Congressman, a general never feels like we're moving at an adequate pace when it comes to development of new weapon systems, especially in conflict. We continue to help our Ukrainian partners in their development of this stuff, but they have really, they've become the world experts in one-way drones, and they are very, very good at it. They're also very good at countering it, and are doing that. Our ability to learn from them is an important thing. A few minutes ago, a member asked about lessons learned and how we're incorporating those. One of the if you can find a silver lining in this tragic dark cloud of this war, we are learning an awful lot about the future of warfare and about Russia's capabilities as well.
I think that have great applications to Taiwan and the Straits as well when we're talking about legacy systems versus the newer technologies that are going to impact the battlefield. I'm almost out of time, but I want to take this time as you're nearing retirement just to say that no matter what happens, no matter how bad your uniform looks compared to the Marines or anything like that, you have one thing that you can always hang your hat on, and you have the coolest title ever, Supreme Allied Commander. Nobody can take that from you for the rest of your life. God bless you, Semper Fidelis. Good luck in your next career.
Thank you, sir.
With that, I yield, sir.
Gentleman yields. We will now conclude this open session and take up the closed session in room 2212 at 10 minutes after 1 o'clock. We're adjourned.
guys ready? Great. Good afternoon, everybody. How are we? Good to see you all. I have a few announcements off the top today. On April 14th, President Trump will welcome President Bukele of El Salvador for an official working visit here at the White House. They will discuss El Salvador's partnership on using their Supermax prison for Tren de Aragua and MS-13 gang members and how El Salvador's cooperation with the United States has become a model for others to work with this administration. On April 17th, President Trump will welcome Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of Italy for an official working visit at the White House as well. The president's thoughts also remain with the families and communities experiencing devastating loss from the severe storms and flooding affected several states across the central U.S. President Trump approved emergency declarations for Arkansas, Kentucky, and Tennessee, allowing FEMA to provide federal assistance like equipment and resources to support state and local emergency response officials who are leading this response on the ground. Last night, the Supreme Court delivered a massive legal victory to the Trump administration and allowed us to continue removing foreign terrorist invaders under the Alien Enemies Act. This was a smackdown to a rogue left-wing, low-level district court judge who have relentlessly tried to stop President Trump from using his core constitutional powers as head of the executive branch and as commander-in-chief. The highest court in the land made it clear that the President of the United States has the power to protect our homeland and forcibly remove foreign terrorists who pose a grave threat to families and communities. Thank you to the Supreme Court for upholding the rule of law and protecting the Constitution. Our message to the monster Tren de Aragua and MS-13 terrorists still hiding illegally inside our country is clear. Deport yourself now, or you will be locked up and sent back to your home country. On another matter, the historic Liberation Day announcement last week by President Trump made it very clear that the era of American economic surrender is over. President Trump is no longer going to allow American workers and companies to be ripped off at the hands of foolish trade practices that shipped away millions of high-paying jobs and hollowed out communities across the country. It's America first, all the way. And despite fear-mongering by the media, the world is clearly responding to President Trump's approach. Just yesterday, President Trump held a bilateral meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu here at the White House. The Prime Minister pledged to immediately eliminate America's trade deficit with Israel and remove their trade barriers. Israel's proactive approach should serve as a model for the rest of the world. Also yesterday, the President spoke with Japan's Prime Minister, who wants to negotiate as well. The President also spoke to the acting President of South Korea this morning. He has tasked Secretary Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer to lead these talks. In total, since the Liberation Day announcement, nearly 70 countries have already reached out to the President to begin a negotiation. Countries are falling over themselves to reform their unfair trade practices and free open their markets to our country. Why? Because these countries greatly respect President Trump in the sheer power of the American market. These countries realize they've gotten filthy rich over the past few decades by imposing substantial tariffs on American-made products and ridiculous non-monetary barriers to block out American industry. The jig is up. Past American presidents sat by and let this happen, but President Trump stood up for our country, and he is saying no more. The President's message has been simple and consistent from the beginning. To countries around the world, bring us your best offers, and he will listen. Deals will only be made if they benefit American workers and address our nation's crippling trade deficits. America does not need other countries as much as other countries need us, and President Trump knows this. He's going to use the leverage of our markets and our country to the advantage of the people he was sworn in to represent. On the other hand, countries like China, who have chosen to retaliate and try to double down on their mistreatment of American workers, are making a mistake. President Trump has a spine of steel, and he will not break, and America will not break under his leadership. He is guided by a firm belief that America must be able to produce essential goods for our own people and export them to the rest of the world. A strong America cannot be solely dependent on foreign countries for our food, medicines, and critical minerals. And America must always maintain a robust defense supply chain. Reprioritizing and strengthening our manufacturing industry are essential national and economic security issues of the utmost importance to President Trump. By focusing on supercharging the onshoring of American manufacturing, the president is already delivering on his promise to usher in an economic golden age for our country. Just look at Friday's jobs report, which smashed expectations for the second straight month. The American economy added 228,000 jobs, nearly 100,000 more jobs than economists predicted, and the fourth highest month for private payroll growth in the past 2 years. There was also a sharp increase in transportation, construction, and warehousing employment. And in just 11 weeks, President Trump has secured more than $1.5 trillion in private sector investment. This is $500 billion more than Joe Biden secured in his entire term. This record-breaking private sector investment will create roughly 350,000 American jobs and counting. If you add up all of the investment pledges from foreign governments, President Trump has secured an incredible $5 trillion in total investments already. In the months ahead, President Trump's pro-growth economic agenda will be fully realized. The largest deregulatory effort in American history is underway. Unnecessary, burdensome, costly red tape is being eliminated by this entire federal government every day, driving down costs and massively boosting small businesses. So far, President Trump's deregulation effort has already saved Americans more than $180 billion, equivalent to $2,100 per family of 4. The president's drill baby drill energy agenda, which he will discuss later this evening in the East Room, is capitalizing on the abundance of natural resources under our feet to generate more affordable electricity, cheap gas, and quality new jobs. All of this will combine to end the Biden-imposed cost of living crisis that's absolutely crushed American families. Under President Trump, the American energy industry will lead the globe over the next century, delivering lower prices and significantly strengthening our country's economic position. At the president's direction, Republicans in Congress are working quickly to pass one big, beautiful bill, which will also include the largest tax cut in American history. As President Trump has said, the House must pass this budget resolution quickly. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jasmine Wright, the White House reporter for Notice. Notice is a nonprofit and nonpartisan news site which launched in early 2024. They've gained millions of readers across the country since. Newsroom's goal is both to inform readers and train the next generation of politics and policy journalists. They also partner with state newsrooms and to give local communities more knowledge of what their representatives are doing in Washington, D.C. With that, please kick us off, Jasmine.
Thanks so much, Karoline. A couple questions for you. The first one being, can you explain the White House's evolution from this is not a negotiation on tariffs to countries should pitch us and start negotiations on tariffs?
As the president said yesterday, Jasmine, both things can be true at the same time. And it is a non-negotiable position that the United States has faced a national security and economic crisis because of the unfair trade practices by countries around the world. As for the president, I have maintained this position. The entire administration has always said that President Trump is willing to pick up the phone and talk. And the president met with his trade team this morning, and he directed them to have tailor-made trade deals with each and every country that calls up this administration to strike a deal and listen. And each and every one of these trade deals should be tailored and unique based on that country's markets, based on that country's exports, the imports here in the United States of America. What makes the most sense for the American worker and for our industry? The president is focused on putting America first.
So was the evolution not factored in or determined by kind of the tumult in the stock market? Was that not a part of the consideration to start making these negotiations and deals?
Again, I would reject that there was an evolution. On day one, we had said that the president will always pick up the phone for other nations and other companies that call this administration. The president always has a listening ear, and it's a non-negotiable fact that America has faced a national security and economic crisis for many decades, and President Trump is just the first to address this.
And then my last question, how will negotiations change how much revenue the White House is planning to make from the tariffs?
Well, that has yet to be seen, but as the president said, the reciprocal tariffs, which will continue to go in effect as these deals are negotiated and ongoing, will generate trillions of dollars in revenue to the United States. And this is twofold. The president wants to onshore jobs here to the United States of America. He wants to boost our manufacturing industry. He also wants to tackle these crippling deficits with almost every single country around the world. Jackie.
Thanks, Karoline. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, warned that some of these negotiations might take up to months, that we could be doing this through April, May, and into June. And then you had Kevin Hassett say it's going to take a lot for the president to put his signature on the line because he wants to make sure there's a good deal for America. Is the president operating on any sort of a timeline or deadline where he wants this completed by?
Well, we always move at Trump speed here at the White House, which is incredibly fast. I know you all know that from covering this White House day to day. The president likes to get things done, but he's very much focused on ensuring that these deals are good for the American worker, they are good for American manufacturing, and again, that they tackle these crippling deficits with these countries. All options are on the table for each country, but again, these are going to be tailor-made deals. They are not going to be off-the-rack deals, as the president has called it, and he has directed his entire trade team to be part of this effort. So that includes Secretary Bessent and our National Economic Director, Kevin Hassett. It also includes Secretary Lutnick, Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, Jamieson Greer, who was on the Hill today. Everybody who was involved in this incredible, fair, reciprocal trade agenda will continue to be involved in negotiating these deals.
And then yesterday, Goldman Sachs put out a research note. It put the odds of a recession at 45% within the next 12 months, up from 35%. But Peter Navarro guaranteed last night no recession. Does the president agree with him on that? I know that the president in the past has been leery of making definitive statements on that.
I can speak for the president, and I can speak for the optimism that he sees in our economy every day. Again, when you talk about the massive deregulatory efforts that are happening across the board, when you talk about how oil prices are down, gas prices are down, egg prices are down, we're cutting costs for the American worker, for the American consumer. We also see trillions of dollars of investments pouring into this country every day, and we're working hard now on the tariff side of the president's economic agenda. But don't forget, the next side of this is tax cuts, and we're counting on Capitol Hill to get those done, the largest tax cuts in history.
Does that mean that without those tax cuts coming through, that the likelihood of a recession is greater?
No, that's not what I said. I'm just saying be mindful of the whole of government economic approach that this administration is taking every day. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. You just said that one of the reasons these tariffs are going into effect is that some countries have been ripping off the United States, but some of the tariffs target countries like Madagascar, Bangladesh, with very high levels of poverty. So can you explain how the president wants to correct the deficit with those countries? Is there a plan, for example, to onshore the textile industry that these countries are known because, and, you know, just like, can you be specific about those like low income?
Sure. Well, first of all, the reciprocal tariff rates that were implemented by country were focused on the monetary tariff that those countries have imposed on the United States, but also the non-monetary tariff barriers and the regulations, if you will, that have been put into effect over the years, making it harder for America to export to these countries. These were very carefully crafted numbers. There was also a 10% baseline tariff across the board, as well, as you know. Moving forward, the president will talk to any country that picks up the phone to call, and I can tell you the phones have been ringing off the hook, wanting to talk to this administration, this president, and his trade team to try to strike a deal. And it's because the world knows that they need the United States of America. They need our markets, they need our consumer. The president has a lot of leverage on his side because he has the best economy and the best country in the world that he leads, and he knows that. And it's about dang time we finally have a president who uses that economic leverage to benefit American workers. And that's what the president is trying to do. Maggie.
Caroline, thanks. Does the president endorse something that Howard Lutnick said on television this weekend, which was that the army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones, that kind of thing is going to be moving to the U.S.? Is that how the president envisions manufacturing shifting? And if so, how long would that take, roughly?
The president wants to increase manufacturing jobs here in the United States of America, but he's also looking at advanced technologies. He's also looking at AI and emerging fields that are growing around the world that the United States needs to be a leader in as well. So there's an array of diverse jobs, more traditional manufacturing jobs, as you discussed, but also jobs in advanced technologies. The president is looking at all of those. He wants them to come back home.
But iPhones specifically, is that something that he thinks is the kind of technology that can move to the U.S.?
Absolutely. He believes we have the labor, we have the workforce, we have the resources to do it. And as you know, Apple has invested $500 billion here in the United States. So if Apple didn't think the United States could do it, they probably wouldn't have put up that big chunk of change. Elena.
Hi, Caroline. It's clear the president has gotten the world's attention with these tariffs. Is he considering at all potentially holding off on imposing some of them before the deadline, or maybe later reversing them because he's having these negotiations and having these good talks with other leaders?
The president was asked and answered this yesterday. He said he's not considering an extension or a delay. I spoke to him before this briefing. That was not his mindset. He expects that these tariffs are going to go into effect. And you said something very important, Elena, in your question. You said the president has captivated the attention of the world. Absolutely, he has. And it's about time we have a president in the Oval Office who is putting the world on notice and is putting the American people first, and again, is using the leverage of the United States to negotiate good trade deals.
Just a quick follow-up. There's been some public sparring between Elon Musk and the president's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, on some of these tariffs. Musk actually referred to Navarro today as being, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks. Are you at all, or is the administration, the president, all concerned that this is maybe impacting the public's understanding of these tariffs? It might be messing with the message on it?
No, look, these are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys, and we will let their public sparring continue. And you guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history. And I think it also speaks to the president's willingness to hear from all sides, that he has people at the highest levels of this government in this White House who have very diverse opinions on very diverse issues, but the president takes all opinions in mind, and then he makes the best decision based on the best interests of the American public. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. On Truth Social today, Trump was talking about one-stop shopping talks with foreign leaders, bringing leaders to the U.S., to Washington, and talking to them about tariffs, but also other topics. So is that part of his strategy to bring the leaders to Washington and trying to get deals, outside of tariffs on foreign policy issues as well?
I think the president, again, is going to have a custom, tailor-made approach to each and every country. And if that means discussions of foreign aid, of our military presence in these countries, how those troops are paid for, come to the table, that could be part of the negotiation in these economic negotiations. But it's the president's economic team who will be leading these. These are tariff and trade negotiations. And yes, they will be one-stop shopping for each and every country. They will be, as the president said again, tailor-made, not off the rack to each and every country based on America's needs.
And can you
Caroline,
confirm?
hey, how are you? Thank you so much, Carol from Lindsay TV. So President Trump has designated Nicaragua as a foreign terrorist organization and deported its members while also moving to restrict Venezuela's oil exports. Is the administration preparing additional military or economic actions against Venezuela and the Maduro regime? And my second question is about Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Is the administration have a comment on her decision to go with the liberals and go actually with the Nicaragua? This is the same justice that actually sided against January 6th hostages last year. So is the administration have a comment? Are they disappointed in Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett?
To your first question, I don't have any actions to read out in terms of Venezuela. The president has imposed secondary tariffs on the Maduro regime and on Venezuela in the form of oil, which is obviously going to have a crippling effect on the Maduro regime, and that's the intended effect of this administration. As for the justice you mentioned, as for the Supreme Court, we've made our feelings very clear. We believe this was a massive victory. Certainly, we wish this was a 9-0 decision because we firmly believe that the president was well within his constitutional authority, and the Supreme Court made that very clear last night, and they put Judge Boasberg in his place. We called on the Supreme Court to rein in these judges who are acting as judicial activists, not real arbiters of the truth and the law, and that's exactly what we saw the Supreme Court do yesterday. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Now that the president's reciprocal tariffs are here, going into effect tomorrow, what's the status of the ERS? When will they actually start collecting revenue? And will that be nested under CBP or somewhere else entirely?
It's something Secretary Lutnick has taken up, so I defer you to the Department of Commerce, but it's something that he and the president believe quite strongly in, and it's a promise that they intend to keep to the American people.
Real quickly, can you explain why the president opted to send Secretary Hegseth to the dignified transfer last week instead of attending himself?
Sure. The Secretary Hegseth was there to represent the administration. The president has expressed his condolences to these families, as have I from this podium. Shelby.
Thank you. The president's trade representative this morning told senators that the president does not intend on carving out exemptions for products and companies when it comes to tariffs. But would the administration consider changing that stance should bankruptcies
begin among U.S. companies who are dependent on China trade?
I won't get ahead of the president on any exemptions or his decision on that. I will leave that to him. But again, we're looking at this country by country and based on the needs of the American people and the American workforce.
And one more, can you walk us through how this specific tariff plan was decided on and which advisor came up with it?
The reciprocal tariff plan? Yes. It was a plan that was discussed by the president's entire trade team over the course of many, many meetings, and the president ultimately decided on which way to go. A few proposals were given to the president. There was debate and discussion, and the president made his decision. And as you've seen very publicly, the entire trade team is on board with this plan and the negotiations that will ensue because of it. Sure.
Karoline, on Iran, and given what's going to be happening on Saturday, what exactly is the current administration doing to stop Iran's funding of terrorist aggression worldwide that the previous administration wasn't doing?
Well, first of all, when it comes to Saturday, I won't get ahead of the president. He has said there will be direct talks with Iran on Saturday. I won't further any details from this podium for obvious reasons, security reasons. It will, provide an update as we always have. However, when it comes to Iran, the president has reimposed crippling sanctions on the Iranian regime, and he's made it very clear to Iran they have a choice to make. You can strike a deal with the president, you can negotiate, or there will be hell to pay. And as the president said yesterday, if they don't choose to move forward with diplomacy and a deal, which is the direction we do see them headed in, there will be grave consequences to pay. To the back row.
Thank you, Caroline. On the president's threat yesterday on social media to increase tariffs against China by an additional 50% in response to their retaliation, has he signed anything in terms of an executive order, any documentation around that? Will that additional 50% go into effect tomorrow?
They will be going into effect at 12:01 a.m. tonight, so effectively tomorrow, yes.
Work on that today?
Of course, as always. To the gentleman in front of you, because that's who I originally called on. Go ahead.
Over the weekend, President Trump said that he would be willing to have U.S. citizens deported to El Salvador with the cooperation of President Bukele. How would that work legally, and how many people would potentially be available for that operation?
So the president has discussed this idea quite a few times publicly. He's also discussed it privately. You're referring to the president's idea for American citizens to potentially be deported. These would be heinous, violent criminals who have broken our nation's laws repeatedly. And these are violent, repeat offenders in American streets. The president has said, if it's legal, right? If there is a legal pathway to do that, he's not sure. We are not sure if there is. It's an idea that he has simply floated and has discussed very publicly as in the effort of transparency. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. There's been more reporting coming out now about President Biden's decline while in the White House. Is the White House considering releasing the audio of Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur to the public, which the former president had previously blocked?
I don't have an update on that, but I can certainly check. I think the American people would be quite interested to hear that tape, but I'll double check on the release of it. Thank you. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. On Saturday, during meetings with Iran, President Trump says high-level officials will be meeting directly with Iranian officials. We're hearing some pushback from Iran now saying those talks will be indirect. Can you clarify?
They will be direct talks on Saturday, and I won't get ahead of the president on any further details. Jennifer.
Yeah, two things. On the Israel tariffs, can you give us an update on the discussion on relaxing those tariffs? And then I had another question about the Doge team after that.
That discussion is ongoing. I don't have any definitive details to iron out for you here.
And then the president on Thursday told us that there was an incredible discovery that the Doge team had made. He called it horrible and incredible. Can you reveal that yet? Give us details on what it was about?
There has been a discovery. I hate to leave you hanging on a cliff, but I don't want to get ahead of the president on that. But I can confirm there has been a discovery. It's just not quite yet ready for release. Sure. Go ahead.
Caroline, thank you.
I was calling on the young lady behind you, but I'll come to you after, Ed. All right. Not discriminating here.
The president's meeting today with House Republicans. Can you say who is in that meeting and his message to Republicans that are skeptical of the Senate-passed budget framework?
Sure. The president will be meeting with Republican lawmakers today here at the White House to talk to them about the framework that the Senate passed. The president was very quick to put out a statement about his support for the reconciliation package that the Senate passed, and he is counting on House Republicans to pass it. The Republicans received an overwhelming mandate from the American public to govern. We have an extraordinary opportunity. There are key promises that the president made to the American people in this bill tax cuts, securing the border, deregulation, unleashing the might of American energy. These are good things for the American people. The president wants to see this get done, and that's why he's engaging with lawmakers today.
Just a quick follow-up on tariffs. Kevin Hassett said today that the administration is prioritizing talks with Japan and South Korea, other trading partners. Are there other countries on that list that you guys can name publicly that you're having serious discussions with?
Sure. As you have heard from various administration officials, myself included, there have been nearly 70 countries that have reached out to the administration last time I checked, but again, I hear the phones are ringing off the hook. There are foreign leaders who want to fly to Washington tonight and get on a plane to negotiate with this country, which shows you the leverage that the president is using. It shows you the rest of the world needs the United States of America to do business with. Israel, obviously, yesterday, you heard a public statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu. The president has detailed his calls with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. We are going to prioritize our allies and our partners around the world first when it comes to these negotiations, and the trade team will be divvying them up again to make tailor-made trade deals around the world. Ed, go ahead. As promised.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned the 70 countries or so. I'm curious, though, under what conditions at this point would President Trump talk to President Xi about tariffs?
Look, I just spoke to the president about this, and he believes that China wants to make a deal with the United States. He believes China has to make a deal with the United States. It was a mistake for China to retaliate. The president, when America is punched, he punches back harder. That's why there will be 104% tariffs going into effect on China tonight at midnight. But the president believes that Xi and China want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get that started. And the president also wanted me to tell all of you that if China reaches out to make a deal, he'll be incredibly gracious, but he's going to do what's best for the American people.
So China has to call first?
The Chinese want to make a deal. They just don't know how to do it. But the president will be implementing these 104% tariffs on China tonight.
And under what conditions might he consider lowering tariffs on China at this point?
It would be imprudent of me to tell you those conditions here from the podium. Sure, Gabe.
Thanks, Caroline. With regards to the Supreme Court ruling on the Alien Enemies Act, you're right, it was a win for the administration, but the justices also said that deportees are entitled to due process. Does the administration agree with that?
That's not quite true, Gabe. They said that they are entitled to a habeas petition, and we are going to continue to comply with the law, and we are wholly confident that every single person that has been deported under the Alien Enemies Act, every person that will continue to be deported under the Alien Enemies Act qualifies for that deportation.
NBC News is reporting that the administration is considering drone strikes on drug cartels in Mexico. We're citing several officials. This morning, Mexico's president was asked about that, and she said that we reject any of those actions. Your response?
I saw that reporting. I don't want to confirm it from this podium. I don't want to comment on it because I'm not sure, but I would defer you to the National Security Council.
So you haven't confirmed the report, but with Mexico's president saying that she rejects any of that, what would your response be? How is the relationship then between Mexico's president and the White House right now over targeting drug cartels?
Well, first of all, the relationship between President Sheinbaum and President Trump is quite good, and I think both world leaders would tell you that. The president has been engaged directly with President Sheinbaum on a number of different topics, particularly when it comes to clamping down on the Mexican drug cartels, on clamping down on illegal immigration, human trafficking, drug trafficking through our southern border. She's taken significant steps towards doing that, but as for that specific report, again, I'm not going to comment.
Caroline,
Sure.
Two questions on trade. First, as a part of these negotiations, is it possible for countries to lower their tariffs below that 10% bare minimum that's been set?
Again, I'll leave that to the president to make those determinations, but I can tell you that 10% universal baseline will go into effect as these negotiations are ongoing.
Got it. And then what is your thinking just as far as low labor cost countries? Like if you've got a country like Vietnam that wants to negotiate, but obviously they have some advantages in terms of trade, in terms of the people there are not paid as much as American citizens. What is kind of the thinking? Can they still achieve a good kind of trade outcome with the United States?
Well, again, you're right to point out that different countries have different labor markets. They have different skills, if you will, different resources, and the president is going to take all of that into account. His team will take all of that into account when they're negotiating these deals. I do just want to point out one thing, that the president, everybody in Washington, whether they want to admit it or not, knows that this president is right when it comes to tariffs and when it comes to trade. In fact, Democrats have long said that the United States of America has been ripped off by the countries around the world. They just don't want to admit it now because it's President Trump who is saying that. In June of 1996, Nancy Pelosi spoke on the House floor. She urged her colleagues at the time to fight against the status quo trade policies that had contributed to America's trade deficit with China. In fact, Nancy Pelosi said, "How far does China have to go? How much more repression? How big a trade deficit? How many jobs have to be lost for the American workers? How much dangerous proliferation has to exist before members of this House of Representatives will say, 'I will not endorse the status quo'?" Those are the words of Nancy Pelosi in 1996. Well, President Trump is finally answering her call 27 years later. Nancy Pelosi can thank President Trump today for the 104% retaliatory tariff that will be going into effect on China. In 2007, Chuck Schumer spoke of our nation's crippling trade deficit, saying, "These are the kinds of records the American people don't want us to be breaking. The administration needs to move beyond words, take action now to reverse a trend that threatens our prospects for future economic growth." And Chuck Schumer said that in 2007. Finally, in 2025, President Trump is taking action. Recently defeated Democrat Sherrod Brown said on deficits in 2012 that our deficit then at China had reached an all-time high, and it was on pace to recede last year's record. The trade deficit had cost American workers millions of jobs at the time. These are the words of Democrats years ago. It is about time America finally has a president who is taking action to restore those millions of jobs back to the United States of America, to boost our manufacturing industry. He's doing what's right for the American people. It will take a lot of labor. It will take a lot of effort. But that's exactly what the American people elected this president to do. He will be talking about our energy agenda at 3 o'clock today over in the East Room. As you all know, he will be signing a bill to unleash the might of our beautiful, clean coal industry in this country, which is a reliable energy source also for AI. There's a great story in Bloomberg today, actually, about the executive order that will be signed later. So we'll see you all there. I'll let the president speak more. We'll see you later. Thanks, guys.
The committee will come to order. We welcome our USTR Jamieson Greer here today for the annual hearing on the President's trade agenda. Members and the public have questions and concerns about recent tariff actions, and that's okay. We should think about tariff impacts and ask questions. Thoughtful and respectful debate on these issues is good and is why we call hearings like this one with the U.S. Trade Representative. And again, welcome. We need to think strategically about tariff policy, including how to minimize unnecessary costs on American families. I also recognize that although it is easy to see the costs arising from tariffs, it's also far more difficult to assess the cost of denied market access opportunities. Tariffs can advance American interests in market access. In the first Trump administration, we saw tariffs used to stop France from imposing discriminatory digital service taxes. Tariffs also forced China to discuss the systemic challenges between our two nations. Frankly, every enforcement action, whether it's a WTO dispute, a Section 301 investigation, or a preference program review, ultimately relies on the threat of tariffs to secure objectives. Accordingly, it's important to contextualize the tariffs in the design of the larger policy. The real headline then becomes the fundamental shift in trade policy since President Trump's inauguration, where the United States now actually plans to do trade again. My colleagues and I in Congress want to pursue a real trade policy. That was put on hold during the Biden years. We now have a president who will partner with us in that effort, and together we will enforce our rights, we will negotiate again, and we will expand opportunities for Americans. This administration is not deliberating endlessly over whether trade can be a force for good, like the past administration, which refused to even engage in bipartisan or bilateral market access trade negotiations. Trade today is the centerpiece of our international economic engagement, and we have plenty of substantive trade ideas to discuss. Businesses want certainty from good policies that will continue so that they can invest confidently in prospects that create jobs and wealth. That is one of the primary reasons that I'm working hard to make the Trump tax cuts permanent, to provide businesses with the certainty they need to make long-term investments to drive growth and increase prosperity across all segments of the economy. Contrast this kind of certainty and forward thinking on trade with that of the last 4 years, where the only certainty was that you were going to lose ground because your government fundamentally rejected free markets, free enterprise, and free trade. The last administration turned to industrial policy because it was certain that the free market failed in delivering what government planners believed was necessary for climate and social agendas. Indeed, China's central planners saw their own strategic thinking in the Inflation Reduction Act's approach of bestowing massive subsidies to stimulate investments that the market would not. We can restore faith in free markets by making it easier than ever to do business in America. The President's executive order last week to assist major investors to navigate our regulatory system efficiently is a good start. We plan to do more. The Biden administration provided us with only the certainty that in the face of a foreign government's discriminatory policies like digital service taxes, data localization, or other non-tariff barriers, it would not stand up for its citizens because it believed that the so-called right to regulate trumped the principle of free enterprise. Respectfully, democratic governments do not have rights. They exist to secure rights for their citizens. One immediately welcome change under the Trump administration appeared last week in the USTR's National Trade Estimate. Last year, the Biden administration deliberately cut from the estimate a number of discriminatory measures imposed on America by foreign governments because it sided with those governments over our citizens. This year's estimate is exhaustive because the administration carefully identified all of the ways that Americans lose out in the global marketplace. Finally, the validity of free trade will be seen again. The last administration did not pursue market access in its negotiations. Instead, it demanded governments to undertake a number of social and environmental commitments, even ones Congress did not approve of domestically. Not surprisingly, our partners did not put their trust in such negotiations. While tariffs inherently may be seen at odds with free trade, we must also acknowledge that many of our trading partners deploy barriers that have gone unchallenged for too long. Free trade, by definition, must be reciprocal. We do not have it if others can impose barriers on us unchallenged. Our failure to enforce our rights over the last 4 years lost a lot of ground for us. This cannot continue because what I am certain about is that American goods and services are innovative, high quality, and globally competitive. Senior administration officials say that a number of countries are coming to the table to engage with the USTR. We look forward to hearing about this engagement and the steps toward better opportunities for Americans. With that, I turn to Senator Wyden for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, today's hearing on the President's trade agenda begins with American retirement funds, investors, and our economy in purgatory thanks to Donald Trump's plan to hike tariffs to levels not seen since before the invention of the automobile. Prices are continuing to increase. Markets for made in the USA products are slamming shut around the world. The U.S. economy has gone from the envy of the world to a laughingstock in less time than it took to finish March Madness. Through it all, Donald Trump and his advisors have yet to provide an understandable explanation. Any explanation for what his tax hike on the American people is supposed to accomplish. And so this morning, I'd like to focus on one central question. What is the plan? In the last week, the White House has been all over the map when it comes to this question. There is no clear message of how the tariffs were determined, what they're supposed to accomplish, how long they'll be in place, whether they're a negotiating tool or a move to try and cut the United States off from global trade and usher in a new era of 1870s-style protectionism. In the days since Donald Trump announced his tariffs, the President and his advisors have repeatedly changed their stories on all of these questions. Last Thursday, Donald Trump said, quote, "The tariffs give us great power to negotiate," just after Secretary Lutnick and a top economic advisor told reporters the tariffs were not up for negotiation. Then the stories changed again on Sunday when the Secretary of Agriculture and the top White House economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, both said Trump's tariffs were bringing foreign countries to the table, hoping to negotiate new deals to cut tariffs. At nearly the same time, the Treasury Secretary was on TV Sunday saying the tariffs would remain in place for, quote, days and weeks. Asked if the tariffs were up for negotiation, the Commerce Secretary said Sunday, "The tariffs are coming." He announced it, and he wasn't kidding. The tariffs are coming. And yesterday in the Oval Office, Donald Trump said there can be permanent tariffs and there can also be negotiations. So again, this morning, what we want to know is what is the plan? The stock market is up a bit this morning on yet another round of rumors that Donald Trump might not go through with his full barrage of tariffs. Yet this weekend, Donald Trump retweeted a post on Truth Social arguing that Trump is crashing our economy and markets on purpose as a strategy to lower interest rates. Is it possible that's the plan? Tank the economy so wealthy people can borrow money more cheaply? We know that billionaires like Howard Lutnick and semi-billionaires like Scott Bessent won't mind paying more for groceries or gas. It's a drop in the bucket for them. But for families, higher costs are going to get hurt. Higher costs are going to hurt. The nonpartisan Yale Budget Lab predicts the tariffs will cost families $3,800 in the first year alone. In Mr. Greer's confirmation hearing, he argued that economic security leads to strong national security. Our country is getting the opposite with these pointless tariffs. Destroying the foundations of our economy is not only disastrous for workers and families, it makes our people less safe. So you look at Stellantis, the auto company, laying off 900 workers in response to the tariffs. I talked to Pacific Northwest fruit growers who are being told no more American exports, and I hear from small businesses in Oregon that they'll have to pay more for the materials they use to make their products. And I worry that Americans will soon be poorer and face greater threats to our national security thanks to these Trump policies. Is that the plan? Colleagues, I'm going to close with this. The Trump aimless, chaotic tariff spree has proven beyond a doubt that Congress has given far too much of our constitutional power over international trade to the executive branch. It is time to take that power back. On a bipartisan vote, 51 senators sent that signal last week by stepping in and passing legislation to lift Trump's reckless tariffs on Canada. Well, now Donald Trump has slapped tariffs on about 180 countries, and this is a big unforced error that requires a big response. So let me close with this announcement. Today, I am proposing a new bipartisan privileged resolution to end the latest crop of global tariffs that are clobbering American families and small businesses. Members on both sides of the aisle ought to know that this is a call to action, and Congress must step in to rein this president on trade. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. And Ambassador Greer, you may now make your statement.
Thank you. Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of the committee, I appreciate you taking the time today for this hearing. Last Wednesday, President Trump declared a national emergency in response to the large and persistent trade deficit that has built up in recent years. This deficit is driven in part by non-reciprocal tariffs, trading barriers, and other economic policies pursued by our foreign trading partners. The situation is urgent. President Trump imposed tariffs to address this emergency, and these measures are aimed squarely at achieving reciprocity and reducing our massive trade deficit to reshore production in the United States. This national emergency declaration and tariff action is the most significant change in U.S. trade policy since we allowed China to join the World Trade Organization. The American working class, in particular, has suffered concentrated losses from the so-called China shock and other adverse effects of past trade policy and the conditions that give rise to this massive trade deficit. You've heard some of these numbers before. The United States has lost 5 million manufacturing jobs and 90,000 factories since 1994. President Biden left with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit in goods, the largest of any country in the history of the world. The United States' share of world manufacturing output declined from 2001 to last year. In the fourth quarter of 2024, U.S. manufacturing as a share of gross domestic product was the lowest it had been in 20 years. During COVID, we were unable to procure semiconductors to build our cars or materials for pharmaceuticals and personal protective equipment. During World War II, we built nearly 9,000 ships. Last year, the United States built only 3 ocean-going vessels. Our agricultural trade balance, which historically resulted in trade surpluses for our farmers, was in deficit the last 2 years of the Biden administration and likely will take some time to recover. These are all serious indicators of an economic and national security emergency, and we can't ignore it. One important driver of these negative trends has been unfair, unbalanced, and non-reciprocal trade. This includes the effect of higher tariffs imposed by other countries on the United States, the effect of non-tariff measures that promote other countries' exports and obstruct U.S. exports, and other foreign economic policies favoring overproduction and degrading America's manufacturing capacity. And the lack of reciprocity is an important driver of our global trade deficit and with particular countries. So it's common sense to focus on these indicators. For example, the European Union can sell us all the shellfish they want, but the EU bans shellfish from 48 states. The result is a trade deficit in shellfish with the EU. We only charge a 2.5% tariff on ethanol, but Brazil charges us an 18% tariff. The result? We have a large trade deficit in ethanol with Brazil. Our average tariff on agricultural goods is 5%, but India's average tariff is 39%. You understand the trend here. Our trade deficit, driven by these non-reciprocal conditions, is a manifestation of the loss of the nation's ability to make, to grow, to build. And the president recognizes the urgency of the moment. On the first day of his second term, President Trump issued a comprehensive memorandum setting out his trade policy directive. And over the past 10 weeks, he has executed on nearly all of these priorities. He has tightened tariffs on steel and aluminum. He's imposed new measures on auto and auto parts not made in the United States. And on April 2nd, the president declared the national emergency that we've discussed. And so the president has imposed a reciprocal tariff along with a global baseline tariff to achieve reciprocity with other countries and to drive the dangerous deficit down. And the president's strategy is already bearing fruit. Over the past few weeks, a planned layoff for an auto production shift in Tennessee has been suspended. Another automaker is hiring additional employees and expanding overtime to increase auto production in Indiana. Companies have announced $4 trillion in new investment in the United States. Nearly 50 countries have approached me personally to discuss the president's new policy and explore how to achieve reciprocity, and they've spoken with many members of the administration. Several of these countries, such as Argentina, Vietnam, India, and Israel, have suggested that they will reduce their tariffs and non-tariff barriers in line with the president's policy, and these obviously are welcome moves. Our large and persistent trade deficit has been over 30 years in the making, and it will not be resolved overnight, but all of this is in the right direction, particularly as we start to negotiate with these countries. We must move away from an economy that's based solely on government spending and the financial sector, and we must become an economy based on producing real goods and services that provide jobs for working class and middle class Americans in their communities. This adjustment may be challenging at times, and in a moment of drastic overdue change, I'm confident, I'm certain that the American people can rise to the challenge as they've done before. I appreciate this committee's interest in President Trump's trade agenda. I'm glad we're talking about this. That's created debate. And we may not agree on everything, but I know that you want to do what's best for America. So does the president, and so do I, and we'll collaborate together on this. Thank you again for your time, and I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yesterday, Secretary Bessent stated that you and he both will lead trade negotiations with Japan. I am very pleased that President Trump has decided to press for market access in this case. I hope we'll see more negotiations that press for zero-to-zero barriers, but could you explain a little bit what is the scope of these negotiations?
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman. So as you know, yesterday the President directed Secretary Bessent and myself to interact with the Japanese. We've already been having several conversations with them over past weeks. So this is not a new development, but we are taking it to a new level. Obviously, we want to have more market access in Japan. For us, we feel like we could have more and better agricultural market access. There are also structural impediments to some of our industrial goods in terms of standards and regulations and that kind of thing. I also think that there are things we can do with our trading partners, things that aren't always purely in the trade sector with respect to economic security, whether it's export controls alignment or investment screening alignment or energy, making sure that our partners are tied up with us with respect to liquefied natural gas and other resources as opposed to being dependent on other countries that may not be as friendly. And so I think all of these factors will go into these discussions with Japan in the coming weeks.
Well, thank you. And as you indicated in your testimony, you've been approached, the administration or you have been approached by about 50 other countries already. I assume that the objective in these approaches, and I assume that there will be discussions and negotiations with them, but first could you verify that? Is the objective here to engage in market access negotiations with these countries?
Chairman, as these countries approach us, the idea is that we've had years and years of non-reciprocal access, and it's contributed to these trade deficits. As the countries come to approach us, what we've told them is, if you have a better idea to achieve reciprocity and to get our trade deficit down, we want to talk to you. We want to negotiate with you. And it goes both ways. Sometimes they have exports to us that are driven by subsidies and unfair trading practices. And then obviously they have non-reciprocal treatment on their end where they block our exports, sometimes through prohibitive tariffs, quotas that are not administered in the appropriate way, or other unfair trading practices. So these are the kinds of things that should be targeted. And I don't want to prejudge the negotiations, but if they're able to provide an alternative plan that can further these objectives, I think we're open to that.
Well, thank you. The America First Trade Policy Memorandum rightly tasked the USTR to review China's compliance with the Phase 1 agreement. Under the agreement, China is obligated to purchase more U.S. goods and change basic practices and laws, the so-called structural commitments. The prior administration refused to discuss whether China complied with its structural commitments. And by the way, these were commitments made in response to tariffs in President Trump's first presidency, correct?
That's right.
What is your analysis of China's compliance with the structural commitments that it made in Phase 1 so far?
Our assessment, Chairman, is that in the initial stages of implementing the agreement, China made significant movement to make these structural changes, whether it was with respect to agricultural rules, financial services, or IP. We found during the Biden administration there was little enforcement and little communication, and that the Chinese did not comply with this agreement in large part. I've had a call with my counterpart. I've communicated to him our feeling on this, that they have not complied with the agreement. And I think we're disappointed by this. It's not surprising, but we are certainly disappointed by that.
And now you're engaged to, again, see if we can get compliance.
We will see, right? The Chinese obviously have agency in this. It's not just a matter of U.S. policy. We, of course, welcome and we hope that foreign countries will change their practices to make sure that they're fair. And we look forward to continuing to monitor that situation.
Thank you. The administration has announced it's negotiating an agreement also with India, and it appears already to be yielding results, such as India dropping its digital services tax. Although India has high tariffs, its non-tariff barriers are just as significant, if not more so. Will you try to include commitments on matters such as intellectual property, technical barriers to trade, and science-based agricultural rules to take on those barriers?
Yes, and I have a standing call with my Indian counterpart to address these very issues.
All right, thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I saw at page 4 of your testimony, Mr. Greer, you said the president's strategy is already bearing fruit. Well, I can tell you for a lot of Oregonians who have 401ks that are being drained out, that's pretty rotten stuff. And you ought to realize how serious this is for the country. Now, everybody in the administration practically has a different story about the Trump tax hike. So I'm interested in knowing what the story is today. Will higher tariffs go into effect tomorrow as announced?
Senator, yes, they're scheduled to go into effect. We are having negotiations with all kinds of countries at this time. The president's fixed in his purpose. The nature of the emergency that I discussed earlier is not something we can wait on anymore. So we will have the president's plan go into effect, and we're coupling that with immediate negotiations with our partners as they seek to...
So it's not a question of something being scheduled. You're committing this morning that they're going to go into effect.
This is what the president has said, Senator.
For how many countries? I understand it's over 50.
That are negotiating with us. We have about 50 that have come to speak with us, and I'm constantly talking to my counterparts. I have staff right now at USTR meeting with others, and we will have the tariffs in place, and if the other countries can come to an agreement on reciprocal trade, then that's something that the president can consider. I don't want to prejudge the negotiations or the president's decision, but that's what we're doing.
Now, you've said you've been negotiating deals. Foreign countries have already retaliated against our farmers and ranchers and small businesses. How can you commit that negotiations are not just going to stop bleeding, but are actually going to open up markets that the Trump tariffs have closed off?
So, Senator, we've already had many countries, many of our markets, explain that they are not going to retaliate against the United States. And in fact, Vietnam, for example, they've lowered their tariffs already on cherries. They've lowered them on almonds and apples, things that I know are important to the Pacific Northwest. And this is exactly the right direction that we want to go in. I look forward to hearing from you what other kind of market access you want as we enter into these negotiations.
What's the status of China? As you know, that's a big market for us in the Pacific Northwest. What's the status of discussions there? I don't see much progress. What I see is it looks like it's going to escalate and escalate some more and hurt our consumers and our small businesses in our part of the world.
Well, Senator, unfortunately, China for many years seems to be choosing its own path on market access. Again, they have agency in this. They elected to announce retaliation. Other countries did not. Other countries signaled that they'd like to find a path forward on reciprocity. China has not said that. and we will see where that goes. I think we need to work with our closest friends to make sure that we have trading arrangements that work, and if the Chinese are open, we'll see what. But they haven't signaled that at all, so I don't think that's in the very near term with China.
I just am concerned that there's no strategy at all. I'm committed. We understand in the Pacific Northwest what the stakes are. To have a smart, tough strategy. I don't see any strategy at all, and you really haven't said much about what the strategy is this morning.
Senator, I appreciate your concern. I want to keep having a conversation with you about this, but I see a distinct difference between those countries who have come to us and they said, we understand your issues, we understand the deficit, we understand your desire for reciprocity, and we want to work with you on this. And the Chinese approach, which has been, we're going to retaliate. We're trying to remedy a situation. We're trying to remedy a situation that's persisted for many years. And it would be wonderful if the Chinese agreed with that and wanted to persist in, work with us on that. But that's not where they are. And the president has recognized this, and he wants to focus on other partners.
Let's talk before my time is up about services. The United States is a services powerhouse, from travel and technology to finance and media. Our services industry account for nearly 80% of the U.S. GDP and 8 out of 10 American jobs. Other countries are responding to Trump's global tariffs by retaliating against American services. Can you explain how your tariff actions aren't putting our services exports at risk like so much of your trade policy?
Senator and Chairman Crapo mentioned this. We had India already pull down a digital advertising tax that affected some of our most competitive tech companies. We're already in conversations with other countries that if they want to have reciprocal trade with us, that's something that we need to consider as well. And we expect them not to discriminate against our services companies. We have some of the most competitive in the world. I agree with you. And to me, that's part of this calculation.
I wrapped up with the services question because it seems to me it's classic Donald Trump. Really good at talking about problems, even saying that there is some reason to go forward, identifying a problem, but pretty damn bad at fixing them. And there's going to be a whole lot of collateral damage in the process if you all continue with these trade policies in services and in other areas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn.
Ambassador Greer, well, thank you for being here today. I know there's been a lot of discussion about tariffs, but would you just briefly discuss non-tariff barriers to trade? In other words, the barriers that countries put up to deny market access from U.S. exports into those countries that aren't tariffs per se.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I have here in my hand a book that's become very popular in recent days. This is the National Trade Estimate on Foreign Trade Barriers, and the Office of the United States Trade Representative puts this together with input from civil society, unions, industry, business, small business. And this is 400 pages of all the non-tariff barriers that you're talking about. Just a few examples. India, huge trading partner, they restrict imports of ethanol for fuel use by using restrictive import licenses. These are the types of border measures that don't sound very sexy to talk about, and they don't make for a great soundbite, but these are the things that actually block our exports, where they have licensing regimes or they have fake science that they use to block our imports.
Well, and just one example that seems to me to make the point is that our friends in Australia basically have put up barriers to the export of beef from the United States. My state, Texas, happens to produce a lot of beef cattle, and Australia basically denies access to its huge market, but not as a result of tariffs so much as non-tariff barriers to trade. Could you speak to that?
Yes, Senator, and it's always surprising because we have a free trade agreement with Australia, and we would expect that we would have fair and reciprocal trade. Last year, I think we imported about $3 billion worth of Australian beef, and we exported $0 of American beef to Australia. And it's not just beef. Australia also blocks on specious, fake science grounds, the export of fresh and frozen U.S. pork. So it's incredible that they do this. We have zero exports of the fresh and frozen U.S. pork to Australia.
I find it interesting that people express surprise at President Trump's policies when he's been talking about these policies for, best I can tell, for decades. and how unfair trading arrangements are between various countries. And indeed, some of these unfair trading practices have resulted in the deindustrialization of America. We've exported manufacturing to Asia and particularly China and other countries that now appear to be willing to hold us hostage to those supply chains. A few years ago, we passed the CHIPS and Science Act. We worked with Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Ross during President Trump's first administration and later was signed by President Biden, but to bring advanced semiconductor manufacturing back on shore because we recognized that the vulnerability that existed if there was another pandemic, there's a natural disaster, or heaven forbid, a military conflict break out in Asia, we wouldn't have access to these advanced semiconductors that run everything from your cell phone to the avionics on an F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. But China has basically held us hostage and continues to use some of these vulnerabilities to our detriment. For example, critical mineral processing. Would you speak to the vulnerability that exists as a result of China basically processing 90% of the critical minerals in the world that are essential for our daily lives?
Yes, Senator, and that figure is always one that gives me great concern, the 90% of the processing. We do have critical minerals in the United States. We have lithium here. We have other critical minerals here. And a lot of it is that China has centralized the processing of minerals, right? We have in the Western Hemisphere, in Bolivia, in Chile, we have all kinds of critical minerals, and that's in our hemisphere. But they get sent to China, they're processed, then they come here, and then if China wants to exercise economic coercion or other practices, they do have a stranglehold on these kinds of things. That's a very dangerous situation to be in. I mean, this is part of the urgency of what we're talking about. And I think as the Trump administration certainly takes action on trade, but also takes action on the environmental side and permitting and regulation, that's an area where we can actually have more of that activity here in the United States, or we can work with our trading partners to try to incentivize production there as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, it's good to see you again. Could you talk a little bit about the relationship of the tariffs that you have put on and rising prices for the American people? What is it the American people should expect to be able to suffer as a result in terms of rising prices? I understand your position is that the long-term gain is worth the short-term pain, but what is that short-term pain going to look like?
So Senator, I think we can look at, I think we should look at history and data for this. It's hard to project what's going to happen with prices, but we know in the first Trump term, the president imposed historic tariffs on China on an enormous amount of goods coming from China. And during that time, inflation went down by 0.1%. During the Biden administration, the historic inflation was not on imported goods or related to tariffs that President Biden put in place. It was related to, frankly, services, healthcare, education, et cetera. So I think there's not really a one-to-one on tariffs and price effects, and so many things go into price. I know you think I'm probably like dodging and weaving on this, but I'm looking at data, sir, and the data shows it's not one-to-one.
I know you're smart enough to know that the likelihood is that prices are going to go up for the American people as a result of the tariffs that you put in place. Do you disagree with that?
Oh,
I mean, when you say that the American, in your testimony, that you expect the American people will bear the burden, or that, and I'm sure they will bear any burden on some level. But what do you think that burden is actually going to look like?
Well, I think the challenges, frankly, are going to be more for companies that are largely dependent on imports from China and Asia, where they have to adjust their supply chains in a quick set of time. Yeah. And the way the tariffs get allocated between the foreign producer and the importer, that's where the majority of
and we have a bunch of those companies in Colorado, and I know that. Osprey Packs, for example, they probably don't want me to mention them, but I will. And in Southwest Colorado would be a very good example of that. I mean, they are very dependent on the supply chain from Vietnam, and they probably are really worried today about what's going to happen, which a lot of people are. I mean, I think one of the things about the situation we find ourselves in is is the degree to which we've now created huge uncertainty in our economy, and I'm worried that that is going to result in a lack of investment, capital investment. You mentioned some new investments that have been made in our economy, but I think that anybody who knows anything about the economy knows that uncertainty results in people freezing up, a paralysis, a lack of investment, which is going to make it hard for our economy and may actually provoke a recession. Could you comment on your concerns about that and how you're thinking about that? And I have one more question before I'm out of time.
So Senator, the best way to have certainty is to build in the United States, right? That's the best way to have certainty.
But that's going to take a long, long time. And what's going to happen in the meantime, do you think?
So, Senator, we have, I would say, dilly-dallied for years on this issue. We've done these broad studies, which are interesting and helpful that we saw come out of the Biden administration. Right. But we have to act. I can't sit for 3 years and try to fine-tune something.
I hear you say that. But you could have made a different choice, which was to strategically target a geography, which is strategically target Beijing, strategically target certain industries where all industries in America weren't affected at the same time. You didn't make that choice. I mean, you're in the midst of having trade negotiations with 90 different countries at the same time by your own testimony, all of whom can make their assessment, I assume, these are sophisticated people, about where the pressure points are on you, where the pressure points are going to come for us to not necessarily get the best deal because we're spread all over the globe negotiating every one of these agreements at the same time, rather than a more strategic approach, which would have had the benefit of giving us, I think, a much greater degree of certainty about where we were headed. Obviously, you made a different choice, and I'm just curious about how you think about your responsibility, how you think about that.
So I would note, and I think it's thoughtful to think about things in this way. If you look at the results of the reciprocal tariff, the Western Hemisphere generally is at the lowest tariff rate. If you look at where we have our largest problems with non-reciprocity and deficit countries, it's mostly in Asia. And so you do actually see pretty strategic outcome with respect to promoting production in the Western Hemisphere as opposed to where we have all this overproduction in Asia that's given rise to our current problems on trade.
I would just say in closing, Mr. Chairman, that's true. What the ambassador said is true, but it still doesn't, I still cannot fathom why we are treating Canada and Mexico, our largest trading partners, basically the same way we're treating Beijing. It doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no sense that we would do it all at the same time like that. And we're going to have to stay on it, which is why some of us have introduced legislation to make sure that Congress begins to take its appropriate role again in making these very important trade decisions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Senator Lankford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. You've got a lot on your plate, and appreciate the focus right now on this. Let me come from a perspective of a lot of Oklahoma farmers and ranchers and manufacturing folks and retail folks, and quite frankly, folks that sell to retailers that are in Oklahoma. They've got several questions that they've actually sent to me pretty quickly, so I want to be able to bounce a few of those. The goal of this is to do more trade internationally, that the United States would be able to manufacture here or produce here and sell more internationally, and that we would have that opportunity to have increased market access. Is that correct?
So, Senator, I think that's accurate, because when we're trying to get down a deficit and have more production here, necessarily part of it is making sure we're not getting too many imports that are driven by unfair trade practices, but also promoting our exports overseas.
So then right now there's a lot of negotiations going on. There was a lot of questions for several days whether we're negotiating or not negotiating. I'm hearing from you pretty clearly today, we are open to negotiate. We're trying to be able to establish better trade agreements to be able to move forward. Do you have any timeline on certain countries or places that you have set internally to say we hope to have negotiations complete by this point? Obviously, negotiations can extend as long as they have to, but is there a timeline you're dealing with?
So the president has indicated that he's willing to negotiate with parties that want to pursue reciprocal trade with the United States. We don't have any particular timeline set on that because, as you pointed out, Senator, the outcome is more important than setting something artificially for us. What I can say is I'm moving as quickly as possible, and a lot of these countries are moving very quickly, and we're working on the weekends, we're working at night as folks want to engage on this. Now, I will say, I know you want to ask something, the trade deficit has been decades in the making, and it's not going to be solved overnight.
Right. Yeah, everyone understands that well, and everyone that I talk to is grateful that we're actually attacking the trade deficit issue and try to be able to bring down barriers to trade. They also want to get a timeline. Let me give you, for instance, I've got an Oklahoma company that several years ago spent millions of dollars to be able to move out of China. They moved into Vietnam for production because literally there was what they're producing, the parts were not created in America. So they were looking for other places to go. They spent all the money, spent all the time, shifted out of China, got to Vietnam and established there. Now they're saying, we've got giant costs in Vietnam at this point. So they're going to have to renegotiate with every single retailer that they sell to, which is going to take a lot of time to be able to do it. What they're trying to be able to figure out is, do we hold on those negotiations and try to renegotiate with Walmart and Target and Costco and everybody else they're going to have to renegotiate with? Or do they press on with those negotiations now? If things are going to get resolved soon, they can pause. If they're not going to get resolved, they're going to have to renegotiate every contract again to try to figure out which way to go. So the time piece does matter to them.
Senator, I understand completely. And Vietnam is one of those countries that understands that it is, frankly, one of the major targets of this action because their trade surplus with us is so lopsided. I think it's every $15 they export to us, we send them $1, and they remain closed to our exports where we can be in competitive agriculture, et cetera. But they've come to the table with an offer, right? We didn't go out and say, please come talk to us. They beat down our door and they want to talk about it.
I don't anticipate that we're ever going to have equal trade with Vietnam. We're a much larger economy than they are, but bringing down the trade barriers would be helpful so that they would accept American products to be sold there. I think that's beneficial, but most countries in the world are never going to buy as much as we're purchasing because we just purchase a lot more from there. Another issue has come up about garment manufacturing. Obviously, this is a challenge. We'll have different pieces that are bought from different countries. We don't have a lot of garment manufacturing here in the United States. For those garment manufacturers that are here and for others, some in Oklahoma, they're asking me about exclusions and exceptions and how this is going to be handled to say, we can't buy it in America. This is the only place that's actually manufacturing it. I know long-term, the hope is to be able to have a more diversified, but in the short term, they don't have another option. How do you plan to handle that?
Senator, the president has been clear with me and with others that he does not intend to have exclusions and exemptions, especially given the nature of the action. If you have Swiss cheese in the action, it can undermine the overall point, which is to get rid of the deficit, achieve reciprocity. To my point earlier to Mr. Bennett, the Western Hemisphere countries have a much lower tariff than many of the Asian countries, and I've heard from textile manufacturers for many years that they would love to have a situation where Western Hemisphere textile and garment manufacturing is more competitive, and maybe we're setting up the conditions for that.
So in the short term, there's no exemptions that are coming on it. So for companies that are currently buying from Asia at this point, whether it be for textiles, whatever it may be, the goal is to be able to push them out of Asia into the Western Hemisphere, or where do they need to go at this point?
Well, the president has been clear again that he's not doing exemptions or exceptions in the near term. My own sense is, given the tariff differentials between Asia and Western Hemisphere, I think people can start making decisions based on that.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Ambassador Greer, for being here. Just to sort of frame our conversation, tell me what a negative externality is.
This is something you and I like to talk about.
Yes, we do.
This is a situation where you have a foreign country where perhaps they have actions such as poor environmental regimes or lax labor laws, and they don't bear the cost of that. Instead, they send their goods that are the product of these processes where they have lax regulatory regimes. They send it here, and we end up bearing this. They externalize these negative externalities to us, and we have to bear it, and our workers have to bear it, and we don't compete on a level playing field.
So two things are wrong with this. One, the customary negative externality is pollution. And to the extent, for instance, on an issue I've done a lot of work on in bipartisan fashion, plastic in our oceans. Now it's in our drinking water, it's in breast milk. I mean, we've really gone down a very weird pathway with respect to plastics. If China, for instance, is responsible for dumping 60 or 70% of the plastics into the Pacific, then that's a harm to us, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Because it's a commons, the ocean, and we suffer from that. And then if the Chinese company is exporting their goods to the U.S., and that Chinese company has a lower cost for its product because it doesn't have proper pollution control with respect to plastic, and the U.S. company does, then that's an unfair trade imbalance, correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
So two things are wrong when we get into this situation of foreign countries allowing pollution that our companies pay to prevent.
That's right.
And that's an appropriate place for tariffs to be deployed to offset that trade imbalance and help protect the commons from this particular tragedy, correct?
I think trade action can be appropriate, and when the president announced his reciprocal tariff regime last Wednesday, he specifically referred to pollution by other countries in his speech. You may not have listened to it, but you may want to go back and listen to that part, because that's very true, and I agree with you. Well,
It might be the only place in which the administration shows the slightest interest in pollution, so good for that. The issue of plastics is, I think, a pretty significant one. Again, there's been a lot of bipartisan interest. I even went up to the Oval Office during Trump 1 to have one of my bills signed by the president, and he gave a very animated riff on Asian countries polluting our beautiful oceans and how it comes ashore very often in Alaska by the ton along their beaches. So I hope this is an area we can continue to work together. And in particular, I hope that you'll sit down with me and Senator Cassidy on legislation that we are working on. Will you give us that meeting?
Senator, I'll take any meeting with you that you would like to talk about this issue. And I'd like to
We'll
let you
sit down with Senator Cassidy's team and have a conversation there. The other thing I wanted to flag for you is that you pretty well successfully deflected all of Senator Bennett's questions about what the immediate impact looks like in the short-term pain for the long-term gain. I just want to flag for you one issue that is very important to me. Rhode Island is a small business state, right? We don't have a whole lot of big mega corporations there who can balance things and move things around. Canada is our largest trading partner. We have companies who fill an important niche in the global supply chain, and particularly in American companies' supply chains, because they get something from Canada, or let's say China, could be, but Canada's our major trading partner, and they process that thing, and then they put it into the supply chain for the larger corporate entities. That's their business. That's all they've got. So if we're not looking out for these small businesses that are actually going to have to lock their doors and close the shutters and fire their employees and go out of business, I think you've missed a huge hole in the problem that these tariffs have created. If all you're listening to is the big mega corporations who can move things around the world and have the resources to dodge these effects, you're not getting the straight story. I think in every one of our states, there are going to be small businesses that occupy a niche in which trade is an important factor and that are going to go bust because of these tariffs. And I urge you to look out for those businesses because I don't think they're getting their voices heard at all.
So, Senator, I've talked to you about this. I've talked to Senator Hassan about this and others. One thing I asked my team to do last week was to convene a meeting of I have I have a trade advisory council for small business. I've asked them to convene that meeting. I've connected with the Small Business Administration. They have an international trade desk there. I have an office that also deals with small business because I do want to hear it. I think it's important that we hear it because they don't have the same voices in Washington. I will say right now, Canada and Mexico, things coming from Canada and Mexico that comply with the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement come in duty-free. They continue to do so if they follow the rules. If they don't follow the rules and are trying to put in Chinese stuff, that's going to be tariffed. But if they follow the rules, they're going to be getting the duty-free treatment they're due.
Well, a small business that has gone broke is not very amenable to a meeting. They don't exist any longer.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. Good morning, Ambassador Greer. Thank you for being here. Before I start with a couple of additional questions about the impact of these tariffs, I want to associate myself with Senator Whitehouse's comments just now about the impact on our small businesses, particularly those who are critical parts of supply chains for some of our larger corporations in the country. As you know, Canada is our biggest trading partner too, and we are already seeing the impact of these tariffs with our small businesses, especially in our tourism industry, which is being decimated because Canadians are not coming down to New Hampshire the way they usually do. Let me ask you about a couple of other things. President Trump's tariffs have made almost everything that families buy more expensive. The president imposed a 10% national sales tax on all imports into our country and an even higher sales tax on imports from more than 50 countries, including our allies like Canada. This is the largest tax increase in over half a century, and it's going to cost the average American family $3,800 a year. Their morning cup of coffee will cost more, so will new shoes for their kids, and so will fresh fruit. So my question to you, Ambassador, is how much revenue from the president's national sales tax will be used to give tax breaks to billionaires?
So, Senator, as you know, any kind of tariff revenue that comes in to the United States government, it goes to the Treasury, and Congress will decide what happens to that money. Obviously, the president wants to have a very competitive tax policy that's good for everybody. That was part of why he had such a successful economy in the first term, is he married trade action with good tax policy to have $7,000 an increase in real wages over that time.
Well, let's be really clear. The president, besides the contradictions in the way he talks about the purpose of his tariffs, the president's made very clear that he sees tariffs as a way of increasing revenue. At the same time, he's working with the majority in Congress to give additional tax breaks to the wealthiest people in the country at the expense of working people who are going to be paying more for everyday goods they absolutely have to pay, goods they were hoping were going to cost less, given the president's campaign promises. But of course, he isn't keeping to those campaign promises as prices continue to go up. Now, the president's national sales tax is increasing prices for families. It's also causing huge losses in Americans' retirement savings. Ambassador Greer, would the administration reverse course if the president's tariffs led to 10% inflation?
Senator, the president is fixed in his purpose. This trade deficit and the offshoring and loss of manufacturing jobs is something that's persisted for too long, and it's dangerous.
I understand your justification for the policy, even though there are some very contradictory justifications coming out of the administration. But my question is, what's the inflation rate where you guys would reverse course? 10% inflation that I just asked you about, that is higher inflation than we saw at the peak of the COVID economic crisis. But you aren't going to say here today that you would reverse course even if you created inflation as high as we had at the peak of the COVID economic crisis.
I think the most serious inflation we saw was during the Biden administration. When we did tariffs in the first term, inflation went down. I just don't. It's not going to be a one-to-one. Inflation about how much money you're putting into the supply.
Well, let's just be really clear that the Trump administration is here today to say that even if inflation hits Americans' pocketbooks at 10% because of these tariffs, then the Trump administration is still going to go charging ahead. So, Ambassador, would the administration reverse course if the president's tariffs caused a 50% stock market crash, which would hurt Americans' retirement savings even more than they've been hurt in the last 10 days or so?
Senator, the fundamentals of the economy are so strong. We had 228,000 jobs last month. We have 9,000 additional manufacturing jobs from
So
from the
again,
month before.
your answer is even if the stock market crashes 50%, which is how much the stock market crashed in the Great Recession, you're not going to say here today that you would reverse course even if you crashed the stock market and harmed retirement savings as drastically as happened during the Great Recession in 2007.
Senator, your hypotheticals are not consistent with the history we have seen with the use of tariffs.
My hypotheticals are based on the fact that a lot of Americans are looking at their 401ks today and wondering how much of a lifestyle change they are going to have or whether they're going to be able to retire when they plan to, because of the recklessness and haphazard nature of the Trump administration's imposition of tariffs. Nothing was thought out about this. This has been a haphazard, incompetent effort, and it's showing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cassidy.
Hi, Mr. Greer. Thank you for being here. When I speak to my rice people and my shrimp people back home, they say that the tariff barriers and the subsidies by other countries for those products are so much that it is putting some of our shrimpers and some of our rice people either out of business or in incredible financial binds. And so the fact that the president is attempting to address these as well as the non-tariff trade barriers is incredibly important. Let me first say that. But I also hear from my producers that the mean tariff being selected to apply to a country may not account that for rice, for example, the tariff is much higher for that particular product, and that it is not adequate to address that which is taking place. Any thoughts on that, and how can we have something more particular for products which are really over tariffed?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate that concern, and the tariff rate applied to many of these countries, again, was a countrywide rate. It wasn't product specific. My sense is if countries come to us and they expect to have some kind of a different plan, they will need to change these things, right? And they will have specific products, specific barriers that they would have to address, right? Or else, the president, again, he's fixed his purpose. He wants to see production back here. He wants to see our agriculture producers doing well. And these countries just have to have reciprocal trade with us. And that means taking care of the types of barriers and tariff rates you're talking about.
So it sounds like you, one of the things I think they want to know is that since shrimp might be a relatively small part of trades with some of these countries, that the interest of, for example, shrimp will not be sacrificed in part of a greater whole.
No, I think, and I saw a really interesting article today in the New York Times on shrimp. You may have seen that, where the tariffs have actually given a bit of a lifeline to these shrimpers. And I think that if there's going to be any kind of change to any of this, and I'm not going to prejudge that, we have to make sure that our industries are protected adequately, so we don't go backwards with the deficit.
Let me ask, in the President's America First trading policy, there's several sections relating to free trade agreements and how they will be evaluated. Senator Bennett and I are working on an America's Act, which would be a hemispheric trade policy, which would have several purposes. One, to strengthen those ties. Secondly, to keep the Chinese from making the incursions that they are absolutely making throughout the hemisphere. Some are calling the Caribbean a Chinese lake. And so this would allow us to push back upon that. Can you share anything regarding the analyses of the free trade agreements we have within our hemisphere, and then specifically on countries like Argentina who would like an FTA with our country?
Certainly. I would say that we are first and foremost focused on addressing this emergency and the reciprocal tariff action and implementing it appropriately. With respect to relations in the hemisphere, any kind of trade arrangements with these trading partners, I think, need to be coupled with strong rules about third countries. What I don't want is a situation where these countries are using their export platforms to incorporate content and goods from China or other Asian countries, where we have a real issue with our deficit and offshoring of manufacturing. I would expect any kind of changes to these arrangements to be accompanied by changes in rules of origin to ensure that the United States and U.S. workers are really benefiting from these agreements.
So nothing from an FTA in general, but the specific of where it's being used to circumvent the intent of the FTA is the concern of the administration.
Yes, that's certainly a huge concern. And again, the president wants to see factories back here. The most certain certain way to not have a tariff is to build your factory in the United States. If people want to use other countries and insist on that, then we want to make sure that they're not using that to arbitrage for higher tariff jurisdictions to use them as an unfair export platform.
Let me ask you this. Louisiana has some of the largest ports in the nation by tonnage. And all the commodities going from the Midwest flow through my state going out to the world. Earlier, USTR proposed imposing like $1 million for every vessel built in China. And I'm told that if the Koreans have a fleet of 50 and 5 of the ships are built in China, then the $1 million would apply to all 50, not just to the ships that are built in China. Now, that would clearly impact a ship coming to the United States to offload. If you will, impact my ports and the ability of our goods throughout the nation to move through the Mississippi. Is USTR going to hang by that or considering modifying that? Can you kind of give us any idea about that?
So to address the lack of shipbuilding in the United States, USTR's proposed actions are just those. They're proposed actions. They're a series of potential remedies that could be used to incentivize shipbuilding in the U.S. They're not all going to be implemented. They're not all going to be stacked. We've asked for a lot of input, and we've had hearing on that. We've collected comments. We've reviewed it. I've met personally with certain stakeholders during that time period, and I think the President will look very carefully to make sure that we have the right amount of time and the right incentives to create shipbuilding here without impacting our commodity exports.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, as USTR's Chief of Staff in the first Trump administration, you oversaw the negotiation of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, and the renegotiation of the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, the KORUS. President Trump signed both of these agreements. He called the USMCA a colossal victory, and KORUS a historic milestone. And yet, with President Trump's new blanket tariffs, he is ripping up these agreements with our allies that we negotiated with. Why would any country want to do business with us, much less negotiate a trade deal, if we don't even honor our ongoing agreements?
So, Senator, we are the consumer of last resort. These countries have to sell here. They have, many of them, especially in Asia, have built their entire economies around exporting to us. They're very dependent on it, and that's part of why we have this huge trade deficit. With USMCA, those parties continue to enjoy duty-free treatment for many of the products that continue to comply with the rules that were set out 5 years ago. There's a big concern, Senator, that we did not have adequate other protections to stop the flow, particularly of like autos into the United States.
But there was a process for you to renegotiate that agreement this year. We talked about that in my office. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And it wasn't to do these blanket tariffs, correct?
What we have to address is an emergency, Senator.
That's true. And you should be honest. At least as you sit here, as you were in my office, be intellectually honest. Now, let me just ask this, because this is also true, and I so appreciate my Senator Langford asking this. Time matters. How long did it take to negotiate that agreement, the USMCA, that you were part of?
We did it at breakneck speed. We did it in about 2 years.
2 years. And now you're telling us you have nearly 50 countries coming to you, approaching you to enter in a negotiation, and you think that you can do that overnight?
India.
Man, you're pretty superhuman here, if that's the case. So let's be realistic. That's all we're asking. Common sense and realism here, Ambassador, as you sit here before us. And let me talk about something else that is really important for my state, and I think this entire country, because this administration is forgetting that we have $1 billion economy when it comes to tourism into the United States. People know Las Vegas. My state is Nevada. We rely on tourism to our state, and now we're seeing an impact because of these tariffs, not just from Canada, but I am hearing from so many that are in the tourism and kind of leisure industry. We are seeing impacts because now this $1 billion industry of international tourism is having an impact on our economy. And this is a service industry. Let me just say this. I'm kind of offended by your testimony today that says we must accept self-inflicted economic pain, and I quote you by saying,
to become an economy based on producing real goods and services. What does that mean? What does that mean to my service industry and every service industry across this country that relies on tourism and travel? That is the backbone, really, of part of our $1 billion economy. What do I tell them? That they just have to suck it up? That they're not really part of this real services? That you have another idea for the jobs that they should engage in? What do I tell them?
Oh, Senator, of course those are real services. The whole
So what are you doing about the impact what are you doing about the impact of international tourism and now these blanket tariffs having a negative impact? What are you doing to address that?
The whole sentence, Senator, said that we need to get away from government spending as funding our economy and financialization, and we need to move to real goods and services, including the tourism you're talking about.
So
it's
what are you doing to impact the
important.
negative impact of tourism right now?
Well, one thing I'll say is we can't have the status quo, right? I keep hearing that we should have, essentially what I'm hearing is we should have the status quo. We should keep the $1.2 trillion trade deficit that Biden left us with.
I'm asking you,
and I don't think that's adequate.
What are you doing in this administration to address now the impact that you're having with these blanket tariffs, not targeted tariffs, blanket tariffs, on international tourism that is a big impact to our economy? What are you doing to address that?
Well, Senator, as we're talking to all of these countries, we are talking about services. We are talking about making sure that we can export services to other countries. A lot of those that we export are, we have
well, let
digital
me say I only have
services,
so
all
much
kinds
time,
of
and
trade.
apparently you're not. So here's what I would like, because you haven't thought about this, and the administration hasn't really thought about it, because I haven't heard anybody talking about tourism. So why don't you come talk to me in my office, and let's talk about and put a plan together, because these blanket tariffs are having an impact on tourism in my state and across the country.
Senator, I'm happy to
instead
come
of
talk
just
to you.
defending it, why don't you just come sit down with some of us and try to address the concerns that we are seeing and feeling in our states that this administration has not taken into account?
I'm happy to come speak with you. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Grassley.
Ambassador Greer, thank you for being here. I've made very clear throughout my public service that I'm a free and fair trader. The Constitution gives Congress the authority to regulate interstate and foreign commerce. I believe that Congress delegated too much authority to the President in Trade Expansion Acts of 1962 and Trade Act of 1974. That said, I support President Trump's agenda to lower tariffs and non-tariff barriers other countries impose on American goods. I support President Trump's agenda to get a better deal from China and other countries for our farmers and manufacturers. In fact, even back in 2003, I sent a letter to the Chinese Minister of Commerce at that time pointing out China's failure to live up to its WTO obligations. And then I went further in 2018 when I was on Senator Daines' Codell. I told top Chinese leaders I made a mistake supporting China in the WTO. That's why during the first Trump administration, I was supportive of President's agenda to get fair trade with China. At the time, I raised alarm bells when tariffs are used. We all know agriculture is usually the first place of retaliation. In response to Chinese retaliation to tariffs, the first Trump administration set up the Market Facilitation Program for farmers, which gave direct payments to farmers affected by the tariffs. This helped farmers weather the short-term impact of trade retaliation. But as you know, farmers still overwhelmingly want to get their money from the marketplace and not from a government check. So far in this administration, we've seen even more sweeping tariffs, with some countries already retaliating agriculture, including China. I have been very vocal in my wait-and-see approach to these tariffs because I believe President Trump and you, Mr. Ambassador, are using them to get fair trade for Americans with many countries. If that's not the case, level with me. So to help farmers in the meantime, instead of relying on payments from the government, I'm going to give a suggestion that you don't have much to do with, but the administration could move very quickly to increase RVOs on the renewable fuel standards so that farmers get more robust domestic markets for their crops. And one place to start would be where the Biden administration came up short with RVOs, only 3 1/10 billion over a 3-year period of time on biodiesel to make that 5.3 as far as you can see into the future. That would very dramatically increase soybean prices. So my question to you is, in the medium to the long term, do you plan to turn these tariffs into trade deals to reduce tariffs and non-tariff barriers? I support that. On the other hand, if the purpose is to stall on negotiations in order to keep tariffs high for the sole purpose of feeding the U.S. Treasury, I oppose that. So is this administration for trade reciprocity or for Treasury replenishment?
Senator, thank you, and thank you for your years of service on the trade space, and you're one of the deans in this area. It's important to understand the sense of the emergency that we're facing and urgency with the need to reshore and do manufacturing here. It's incredibly important to the president. Yesterday, he stated very clearly that he is happy to engage in negotiations immediately with countries that believe that they can help us reduce our deficit and get rid of the non-tariff barriers and the tariffs that affect that. I think the answer, Senator, is it's going to be country by country. There are going to be some countries where they're not able
and gentlemen, the President of the United States. President of the United States.
Strong, they're strong, and they're great. These are great people, and thank you very much. This is a very important day to me because we're bringing back an industry that was abandoned, despite the fact that it was just about the best, certainly the best in terms of power, real power. And I'm very honored to be doing this. Other countries went to beautiful clean coal, and they've stayed there for many years, like China. China's opening 2 plants every week. Germany went green, very green. They went so green they almost went out of business. Germany was finished. They went to wind. The wind wasn't blowing too much. And they went to all sorts of other things. You know, the Green New Scam hit Germany too. And guess what? Now they're back to coal. They're opening up coal plants all over Germany. We're the ones that aren't doing it. I call it beautiful, clean coal. I told my people never use the word coal unless you put beautiful, clean before it. Right, Doc? So we call it beautiful, clean coal. Beautiful, clean coal. So today, thank you. Today we're taking historic action to help American workers, miners, families, and consumers. We're ending Joe Biden's war on beautiful, clean coal once and for all. And it wasn't just Biden, it was Obama, and there were others. But we're doing the exact opposite. And all those plants that have been closed are going to be opened. If they're modern enough, or they'll be ripped down and brand new ones will be built. We're going to put the miners back to work. And I said I was going to do this. And I've said it loud and clear. And it's time to do it, and we need it. And I look at these people behind me. I don't want to have any arm wrestling contests with any of them, but they've had a little more practice with the lifting things, I will say. But they are great people, and I know them indirectly for a long. That includes you guys for a long time, and they're great people and with great families, and come from areas of the country that we love and we really respect. And I want to thank Secretary Doug Burgum for doing such an incredible job. From the day I met him, I knew I wanted to have him in my cabinet. He took a shot at running, and he was so good and so solid that he made no news, and that was good. But I saw him, and I saw his beautiful wife, Katherine, and I said that they're going to be a team. They are a great team, and they're going to be working for this country someday. And one of the first people I called after I won. So thank you very much. And along with the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, and I was going to make Doug actually the Energy Secretary. And he said, sir, you have one person who's much better than me at this, Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? I have no idea who he is. And then I learned that he's the most respected person in the energy business by far, far and away. For Doug to say that Doug's got a big ego, it was very tough for him to say that. Katherine was there, right? Katherine, you said, wow, I've never heard that before. But Chris, you guys are fantastic. Stand up, all three of you, please stand up. That's a great team. It's no better team than that. And they're going to produce energy the likes of which nobody's seen before. You know, we need to do the AI, all of this new technology that's coming online. We need more than double the energy, the electricity that we currently have. You take all of the electricity in the country right now for houses, for buildings, for everything. We need to more than double it to be number one. We're now way ahead of everybody at AI. China's in second place, but way behind. And they're going to be producing a lot of energy and a lot of electricity for this. And so are we, and we're going to get approvals very fast. And I would say the man that's almost comparable to you in terms of the importance to this, maybe he's even more comparable, I hate to tell you, a guy named Lee Zeldin, who's a friend of mine for a long time. He was a great Lee was a great lawyer, and he ran for office, and he won immediately. I gave him a very important endorsement. He won for Congress in an area that was unwinnable. He couldn't have, they were all saying, why is he wasting his time? That's Democrat territory. And I liked Lee and knew Lee, and he ended up winning a seat in a massive upset. Nobody knew what happened, actually, and then he was there for a long time. How many years were you there? 8 years, was very popular, and then he almost won the governorship of New York, which is lost by a few points, which was an amazing run, and I said, we got to get you in with us in some form, and we did. And he's head of the environmental agency, EPA, and doing a great job. And I said, if we have a nuclear power plant, Lee, can you get it approved in less than a month? He said, what? He said, I'll do it faster. And by the way, he'll do a fast job, but he's going to do also a great job. It's going to be an important job. We don't even smile about it, but you know, I've been involved in the approval process for a long time, having been in real estate, and you go years and years and years for absolutely nothing. And even in those days, I used to say, you know, this whole thing could have been approved in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and it would have been just as good, but they'd take you down the path and you'd spend years waiting, and then sometimes you get rejected. I wasn't rejected too much. I was the king of zoning. I did well, but it was such nonsense. It was so terrible. The process was so terrible. But this is the big leagues now, and he's the head person in the whole country, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate you doing it. And already they're respecting you very greatly. So thank you very much, Lee. Great job. So we have a lot of senators and congressmen and women, and I'm going to just introduce the ones that I see here because, you know, it's always a problem when I do this because I leave one or two out, and that's the end. I never get their vote again. I never get their vote. It takes years to recover, but we'll give it a shot because Senator John Barrasso, who's my friend and a great gentleman. Thank you very much, John, for being here. Thank you, John. Cynthia Lummis, fantastic woman who believes like I do, and she believes like I do in these people, right? She believes in them maybe even more than I do. That's pretty good from day one. Thank you, Cynthia. You're doing a fantastic job. Kevin Kramer, my friend. Where is Kevin? Because Kevin, I think he was here because he had a problem, and I just will pay my respects. He wanted to be here so badly, but he had a difficult problem that he's working through, and we all love Kevin. John Hoven. John, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Steve Daines. Thank you, Steve. And Steve is a picker of great candidates, like he picked a guy named Tim Sheehy, who's here. Where's Tim? Where is Tim? Thank you, Tim. And Tim Sheehy has turned out to be a wonderful senator, and that was your pick. And we went with it, and you were right. And we have a great one in Tim, so thank you, Tim, and thank you, Steve. Shelley Moore Capito. Shelley, thank you very much. West Virginia. From West Virginia, she has to you have no choice. Even if you didn't like it, you have to like all, right? But they were doing a number on you. They were doing a number on you with the coal stuff. And you have not only coal, but you have among the best coal anywhere in the world. So thank you very much. A friend of mine for a long time, I'm the one that got him to change his religion in a sense. He changed the party. He went from a Democrat. I said, Jim, you're not a Democrat. But he changed to Republican. He's one of the most popular Republicans and one of the most popular political leaders in the country, Jim Justice. I call him Big Jim. Big Jim Justice. Good. You look good, Jim. And he was in the business. And so am I doing the right thing? You would know better than anybody in this room. Am I doing the right thing, Jim? Huh? I think so, right? Thank you very much, Jim. Cindy Hyde Smith. Cindy, thank you, hon. Very good. Good job. People are going to be happy. And all friends of mine. Mike Lee. Mike, thank you very much. We have a lot of people from Congress, congressmen and women, representatives. Morgan Griffith. Morgan, thank you. Thank you very much. Bruce Westerman. Bruce, thank you, Bruce. Bob Latta. Bob Latta. Thank you, Bob. Good job. Troy Balderson. Troy, haven't seen you in a long time. Since that early race, I endorsed him before anyone knew who he was, and he ended up winning. That was another surprise, right? That was a long time ago. Yep, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much, Troy. Carol Miller. Carol, thank you. Carol, West Virginia. Riley Moore. Riley. Hi, Riley. Thanks. Mike Boast. Mike, thank you very much. Troy Downing. Troy, thank you. Oh, he has something. What is it, coal? Is there coal in that bag? Huh? Even better, it's clean coal. I like it. I'll take it right now. Thank you very much. Hal Rogers. Hal, thank you. Thank you, Hal. Andy Barr. Thank you, Andy. Good luck with everything. I hear good things. Troy Downing. Troy, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Troy. Hal Rogers. Oops. Harriet Hageman. Harriet. Hi. How are you, Harriet? We just left Harriet. This is one of the finest attorneys you will ever see. I have seen her in action, and she is brutal. I never want her against me, that I can tell you. Dan Muser. Dan. Thank you, Dan. Thanks, Dan. Good job you're doing. Wesley Hunt, my friend, too. Wesley, great. I love your commercial. Pete Stauber. Pete. Thank you, Pete. Great hockey player he was, right? Great hockey player. And a great gentleman just broke the record of Wayne Gretzky. The great one is Wayne Gretzky, but we have another great one too, huh? Just broke the record. It was great. Governor Greg Gianforte. Greg, nice seeing you. Good, Greg. Thank you very much, Greg. Bill Lee. Bill, thank you very much. Patrick Morrissey, West Virginia, just got elected. Mark Gordon. Mark, thank you. Thank you very much. And we have a lot of others, and I'm in trouble because I don't know. I got 5 or 6 others that I see quickly, but I'm just not going to do it. Don't hold it against me because we have to get back to the most important people in the room, these people. You know that, right? So the energy workers and the coal miners in the area that I'm standing on, and that's a lot of weight on this platform, so I don't know what's going to happen. I hope it's structurally designed for you guys. I don't know. But we have just really well-deserving, great American patriots, and it's such an honor to be here and making such a big move, such a bold move in energy. Because, for years, people would just bemoan this industry and decimate the industry for absolutely no reason, because with modern technology and all of the other things that we do, it's one of the great forms of energy. That's why other countries, leading countries, are using it, some exclusively. For 4 long years, Joe Biden and congressional Democrats tried to abolish the American coal industry. They did everything in their power while he was awake, which wasn't much, shutting down dozens of coal plants, banning coal leases on federal lands, and putting thousands and thousands of coal miners out of work, destroying their lives, actually, destroying their lives. I'll never forget when I went to West Virginia, which I won by 48 points, I think, right? Big Jim, I won by 48 points. But in the first campaign, where Hillary Clinton was about 4 states too early, and she was talking about how bad coal was and how they were going to teach coal miners how to make widgets and gadgets and technology, which they didn't want to do. They want to mine. One thing I learned about the coal miners, that's what they want to do. You could give them a penthouse on Fifth Avenue and a different kind of a job, and they'd be unhappy. They want to mine coal. That's what they love to do. And she was going to put them in a high-tech industry where you make little cell phones and things. I don't know. Do you think he'd be good at that? I don't know.
I wouldn't be.
You wouldn't. You don't want to be. And she was brutal about 3 weeks before, but then she had a problem. She went to West Virginia looking for votes, and that was a bad situation. You remember that? And there was a coal miner around the table with his family, and he was in tears because of what they had done to him and his family. And I hope he's still around, but that man made quite an impression on the world and the public. And we ended up winning in a great election, but we ended up winning by a lot. The Democrats' Green New scam killed jobs and sent prices soaring here in America. But meanwhile, China opened 2 coal plants every single week, and other countries likewise went very strongly back into coal. Some of them never got off. Those are the ones that didn't have the problems. The Biden energy policy was to put America last. We want to be last. We got to be last. Not a good policy. Under my administration, we're putting America first. It's very simple. America's always going to be first. On my first day in office, I terminated the Green New scam. I declared the national energy emergency and withdrew from the unfair, one-sided, and extremely costly to the United States only Paris Climate Accord. Under the Paris Climate Accord, we had a terrible situation. We would have paid over $1 trillion. Think of it, over $1 trillion. And Russia was paying almost nothing. Russia had a 1992 standard. China was paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. This was 5 years ago. So they didn't kick in for many years. India had no standard whatsoever. But we had the highest standard you could imagine. We had to start paying from day one, and we had to pay lots of money. We paid for everything. So I was not a big fan of the Paris Accord, and I let it be known, and I got out of it early. Then they went back into it, and now we get back out of it. And hopefully we can be there for a long time, okay? A long time, because it was a scam to take money away from the United States and actually hurt us very badly with coal and with other things. Now, under the executive order that I will sign in a few moments, we're slashing unnecessary regulations that targeted the beautiful clean coal. We will rapidly expedite leases for coal mining on federal lands, and these 2 gentlemen are going to do a real job of it. You've already started. And we'll streamline permitting. We will end the government bias against coal, and we're going to unlock the sweeping authorities of Defense Production Act, the Defense Production Act, to turbocharge coal mining in America. They made it impossible. You actually, I know a friend of mine has a plant. He said, it's a shame. I'm ripping it down and I'm replacing it with another form of energy. I won't tell you because it's also very good, but it's not as powerful as this. He said, you know, the plant I'm building, the new plant, is literally half as good. It's no less, you know, it's not probably even as good environmentally, but he said it produced half the power for more money, much more money. It'll never compete with that beautiful plant I have down the road, which was really a modernized coal plant. Well, he'll be happy to know that he can open that plant up very quickly, and it's going to produce a lot. But he was complaining. He said, this is so much better. He wasn't doing that as politicking me. He was doing that because that's what he felt. And he knew every form of energy. We talked about that. He knew every form of energy. But our government is going to do something that's very different. And I don't think even you two know about this. This was my idea from about 15 minutes before I got up here. We're going to guarantee that we have a strong business for many years to come, that your coal companies and your miners don't get all excited about their jobs, and then should a radical left liberal become president, they end the business right away, and somebody's built a plant and spent hundreds of millions of dollars in building a plant, and the plant is going to be closed because a Democrat got in or a liberal got in. They're opposed to coal, and Republicans are very much for it. Clean coal. And we're going to give a guarantee that the business will not be terminated by the ups and downs of the world of politics. So should somebody come in to this very important office and say, oh, well, you spent hundreds of millions of dollars and you guys have given up your life because you want to be in coal, and then all of a sudden you don't have a life anymore because it's what you know the best. That's not going to happen. We're going to give a guarantee that it's not going to happen, so that if somebody comes in, they cannot change it at a whim. They cannot just going to go. They're going to have to go through hell to close you up. All right, so that's pretty good. We're going to give that in the form of a guarantee that we're writing on right now structurally and from a legal standpoint. So your investments are going to also be protected. And you're going to have no reason to be concerned about your future, your life, or your investment if you're a miner, as this great governor was a miner. Actually, he was one of the larger coal miners. He could fit up here very easily, you know, Big Jim. But he was a great success. But they were very, very tough on him, and he did a beautiful job with a beautiful product. Already under our leadership, the Department of Interior has approved the expansion of the Spring Creek mine in Montana, supporting 280 coal mining jobs and unlocking over 40 million tons of coal. And there's more to come. Spring Creek, big one. And there's more to come in the states of Wyoming, Alabama, Utah, North Dakota, and many others. West Virginia, I can't believe they didn't put West Virginia down. It's lucky I mentioned that, right? Can you imagine if I didn't mention West Virginia? I would have been in big trouble. They didn't mark it down here. It's good to have a president like that that can pick that up, right? You think Joe Biden would have picked that up? I don't think so. Gee, they didn't mention West Virginia. I don't think so. I don't think he'd be standing up here either. The value of untapped coal in our country is 100 times greater than the value of all the gold in Fort Knox. And we're going to unleash it and make America rich and powerful again. Under this order, I'm also directing Secretary Wright to use billions of dollars in federal funding to invest in the next generation of coal technology, which is an amazing technology in terms of getting the full potential of coal and also doing it a very clean, environmental way. Pound for pound, coal is the single most reliable, durable, secure, and powerful form of energy there is on Earth today. It's a big statement. You never hear those statements, you know. You've never heard that before from a politician, have you? Well, maybe from that politician, but not from not too many. But that's the way it is. I say it again. Pound for pound, coal is the single most reliable, durable, secure, and powerful form of energy. It's cheap, incredibly efficient, high density, and it's almost indestructible. You could drop a bomb on it, and it's going to be there for you to use the next day, which you can't say with any other form of energy. You're virtually indestructible. Most importantly, we have more of it here in America than anywhere else on Earth. We have more coal than any other country. You go to Australia, they have fantastic amounts of coal. You know who they sell it to? China. They sell it to China. They're nearby. They sell a lot of it to China. But we have more than anywhere else on Earth. We also have more liquid gold than anywhere on Earth. So we're really an energy behemoth, but we're unleashing that also. That's going to be another part. But I didn't even want to mention that. It's not down here because I didn't want to mention today is about clean, beautiful coal. So I'm going to give this to you. This big guy. Should I give it to him? Yeah. You take that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. For example, we believe it's possible to extract enormous amounts of critical minerals and rare earths, which you know we need for technology and high technology in the process of coal mining, making in America the mineral superpower of the world, actually. In addition, I'm instructing the Department of Justice to identify and fight every single unconstitutional state or local regulation that's putting our coal miners out of business, and we are withdrawing all of those objections from our government today. It's all being withdrawn. So all of you people that have been fighting for your lives, we are withdrawing all of that today. We have excellent lawyers, excellent. Have you noticed that lots of law firms have been signing up with Trump? $100 million, another $100 million for damages that they've done. But they give you $100 million and then they announce that, but we have done nothing wrong. And I agree, they've done nothing wrong. But what the hell? They give me a lot of money considering they've done nothing wrong. And we'll use some of those people, some of those great firms. They are great firms too. They just had a bad moment. But we're going to use some of those firms to work with you on your leasing and your other things. And they'll do a great job. I think they're going to do a fantastic job. And for those of you that want to know the tariffs, you've been hearing about tariffs, we're taking in almost $2 billion a day in tariffs. $2 billion a day. And we're doing very well. And we're doing very well in making, I call them tailored deals, not off the rack. These are tailored, highly tailored deals. Right now, Japan is flying here to make a deal. South Korea is flying here to make a deal, and others are flying here. I mean, my only problem is I'm not sure I have enough. We're going to have to use those great law firms, I think, to help us with that. But we're going to probably do that, actually. We're going to use them, and we're getting them for the right price because we need a lot of talent. We have a lot of countries coming in that want to make deals. If I told them about making those deals 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 5 years ago, they'd be laughing at us. Now they're all signing up. Mike, you know that. So it's going to be a great thing. But we're think of that, $2 billion a day. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money even in the coal business, isn't it? Huh? It's a lot of money. And America's going to be very rich again very soon. You're going to see that happening. You see it all along. And it's so that whole situation that, you know, it was somewhat explosive. But if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be talking the way we're talking right now. It's been amazing what's happened. Sometimes you have to mix it up a little bit, but we've had great consideration. We've had talks with many, many countries, over 70. They all want to come in. Our problem is can't see that many that fast. But we don't have to because, as you know, the tariffs are on and the money is pouring in at a level that we've never seen before. And it's going to be great for us. It's going to be great for other countries. We've been ripped off and abused by countries for many years with the tariff situation. They've used tariffs against us. We didn't use tariffs against them or in any way. I mean, we just didn't use them of any monumental proportion. And so we are doing it now. We have tariffs on cars. We have tariffs on lumber, tariffs on steel and aluminum. Steel plants are going up because of it all over the country. We have 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum. And I think the steel workers like me even more than the coal miners like me. I'm pretty sure that that's true. We have, instead of having no steel business, I put them on originally in my first term, we wouldn't have had one steel mill in the United States if I didn't do that. And now we upped it, and we not only are we taking in a lot of money, but we're protecting our workers, our steel workers. We're protecting our steel industry. And one thing you know, that steel and things like steel you need, because you need it from a defense standpoint. You need steel for your tanks and your planes and your everything. And certain industries you can get away with not having, but others you need, and steel is one you need. So I want to let you know that's in full force and effect. And literally as we speak, I spoke to executives in the steel industry over the last few days, and they're all coming in to build plants in the United States of America, because if you build them in the United States, you have no tariffs to pay. There are no tariffs to pay, zero. If you build them outside using outside labor and hurting our businesses, and you send your product in, you have to pay a price for that, and they will be having tariffs, as you know. It's an amazing thing. This has been something used against us for many years by other countries, China in particular, but others, not just China, others, and taken advantage of us, ripped us off, and left us for dead, frankly. And I believe if I didn't become your president, I believe that this country would have had problems like they've never had before, because it was serious damage in so many other ways. Not only the border, where people came rushing into our country from prisons and jails and mental institutions, murderers, drug dealers, and some vicious criminals. 11,088 murderers came into our country. We have to get them out. We're getting them out. 11,088. Of that number, half committed murder on more than two people. And this is what they allowed into our country with their open border policy of lunacy. And we're taking care of that, just like we're taking care of you today. We're taking care of that. I want to thank Kristi Noem and Tom Homan for doing an unbelievable job. The whole thing is, the job they're doing is incredible. It's really an unforced error. It should have never happened, that we have to be spending such time and resources, Mr. Senator, right, on getting people out of our country that shouldn't be here. I mean, literally from mental institutions, insane asylums were opened up and emptied into our country. Prisons from all over the world, not just South America, prisons from, think of this, from Africa, the Congo, a lot of people from the Congo, prisons in the Congo, prisons from Asia, from all over, were opened up. And I knew that when I heard it was an open border policy. I said, if you do that, every country is going to be dumping people that they don't want into our country. And that's what's happened, but we're cleaning it out. And the courts, we had a good decision, as you know, from the Supreme Court, allowing us to do that. We have judges that didn't want us to do it. We have judges that wanted the very evil gang members from Trendy, Iroquois, and MS-13. They didn't want them taken out of the country and put in very powerful prisons. When you look, you've all seen those clips, pretty amazing clips. But I want to thank El Salvador. They've done an incredible job. But we've been fortunately winning those cases. But we have judges that are out of control that say, oh, bring them back, bring them back. We don't want them back. We don't want them back. Can you imagine? You spend all of that time, energy, and money on getting them out, and then you have a judge that sits there, a local judge who sits there, federal judges, sit there and says, no, bring them back. One was brought back, or they want to bring him back because he wasn't a member of Tren de Iroquois. He was a member of MS-13, which is just as bad. So they misidentified him, but it sounds to me like he was a member of MS-13, so they want him brought back because he wasn't treated properly. It's we got to be smart. Our country's got to get a lot smarter than it is, but we have to give the people that are empowered to do this kind of work, and it's not pleasant work. We have to give them the option of making our country great again, and that's what they're doing, and I have great respect for those people. And they're doing it out of love. They could get a much easier job. They're doing it out of love for our country. It's so important, just like I'm doing this with coal today for love for our country. Earlier this afternoon, I signed another executive order to strengthen our electric grid by ensuring that coal-fired power plants are always available to meet surging demand for electricity. Unlike wind and solar, coal plants can run 24 hours a day in rain, sleet, or snow, and you will not be subject to the incredible blackout situation that's taking place in California, where they have blackouts all the time. It's an amazing thing with California. They have blackouts and brownouts at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And all they want to do is keep going the way they're going. And they're doing a very poor job. As you probably heard, I released billions of gallons of water going in from upstate California, from the most northern parts of California. Probably comes in from Canada to a certain extent. Thank you very much, Canada. We appreciate it. And I released it. It was being sent out to the Pacific Ocean. I've been working on Gavin and some of the politicians for years, and they didn't want to do that because they were protecting a smelt, a fish that was perhaps in trouble, but it's not unique to that area. And because of that, you had numbers, you had fires. Nobody's ever seen anything like what happened. Think of what it would have been like if you had fire hydrants that had water in them, if you had sprinkler systems in houses. A lot of these luxury houses where they had beautiful sprinkler systems, there was no water. They had no water to put out the fires. Water is very good for putting out fires, you know, they just didn't learn it. But we now have millions of gallons, billions actually, they say, of gallons of water pouring into California from the Pacific Northwest, I guess they would say, mostly Pacific Northwest, but other parts of the northern sections of California and beyond. And it's a beautiful thing to see. I saw a picture of it this morning. The water's just flowing down there. I said, why didn't they do this? I told them to do it. My first term, I said, do it. And I don't know. I think the second term is just more powerful. They do it. When I say do it, they do it, right? And we actually had to do some pretty strong things to get them to open it up. They had, think of this, they had all that water pouring out right into the Pacific. They had a big valve, like a giant valve as big as this room, and they turned the valve. Takes 1 day to turn it, and they face it toward the Pacific Ocean, and the water, all that was coming down, all millions and millions of gallons coming down, they put it into the Pacific Ocean, which for the Pacific Ocean is like a drop of water. But for California, it would have been unbelievable. So we did it. I'm very proud of the fact that we did it. We did that against a lot of heat and a lot of environmental nonsense. From now on, we'll ensure that our nation's critically needed coal plants, as an example, remain online and fully operational. They're always going to be operational. And again, we're going to have guarantees that government cannot close them down, close you down, and destroy your lives. To that end, I'm also instructing Secretary Wright to save the Cholla coal plant in Arizona, big plant, which has been slated for destruction. We're going to keep those coal miners on the job, going to tell them to just remain calm, because we're going to have that plant opening and burning the clean coal, beautiful clean coal, in a very short period of time. You know all about that, right? That's a big one. As part of our historic deregulatory efforts this afternoon, I'm also granting immediate relief to 47 companies operating 66 coal plants, very big ones all over the country, recusing and making them available for coal production almost in the immediate future. But we're going to be crushing Biden-era environmental restrictions. These are restrictions that made it impossible to do anything having to do, frankly, with energy, even beyond coal. It's really beyond even coal. We have clean air, we have clean water, and now we have clean coal. And at the same time, we're going to do other things and with other forms of technology and also energy, like our country has never really seen before and never been known to do before, because of all sorts of restrictions having to do with the Green New Scam, which, by the way, was devised by somebody that never even studied. You know that? They never even studied anything to do with the environment. It was a young congresswoman. She came up with the idea. And based on that, I guess we only have, well, actually, we should have all been gone because they gave us only a few years left on Earth, right? Right, Greg? We were going to be gone. We were all going to be gone. The environment. Now, what they have to worry about is the nuclear heat. They don't have to worry about environmental heat. They have to worry about nuclear heat. And if we're smart, we're working on that right now with others having to do with Iran and some other countries, but that's the heat you're going to have to worry about. You don't have to worry about the air is getting warmer. The ocean will rise 1/4 of an inch within the next 500 to 600 years, giving you a little bit more waterfront property. They say this is going to, these guys can handle that. The nuclear we have a bigger problem with, right? So we're going to make sure that that's safe. We're going to make sure that that's safe. With us today are some of the amazing workers who will benefit from these policies, the policies that we're doing and so proud of doing, including Jeff Crow, a miner from West Virginia. Jeff, would you come up and say a few words? Jeff, come on up here, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I want to first thank you for having me and my fellow miners here. It is an honor and a privilege to be a part of today's events. I believe this past November that America clearly spoke about what we wanted for our country. It is reassuring for Americans to have a president in office who will truly put the United States of America above all else. With putting America first, you have spoken numerous times about energy independence. I believe most don't understand the importance of that. Coal is one of the major factors in energy independence and accounts for a large portion of America's energy. Coal is one of the most reliable and cheapest forms of electricity. For too long, coal has been a dirty word that most are afraid to speak about. Most of those that would speak negatively about coal do so from an uneducated standpoint. Many are unaware of the engineering and technology that are used in today's mining to create a clean, energy-efficient product. All of this is done while using the safest practices in the industry. Speaking for West Virginia, coal provides approximately 50,000 jobs for those that work in the mines and the businesses that support them. It also accounts for over 50% of West Virginia's export product. To name a few, we employ engineers, teachers, physical therapists, accountants, truck drivers, high school and college graduates. All of these occupations and graduates have turned to the coal industry to provide a better way of life for them and their families. Everyone in our industry works long hours and days to provide a reliable energy product, and too many times it goes unnoticed. I've personally worked in the industry for 23 years. I choose to do this daily to provide my wife and children with the life that they deserve. Prior administrations have done all they could to eliminate the coal industry. Sorry, one second, I'm getting there. In my opinion, they have done so with an unethical and uneducated approach. But we are still strong, we are still here, and we are still needed in order to make America great again. Having a president and an administration that understands the need and importance of coal is more than appreciated. It gives the industry a form of reassurance to know that we have a president in place that supports us. From my family to the over 3,000 employees of ACNR, and for the coal companies, miners, and businesses throughout our great country that rely on the coal industry, we say thank you for your continued support. I personally thank you for what you do for our country and for our industry. It has been my pleasure to be here today to help you usher in the golden age of America.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
You did a good job. Let me have that speech. I want to have that.
Yes, sir.
I had a couple of good lines in there when I came up. No, actually, what I want to do, I'm going to sign it for you because I mean, he worked hard. Look at it, and look how good his eyes must be to read that.
I lost it once.
And hopefully you can sell it tonight for a lot of money.
Yes, sir. I'll keep that one.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jeff. And also with us is Tony Campbell of the East Kentucky Power Cooperative. And Tony's quite a gentleman and very respected in the industry. Come on up, Tony. Thank you.
Mr. President, on behalf of East Kentucky Power Cooperative, the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, and electric cooperatives across this America, thank you for your leadership to restore American energy dominance. Electric co-ops keep the lights on for 42 million Americans across 56% of the land mass. We are owned by the communities and businesses we serve and provide electricity to growing communities, new data centers, and manufacturing plants. Mr. President, electric co-ops are powering America, and we are proud to partner with you and your administration to power America into the future. Our electric cooperatives in Kentucky understands the importance of reliable, affordable, and American-made energy, especially coal and natural gas. Coal fuels most of the electricity generated by our cooperative. America must keep coal plants open and running to ensure reliable electricity when we need it most. To meet growing demand over the next decade and ensure fuel security, America will need more always available electric generation power, such as coal. And we want to recognize the hardworking American men, women that support our mission. To all America's line workers, our coal miners, thank you for your dedicated service to our country. Affordable and reliable electricity is the cornerstone of our economy, especially American manufacturing. However, too many government leaders have pushed policies that have made our electric grid significantly less reliable and our energy too expensive. That begins to change now. Your actions today will prevent the premature closing of essential power plants and help us meet tomorrow's energy needs. And they will help us continue to deliver reliable, safe, and affordable electricity. Mr. President, thank you in particular for providing immediate, much-needed relief from the Biden EPA regulations that would force the shutdown of critical coal units. Finally, I want to say congratulations on the all-star energy team you've assembled. Electric co-ops have already been working with Secretaries Bergrum, Wright, and Rollins, and Administrator Zeldin, and we are excited for all we can accomplish together. Mr. President, thank you again for your actions today and for your support for the electric cooperatives as we work to keep the lights on in America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you very much, Tony. Appreciate it. Every day under the Trump administration, We will continue to lower costs for American families, create jobs for American workers, and very importantly, unlock unlimited amounts of affordable American energy, including, as I said, and I'll say for the last time, beautiful, clean coal. Our country is blessed. Our country is blessed with the most abundant natural resources on earth, as nobody has what we have. And we're going to use it, too. We're going to use it in a very responsible way. Together, we're going to tap that magnificent potential to give our people the glorious future that they deserve, better than they've ever had in the past. I mean, they had a good future, a little, if you look 20 years ago, they thought they had a good future, and it was ripped away from them, torn away from them with nonsense. And we're not going to let that happen. This is going to be a glorious future for them. And I want to thank everybody for being here. And I want to thank you and you and you and that whole group and our senators, by the way, and our great congressmen and women for being here in such a large number, because you've been helping us make these decisions. These are big decisions, and this is a really big one. And this is one that's going to be, I think we're going to look back and with great pride at what we've done today, not just in putting people to work, but at really reawakening our country. And thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. Thank you very much. Come on up.
Mr. President?
Yes, who's first one?
We have 4 items prepared for your signature this afternoon, sir. The first of these executive orders it may be one of the most significant executive orders of your administration thus far. This directs all departments and agencies of the federal government to end all discriminatory policies against the coal industry. This ends the leasing moratorium that prevents new coal projects on federal land, and it's going to accelerate all permitting and funding for new coal projects to allow the coal industry to flourish under your leadership, sir.
That's great. Thank you. Okay.
Sir, there are currently dozens of coal plants in America that are in imminent danger of being forced to close based on unscientific and unrealistic policies enacted by the Biden administration. What we're going to do is essentially impose a moratorium on those policies taking effect to protect coal plants that are currently operating, to ensure that they're able to continue producing power and continue providing jobs to Americans in the coal industry.
Right. Thank you very much.
Sir, you've made grid reliability and security a key focus of this administration. This executive order is going to promote grid security and reliability by ensuring in part that our grid policies are focused on secure and effective energy production and energy transmission, as opposed to woke policies that discriminate against secure sources of power like coal and other fossil fuels. Lastly, sir, one of the biggest problems we have in this space is Democrat states, radical leftist states, enacting policies and enacting an agenda that discriminates against coal, against secure sources of energy. Many of these policies are unconstitutional and illegal, and with this executive order, you're going to be instructing your Department of Justice to vigorously pursue and investigate these state policies that we believe are illegal or unconstitutional.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. He went to Harvard when Harvard was good. It was a while ago. Let's hand these out to the guy.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Welcome to today's hearing entitled DeepSeek, a Deep Dive. So we'll start out by opening with a 5-minute statement from myself. I'd like to welcome everybody to our first Research and Technology Subcommittee hearing. I look forward to engaging with our distinguished panel of witnesses on what to me is a critically important topic. It's clear that artificial intelligence will have a profound transformative effect on our country. My experience leading the bipartisan AI task force last year strengthened my belief that maintaining American leadership in AI development and deployment is not only an economic imperative, but also a national security requirement that affects every sector of our economy and our society. As we examine the implication of DeepSeek's recent AI models, our nation is at a critical juncture in the global artificial intelligence landscape. The introduction of DeepSeek represents a concerning milestone. It's the first non-American reasoning AI model. This capability, pioneered by American companies, is now being replicated by a company directly influenced by the Chinese Communist Party. This development should raise concerns for all of us. We must consider what's at risk. Americans and people worldwide are increasingly sharing their private and personal data with AI systems. The deployment of DeepSeek provides the CCP with a backdoor to this sensitive information. This risk will only grow as we enter the era of agentic AI, where AI systems will actively book our travel, manage our finances, analyze our health records, and handle other sensitive personal affairs on our behalf. We cannot allow DeepSeek and other CCP-controlled entities access to this information. However, there's also a silver lining in this situation. DeepSeek reportedly distilled their models from OpenAI systems, demonstrating that Chinese AI development remains reliant on our innovations. Furthermore, despite the claim that DeepSeek R1 achieves similar results to American models at a lower cost, Google recently announced its open-weight Gemma 3 model, which reportedly achieves 98% of DeepSeek's R1's performance for just 3% of the cost. American ingenuity continues to lead the way, but we cannot take our continued leadership for granted. Open-weight models underpin much of the AI and technology infrastructure worldwide, including here in the United States. If we allow China to surpass us in open-weight models, we risk ceding leadership in global AI infrastructure to the CCP. It's crucial that we understand the capabilities of these models, the CCP goals they could propagate, and their potential vulnerabilities in order to encourage the adoption of American models over those developed in China. This is precisely why the federal government and American industry must collaborate to ensure continued American leadership in the development of AI standards. If the United States does not set these standards, then China will. China's approach to AI development has also raised serious ethical and security concerns, especially relating to the prevention of harmful applications of AI. For example, according to an evaluation by Anthropic, DeepSeek's model was found to be the least effective at blocking information about bioweapons amongst all the models that they tested. While Chinese AI has so-called safeguards against providing information about Tiananmen Square and the Uyghurs, it lacks safeguards against actual malicious uses of AI. We must ensure that Chinese AI, which operates under these flawed standards, does not come to dominate the global market. The United States must take the lead in developing the most advanced AI systems while also fostering a light-touch governance model that safeguards against malicious use while simultaneously encouraging innovation. We cannot afford to stifle our innovators with burdensome regulations when competitors like China are racing ahead with fewer constraints. Promoting innovation in AI development is the key to maintaining American leadership in this field. To support this, I, along with some of the people on our committee here, have introduced the Create AI Act, again in this Congress, which establishes the National Artificial Intelligence Research Resource. This will provide researchers and developers across the computational and data resources they need to create competitive American AI systems that embody our values rather than those of the CCP. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today. I look forward to your testimony and to having a productive discussion on this critically important topic. So I'll yield back the balance of my time. I now recognize the ranking member, the representative from Michigan, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Obolnolte, someone I like to recognize as a friend, actually, and someone who I've gotten to know over my years in Congress, over his years in Congress, and particularly in his leadership role last term in the Congress, running the Artificial Intelligence Task Force. And now here he sits in a chair that I was once privileged to sit in as the chairman of the Research and Technology Subcommittee, hosting and bringing together our first subcommittee hearing of the 119th session of Congress, a deep dive into what we call Deep Seek, which is a brand of artificial intelligence that has been developed by the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. And I'm explaining that because we have an incredible group of teenagers in the audience here who hail from the great state, arguably the best state in the Union, Michigan. We have reverends from Detroit, rabbis from rabbi from West Bloomfield, and students who represent the incredible Black Jewish Student Alliance that the Anti-Defamation League of America has brought together. So it is certainly very significant to have them in this hearing and paying witness during this important moment in time as we seek to answer the questions of what is our vision for this nation. Where there is no vision, the people perish. And I'll give you this, that we are certainly seeing a vision right now from the current administration. And it doesn't appear to me as though it is the most successful approach to winning the future as it pertains to the China competition. And I say that with respect. But it is very clear now that the United States has a real competitor in artificial intelligence. And so the fact that we're having this hearing to deep dive into what the Chinese Communist Party is doing with artificial intelligence is very important. I sit on the China Competition Committee. That's another committee that I sit on, and we are grappling with this. And my friends, we recognize that here we are in the year 2025, the quarter-century mark that we have now hit as a civilization, as a society, and we are looking to the year 2050, very squarely. And to say that to the teenagers in the room, you know, you will be well into your career when we are at the mid-century mark. And our goal must be that the rules-based order of the world needs to continue to be led by open, free market, capitalist democracies. And so as we look to strengthen the breadth of the democracy, this beautiful country that Mr. Nolte and I both love, we must do so through the pursuit of science, technology, research, and development. And it is not to make anyone who I respect in this room and on this committee and the leadership that is brought by the chairman. We have a problem on our hands when we are firing scientists. We have a problem on our hands when we are squeezing out our scientific research agencies that pay for themselves over and over and over again. What do I mean by that? Yes, we take what we call taxpayer money, the money that our hardworking parents give to the Treasury of the United States, and we as members of Congress allocate to go into something like the National Science Foundation, something like the National Institute of Standards and Technologies, that has a sub-agency focused on artificial intelligence and how we, as the United States of America, can set the rules for the road. So as the chairman just articulated, as we are looking at artificial intelligence to potentially start dictating more of our life, and that might be helpful because there are a lot of things that we have to deal with. Booking tickets, you were saying, sir, making appointments, managing, I don't know, all the likes that you get or groceries you need to buy. There's a lot of, we're producing more data by the second than at any point in civilization. And Mr. Fist is nodding because he knows what I'm talking about. I was working in an IoT research lab before I got to Congress, my friends. You know, the industrial Internet of Things, and that was a decade ago. So our teenagers weren't even teenagers then. And the point is that this AI could really help us. It could help advance society. It could help us advance healthcare outcomes. To students in the room, it can make you better and bolder and more productive and more successful in the future. We've spent a lot of time in this 21st century ushering in fantastic technologies, smartphones and cars that you can call from a device on your hand and all of that. We don't want to be afraid of technology, but we want to be careful that it is our rules, our development of innovation as the United States of America that is pushing forward how we embrace this technology. And I say that with respect to anyone in the world working on this. But one thing we know with the Chinese Communist Party is they're oppressive. Not the people are great, the people are fine, but the party is squishing their own people, and that's a challenge. So I think we'll hear a little bit about this today. Chairman's got his gavel because I'm over my 5 minutes, and with that, I'll yield back. Thank you, good sir.
I thank our ranking member. I'll now recognize the chairman of the full committee, the representative from Texas, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Obernolte, for convening today's hearing. I also want to thank our expert panel of witnesses. Thank you all for being here. Looking forward to your testimony and your participation. Today's discussion presents us with a critical opportunity to examine the impact of DeepSeek's artificial intelligence models on America's technological leadership, innovation ecosystem, and our national security. DeepSeek serves as a significant wake-up call. And on the day of President Trump's second inauguration, this Chinese-owned company released its R1 model, which quickly surpassed ChatGPT to become the top-rated free application in U.S. app stores. The Chinese Communist Party presents a formidable and growing strategic challenge to our technological leadership. We know the CCP is aggressively pursuing plans to dominate next-generation technology, including through the theft of our research, innovations, and our sensitive data. Supporting DeepSeek is part of this plan. In fact, several U.S. government agencies, such as NASA, the U.S. Navy, have banned DeepSeek on federal devices because of its serious data privacy concerns. The emergence of DeepSeek is particularly troubling given reports that it developed these models using American advanced semiconductor chips, including ones that the Department of Commerce had banned from being sold to Chinese entities. However, what's more alarming is that without U.S. leadership and open-weight models, DeepSeek could become the foundation for global AI applications that promote CCP values and potentially contain hidden vulnerabilities. And if the United States cedes leadership in AI to the CCP, we risk not only our economic future, but also our national security. The development and deployment of critical technologies such as AI, quantum, and advanced semiconductors could be compromised by the values of the CCP, resulting in a failure to uphold American ideals of fairness and transparency. But let's be clear, we cannot surpass China by imitating its approach. We must build systems that promote coordination and cooperation across the entire U.S. science and technology enterprise, both public and private, while leveraging the benefits of the free market. We should continue to follow the recipe for success that has led to American leadership in other emerging technologies, such as information technology, quantum, biotech, space, and energy. This includes tearing down government barriers to private sector innovation, lowering taxes, protecting private property, reducing energy costs, and leveraging standards and best practices rather than aggressive regulations and market-corrupting subsidies. America's strength has always been our innovative spirit, our entrepreneurial drive, and our commitment to individual liberty. The Trump administration acknowledged this fundamental truth in a January executive order, which stated that the policy of the United States is to sustain and enhance America's global AI dominance in order to promote human flourishing economic competitiveness, and our national security. This approach underscores the significance of American leadership without unnecessary government intervention. We've already seen progress in this direction with the announcement of the Stargate project and the proliferation of little tech investments by the private sector. These trends build upon the substantial advantage we have as a nation. We have robust capital markets, innovative companies, cutting-edge research institutions, and bountiful natural resources that fuel our emerging technology enterprise. But DeepSeek is a reminder that we must be vigilant and never take our leadership for granted. Evaluating the capabilities of Chinese models is critical to understanding the competitive landscape, maintaining our technological advantage, and assessing the risks they pose to national security. And how we respond to challenges like DeepSeek will determine whether the United States continues to lead in the world in AI or whether we allow the CCP to overtake us. I look forward to hearing from you witnesses today about DeepSeek's models and how the U.S. public and private sectors can accelerate American AI leadership into the future. And with that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chairman Babin. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, my colleague from California, for her opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for this hearing. I look forward to a productive discussion about our country's progress in artificial intelligence. In the last Congress, the Science Committee developed several good bipartisan bills seeking to advance the nation in AI. We understood that our leadership was threatened even then, and today the threat is plain as day for all to see. 2 months ago, the release of the V3 and R1 AI models by the Chinese firm DeepSeek caused many Americans to awaken to the realization that we can't take our leadership in emerging technologies for granted. Securing our research and applying targeted export controls are necessary, but they're insufficient steps to ensuring American leadership in AI. To win the AI race, we have to realize our potential by enabling and supporting scientific advancement through the infrastructure, institutions, and most importantly, the people who truly drive American innovation. Put another way, we need both a defensive strategy and an offensive strategy. Now, the Science Committee is responsible for supporting and overseeing non-defense federal AI R&D. One key agency under our purview is the National Science Foundation, which focuses on advancing the fundamental science of AI. As of last year, NSF was on track to spend about $750 million on AI-related research. To understand how this funding contributes to AI advancements, consider the funding of PhD student Andrew Barto, whose work in computational reinforcement learning laid the foundations for modern AI. Earlier this year, Dr. Barto received the prestigious Turing Award for his contributions. His early work was NSF funded, as has been so much of the early research enabling today's AI breakthroughs. The NSF AI Institutes program, a $500 million investment, connects over 500 funded and collaborative institutions across the United States to form the nation's largest AI research ecosystem. I'm very excited by the work of the AI Institute for Next Generation Food Systems at UC Davis. The people, institutions, and infrastructure supported by NSF, the Department of Energy, NIST, and so many more federal science agencies form the backbone of American scientific leadership. Now, I have to say it's unfortunate that our nation's great scientific minds are now facing an environment of uncertainty, distrust, and reduced funding. President Trump, with his Musk Doge hackers, are wreaking havoc on our scientific enterprise, not just endangering our ability to lead in AI in so many critical fields, but I think actively sabotaging our leadership. I'll name just a few of these setbacks. The Trump administration has fired thousands of government professionals in critical technology roles. These talented individuals are now being recruited by other countries, including China. They've terminated countless active research and education training camps, and we anticipate further substantial cuts in the FY 2026 budget request. They've deported graduate students for exercising First Amendment rights, effectively broadcasting to foreign students and scientists to stay away. In the weeks leading up to this hearing, universities across the country have significantly reduced incoming PhD student admissions because of funding uncertainty. Who among the next aspiring students turned away might have been our next Andrew Barton? We'll never know. Just 2 weeks ago, I think this is quite chilling, a scientific journal found that 75% of PhD students polled were considering leaving the United States. When asked where they'd go, one response captures the grave concern that we should consider today: anywhere that supports science. If we seek to be global leaders in AI, we have to collectively wake up to the reality of the harm that is being done under our watch, the harm being done to the science enterprise in the United States. I hope that the U.S. still has time to reverse course on our worst impulses and win the AI race. I look forward to having this discussion today about paths forward. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren. We'll now go to witness testimony. Our first witness today is Mr. Adam Thier. Mr. Thier is Senior Fellow for the Technology and Innovation Team at the R Street Institute. He previously spent 12 years as a Senior Fellow at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. He also previously served as the President of the Progress and Freedom Foundation. Mr. Thier, you're recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Obernolte, Ranking Member Stevens, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the invitation to participate in this important hearing. My name is Adam Thier, and I'm a Senior Fellow at the R Street Institute, where I focus on emerging technology issues. Related to this hearing, I recently released a 3-part R Street series entitled Ramifications of China's DeepSeek Moment, and I have appended those essays to my written testimony. I'll begin with an admission. I am as stunned as just as all as you are about how fast China has caught up with America in artificial intelligence. In fact, in testimony just 10 months ago before the Joint Economic Committee, I noted how lucky America was that our AI innovators were firmly in the driver's seat and not yet having to worry about China surprising us with a powerful new AI system that might represent a modern Sputnik moment. And then in late January of this year, my worst fears came true when that AI Sputnik moment happened with DeepSeek's January 20th launch of its open source R1 model. It sent shockwaves for tech markets and policy circles alike, and rightly so. DeepSeek's model competes favorably with leading American models and at a lower cost. President Trump and many other policymakers have referred to it as a, quote, wake-up call for our nation. But what happened next was equally stunning. Just days after DeepSeek's R1 launch, Alibaba, another Chinese tech giant, announced the most powerful version yet of its Qwen model, which outperformed R1. DeepSeek responded by announcing it would release an even more capable version of its model. Chinese tech giant Tencent Holdings then launched its T1 model that outperformed both of those models and some American models. Finally, Manus AI, a Chinese startup, launched a powerful new general AI agent. All of this happened in less than 2 months. Perhaps these developments should not have surprised us. After all, the Chinese Communist Party has made its imperial ambitions clear with its stated goal to become, quote, the world's primary AI innovation center by 2030, and the CCP uses aggressive forms of innovation mercantilism in pursuit of that goal. The House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party has highlighted how, quote, the CCP has pursued a multi-decade campaign of economic aggression against the United States and its allies, end quote. More problematically, the CCP is engaged in a concerted effort to export digital authoritarianism through its Digital Silk Road effort meant to spread influence through global investment. Experts now speak of a China-led, quote, authoritarian tech offensive and the rise of, quote, an AI axis of autocratic states looking to advance their control agendas through technology. I believe there are 3 lessons from the DeepSeek moment. First, China clearly understands that AI is the most important general purpose and dual-use technology of our era. AI is essential to both widespread economic development and national security goals. Second, China understands that AI is also the most important information technology of modern times, and that it has profound potential to influence cultural values and speech policies globally. Third, China understands that rapid diffusion of AI both drives these objectives in many ways. China is flooding the market with nimble but very effective AI systems, just as they have previously used low-cost, rapid response strategies to gain greater market share globally in other sectors. These are the reasons why House Energy and Commerce Committee Chairman Brett Guthrie recently argued that China's rapid ascendancy in advanced computation, quote, really is an existential threat to our country and the world. If America is going to win the so-called AI Cold War, we need to understand that traditional containment strategies won't work. We're not going to bottle up all Chinese AI advances with analog error controls, and costly and poorly targeted industrial policy gimmicks won't help much either. We won't beat China by copying China. Instead, America must race ahead and stay on the cutting edge of the technological frontier to win. We must re-embrace the core advantages in this fight with China that we've always had: freedom, the freedom to innovate, invest, speak, learn, and grow using advanced technological systems. In the 1990s, we did this with a flexible governance approach that helped America dominate the digital revolution, and we can do it again in a bipartisan fashion. Here's a very quick checklist of the pro-freedom technology agenda that we need to advance AI opportunity in America. We must embrace open source AI innovation and let it blossom. Ensure diverse energy markets for AI. Win the talent war by attracting the world's best and brightest scientists and engineers. Ensure balanced copyright and data privacy policies. Craft a national framework that preempts and puts a moratorium on the confusing patchwork of now almost 1,000 state and local AI proposals pending today. Require federal agencies to review their existing policies to determine how they might hamper AI. Ensure agencies have the resources and training needed to address novel AI issues. And, of course, defend the importance of free speech in the algorithmic age. This opportunity-oriented AI agenda is the way to beat China. We must not allow fear-based policies to impede American AI development and diffusion, or else China wins. Thank you for holding this hearing, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Thier. Our next witness is Mr. Gregory Allen. Mr. Allen is the director of the Wadhwani AI Center at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He previously served as the director of strategy and policy at the Department of Defense Joint Artificial Intelligence Center. He also previously served as the head of the market analysis and competitive strategy at Blue Origin. Mr. Allen, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, distinguished members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you here today. DeepSeek is an important milestone in China's progress in artificial intelligence, but this progress did not come out of nowhere. For one thing, if you were to go to the leading AI conferences around the world where top researchers meet, it was utterly routine even 5 years ago for Chinese researchers to win the top paper awards, to present research results that are impressive to all of their peers in their field. China's progress in AI has been incredibly impressive and incredibly steady for the better part of a decade at this point. And they really do recognize it as the most transformative technology of our age for both economic and military power. In DeepSeek's case specifically, this is a firm that is descended from a high-frequency trading firm. It actually comes out of the finance industry. And if you've heard about the Michael Lewis book, Flash Boys, you will know that these types of companies are obsessed with their computing infrastructure. They build their own data centers. They come up with every potential advantage they can because they are chasing nanosecond-level advantages in beating the market in executing these trades. Well, these computational infrastructure advantages are a critical reason why DeepSeek had the technical talent pool and the technical infrastructure needed to achieve what it did with its V3 and R1 models, which are broadly equivalent to the global state of the art circa mid-2024. So in December of 2024, they are achieving what American companies had achieved in mid-2024. But I think an important question here is, where might they be if U.S. policy had been different? And here I'm speaking specifically about the Biden administration's export controls on advanced computer chips. And it is actually the case that the CEO of DeepSeek in a mid-2024 interview said that the #1 challenge facing his company was American export controls. Not getting high-quality talent, not getting access to more money. The #1 challenge facing his company was American export controls. As a previous Chinese government think tank paper put it over a year or several years ago, without AI chips, there's no AI. And this is the situation that we've tried to face the Chinese government by restricting their access to chips. Now, right now, NVIDIA, which is the leading global provider of advanced AI chips, their growth as a company is supply constrained, not demand constrained. If TSMC, their preferred manufacturer for chips, could make more chips, they would be selling more chips. For every chip that comes off that assembly line, there are 5 people who would love to buy that chip. And what we said with those export controls is that we're not going to allow those advanced chips to go to China, where we know they will directly advance the party's agenda for economic and military power. Right now, the most advanced computing cluster in the world is the Colossus supercomputing cluster run by xAI in Memphis. It has 200,000 H100 chips. This is an incredibly beefy supercomputer. If we did not have these export controls over the past few years, I think it is entirely plausible that the largest supercomputing cluster for AI in the world would be in China right now. But what are we going to do in the future? I would say export controls depend upon 3 critical factors: authority, capacity, and will. What we have right now are really good authorities. Between the IEPA law that's very, very old and the more recent law that's passed, the US federal government, and specifically the executive branch, if they want to put in place export controls, they generally have legal means to do it. In terms of will, I think here is where the Biden administration fell short. To give you just one example, in December 2024, the Biden administration implemented export controls on high bandwidth memory chips. These are critical input goods to NVIDIA AI chips and everybody else's AI chips. In fact, about half of the dollar value of an NVIDIA chip is these HBM input chips. Well, that export control was telegraphed in July and then implemented in December. So what do you think Huawei did in those interceding 6 months? They amassed a multi-year stockpile of those chips. And this is why I say the administration fell short in terms of will. And the final issue is about capacity. Are we actually giving the government agencies that are responsible for administering these export controls the staff, the money, and the enabling technology that they need to successfully implement these controls? And I would say no. This agency's budget has gone down in inflation-adjusted terms since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, since these Chinese export controls. Their job has gotten massively harder, and the resources to support them have dwindled. I believe there's no more powerful return on investment opportunity available anywhere in U.S. national security than strengthening our export controls enforcement and administration capacity. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Our next witness is Dr. Julia Stoyanovich. Dr. Stoyanovich is the Institute Associate Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, Associate Professor of Data Science, and Director of the Center for Responsible AI at New York University. She is a recipient of the Presidential Early Career Award for Scientists and Engineers, awarded by nomination from the National Science Foundation, and a senior member of the Association for Computing Machinery. Dr. Stoyanovich, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Babin, Ranking Member Lofgren, Subcommittee Chairman Obernolte, Subcommittee Ranking Member Stevens, and other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the national security and technological implications of DeepSeek. In a few short months, what was once unthinkable has become a cliche, and we have already heard this cliche today, but I'll repeat it once again, but with correct pronunciation. We are in a Sputnik moment. The rapid rise, technical openness, and competitive performance of DeepSeek have challenged the long-standing assumption that the US would retain its global leadership in AI by default. DeepSeek's latest models rival top US systems while requiring fewer resources to build, reshaping global expectations around efficiency and access, and signaling a risk of falling behind for the United States in this strategically vital domain. This demands bold federal action, sustained investment, coherent policy direction, and a commitment to open, high-impact research that serves the public interest. US leadership in AI is not just about innovation. It's about protecting our economic resilience, national security, and global influence. Let me turn to how DeepSeek compares to American models in terms of accessibility, transparency, and security. Technically, DeepSeek and US-based models share the same developmental structure: pre-training, fine-tuning, and alignment. However, DeepSeek emphasizes efficiency, openness in technical reporting, and specialization in domains like code and math. Its transparency, particularly in publishing the model architecture, training methodology, as well as evaluation benchmarks, meets or exceeds that of any US-based vendor. That level of transparency matters. It allows researchers to understand how models are built, assess safety claims, and replicate results. It lowers barriers to entry and fosters inclusive innovation across academia, startups, and public institutions. But transparency is often misunderstood. Releasing model weights alone is not enough. While weights tell us how a model processes its input, they do not reveal why it behaves the way it does, what it has learned, or what knowledge it's missing. That insight comes from data transparency, knowledge of the data sets used in training, which can reveal risks related to accuracy, bias, privacy, and security. Today, neither DeepSeek nor leading US vendors provide adequate data transparency, and this limits meaningful evaluation and raises concerns about accountability and misuse. And this brings me to the core issue, and that is data governance and national security. DeepSeek's privacy policy indicates that user data, including prompts, device information, and IP addresses, is stored on servers in China. There is no public documentation about whether user inputs are retained, reused, or subject to opt-out. And this creates a serious vulnerability. US citizen and enterprise data could be repurposed under the jurisdiction of a strategic competitor. And this is not just a matter of consumer privacy. As LLMs become embedded in productivity tools, enterprise systems, and education platforms, how user data is collected and managed becomes strategically vital. If widely used models capture data from US engineers or regulators, they could expose sensitive coding practices, priorities, or strategies. Stored abroad, such data presents not only a privacy risk, but a loss of data sovereignty. Unlike accidental leaks, this surveillance could be deliberate, engineered with no visible trace to the user, and without enforceable protections or transparency, we can't reliably detect or prevent it. To be clear, DeepSeek's opacity is not unique. US companies also vary in their practices, with limited transparency on how data is stored or reused. In short, no major provider offers appropriate transparency today, but none operate under the same legal obligations or pose the same jurisdictional risks as DeepSeek. It's important to emphasize that data governance and transparency are not in conflict. They are mutually reinforcing. Strong data governance establishes the policies and safeguards that protect sensitive information, while transparency ensures that those protections can be evaluated, verified, and improved. Without transparency, we can't check whether data is being handled in accordance with legal and ethical standards. Conversely, transparency without governance can expose data to misuse. Together, they form the foundation for responsible AI. Transparency enables oversight, and governance ensures accountability. So what should the US do? I have 3 recommendations. The first is to foster an open research environment to close the strategic gap. And this includes robust funding for fundamental AI science, public datasets, model development, and compute access. The National AI Research Resource is essential here, providing academic institutions with data, compute, and training that is necessary for us to compete. Federal support for the National Science Foundation and other agencies is vital for sustaining and advancing our research and skilled AI workforce. My second recommendation is to incentivize transparency across the AI lifecycle. And I can elaborate on this during questions. And my third is to establish a strong data protection regime. The US must lead not only in AI performance, but in responsible, privacy-preserving AI infrastructure. And there are many examples that we can learn from, but we have to develop our own models here. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Stoyanovich. Our final witness is Mr. Tim Fist. Mr. Fist is the Director of Emerging Technology at the Institute for Progress. He is also a Senior Adjunct Fellow at the Center for New American Security. Mr. Fist, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Obernolte, Ranking Member Stevens, and other members of the subcommittee, thank you and good morning. And today I'm going to be talking about responding to the DeepSeek moment through the lens of both state capacity and R&D. My organization, IFP, focuses on accelerating scientific progress and innovation, so I see this as a suitable lens. And I'll start by noting that many of my fellow witnesses have described the DeepSeek moment as both a Sputnik and a Sputnik moment. And while I think this comparison is powerful, I also think that it is somewhat incomplete. And I think the particular ways that it is incomplete can help inform us about what lessons to take away. So I'm going to cover the 3 lessons that I see as most important. Lesson number 1, to win against China in open source AI, we need to secure every layer of the tech stack. So if we look at the rocket technologies behind Sputnik, they were closed. We couldn't use them. In contrast, DeepSeek's AI models and applications are freely available to the whole world. So not only can they use them against us, we can use them against us. So what are the actual risks here? Well, the DeepSeek app has already shown a tendency to spread CCP propaganda. But if we were only worried about communist chatbots, we probably wouldn't be here today. The bigger risks that are on the horizon come from this new paradigm in AI known as agents. You can think of agents as AI models designed to operate autonomously, completing tasks by themselves. Research shows that these models can have backdoors. So you could have your software engineer agent happily programming away, and then suddenly when a trigger condition is met, like if it is deployed in the networks of an American organization, suddenly it can start outputting insecure code. And crucially, these kinds of backdoors are currently impossible to detect. And this may not seem like a big deal now, but it will be a big deal when we want to use AI not just to give us cooking recipes, but also to write all our code, manage our health and energy systems, conduct scientific research, and make military decisions. This world is fast approaching, and in some fields like software, it's actually already here. And the way that we outcompete China in this world, where everyone wants to deploy AI agents, but everyone is worried about the vulnerabilities they create, is not just to have the best AI, but also the most secure AI and the most reliable AI. For example, investing in AI interpretability research could help us detect backdoors, but also understand the capabilities of Chinese models and make our own models more reliable. And we need security not just at the software layer, but also at the hardware layer. If the foundation of American science and industry is going to be built on AI, we also need to ensure that the computer chips and the data centers that our models are running on can't easily be sabotaged. Federal R&D can and should be used to accelerate the build-out of this secure and reliable AI technology stack. This work could be supported through NIST and the national labs. In my written testimony, I provide specific examples of projects and funding mechanisms. Lesson 2, we need a better alarm system. In the Sputnik case, the Soviets blew right past us. Their rockets had 50 times the payload capacity of our own. In AI, DeepSeek's models still lag behind American models. This means that we actually still have time to prepare for more significant breakthroughs from China. But AI is moving fast, and actually our initial reaction to DeepSeek was based on their analysis of their own capabilities rather than our own. Next time it needs to be different. We need a team of technical experts within the federal government to help the government see what's coming and respond proactively with things like export controls. This team should be collecting data from industry as well as the intelligence community and analyzing the capabilities of Chinese models and chips before they come out. NIST could be a great home for this team, and it's good at hiring technical talent, and it already has the trust of industry. But NIST normally works on things like standards and guidelines rather than rapid analysis. This could be solved by giving NIST, ideally the AI Safety Institute at NIST, a clear tasking. Final lesson 3, we need a faster engine. Unlike Sputnik, DeepSeek was built using American technologies. As my colleague Greg has mentioned, this gives us leverage in the form of export controls. And indeed, DeepSeek's founder said it best, the only thing holding them back is access to American chips. But it's not just enough to slow down their R&D engine. We also need to speed up our engine. We need to ensure that American developers are building the world's best open source models, not just for chatbots, but also for AI used in science, robotics, and manufacturing. In my written testimony, I talk about cost-efficient ways we could support open source using prize competitions at NIST combined with model and dataset hosting on the National AI Research Resource. A faster engine also means making sure that we have enough electricity to support the next generation of cutting-edge models. The demands of AI development are already straining America's electricity infrastructure. First, we need to reduce timelines for environmental permitting. Then we need to help developers take on the technical risks that are involved in rapidly building new power plants, which should include natural gas, geothermal, and small modular reactors. One idea currently being pursued by the Department of Energy is making federal lands available for building power plants and data centers. The Department of Energy should complement this with research into technologies like rapid construction of modular data centers, carbon capture for natural gas, and mechanisms for quickly scaling up nuclear supply chains. I'll conclude my remarks there, and I look forward to the discussion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fist, and thank you to all of our witnesses. We'll move now to questions and answers from members of our committee, and I'll lead off by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Thier, thank you very much for your testimony. You had mentioned, you gave a pretty comprehensive list of the ways that we need to act to ensure continued American leadership in AI development. And one of the things that you mentioned that caught my attention was the nearly 1,000 pending bills in state legislatures across the country on the topic of AI regulation. Could you talk a little bit more about why you think that that's a threat and what you think that we in Congress need to do about that?
Absolutely. So, Mr. Chairman, I know this has been a priority of yours, and in the House AI Task Force report, this was something that was highlighted specifically both in the section on federal-state relations, but also in the section on small business, where the House AI Task Force bipartisan report basically made clear that the growing complexity of all of the differing definitions and regimes for AI regulation could eventually become a formidable barrier to new types of entry and the so-called rise of little tech or open source AI systems. I think that's a chronic problem when you have nearly 1,000, as of this morning, 958 state bills, or total AI bills, most of them being state, are pending. They haven't all passed yet, but a lot of activity, and again, a lot of different definitions of even how to define AI. If you're a small business person in this country and you are making an attempt to break into a marketplace, but you're confronted with that many different regulatory regimes and all that red tape, that is going to really set back your ability to become a leading edge competitor on the fly to compete with the things like DeepSeek and others that we see coming out of China. You know, for all of the restrictions that Chinese AI operators face, a lot of the smaller entrepreneurs have a lot of leeway to go out there and do things in a really flexible, nimble, low-cost fashion.
So how should we in Congress respond to that?
I think you've teed up the idea, Mr. Chairman, in the past of some sort of preemption. This is squarely interstate algorithmic commerce and speech we're talking about with a lot of this stuff. And we, in the 1990s, had a bipartisan agreement with this Congress, which was Republican at the time, and the Clinton-Gore administration, to have a national framework be part of our Telecommunications Act of 1996, and then our 1997 Framework for Global Electronic Commerce, and then even a moratorium we had a year after that with the Internet Tax Freedom Act of 1998. That was a really wonderful model, established a national framework, said here are some rules that we're going to set for the road about how it works. The whole process has now been inverted. The states are driving and Congress is waiting. Congress needs to step in and either set some clear guidelines for how the states do these things, or, in my opinion, we should have a moratorium on aggressive forms of new AI regulation to make sure we don't shoot ourselves in the foot as this race with China gets underway.
Sure. Well, I mean, obviously, I very much agree with you. We had a whole chapter on preemption in the AI Task Force report, but one of the points that we make is we can't preempt something with nothing, which means that we need to get busy in enacting some of the recommendations in that report to create a comprehensive framework for AI governance at the federal level. And then I think we'll have the moral authority to preempt what the states are doing and to set what the guardrails are, because there'll be a role for them as well. I want to thank you very much for that. Dr. Stoyanovich, you mentioned the importance of the National AI Research Resource. And obviously, I'm going to give you the shameless opportunity to plug our bill here. We've been trying to codify NAIR. I was pretty disappointed that we couldn't get that across the finish line, especially with as a legacy to our colleague Representative Eshoo from California last year. We're trying again this year. Why is getting this done so important?
Thank you for this really important question. I am a big proponent of the NAIR because I see a lot of enthusiasm for the resource in the research community in terms of both our increased access to research compute, to data sets, as well as potentially to some training mechanisms that the NAIR will provide. And I use the NAIR also in my own research, and it has enabled me and my group to do things that we could not have done, specifically on assessing large language models like the ones that we're talking about today. it's absolutely crucial for us to make sure that the NAIR exists and that it's developed at the full scale. The NSF has been running it in pilot, and they have been doing an amazing job considering the limited resources that they have had. But we need to really have access to the NAIR at full capacity. And I think that it's important for us to think also about how small and medium-sized businesses can benefit from the NAIR, and furthermore, how we can strengthen its role as a resource for training and upskilling and reskilling, in addition to its primary role, which would be to support academic research. In short, we simply cannot compete against China if we don't have a resource like the NAIR. And there's a lot of enthusiasm in the community.
Well, thank you. We'll continue to push on that, and hopefully we could get that across the finish line this year. I have about a dozen other questions, but I'm going to set a good example as the leader and wrap it up because I see my time's expired. I'll now recognize Ranking Member Stevens for 5 minutes for her questions.
Thank you. Another exciting and thrilling hearing. Mr. Allen, can you just talk to me about where you work? What is this Center for Strategic International Studies in this Wadawani Center that you run? Go ahead.
Yes, the Center for Strategic and International Studies is a think tank based in Washington, D.C.
Who funds them?
I believe about 10% of the funding comes from the U.S. government.
Okay.
And then another share comes from philanthropic, and then another share comes from corporate donors.
Okay. And then what's this Wadawani?
So CSIS includes, more than 35 separate programs that are organized into 4 departments, and the Wadawani AI Center is one of those programs. So at CSIS, there's a
Is that a person? Is Wadawani a person? Or?
Yes, and he is the anchor donor of our center. His name is Ramesh Wadhwani, and he is the founder of Symphony AI.
Okay.
He is one of the origins of AI research going back to Carnegie Mellon many decades ago. He's an American citizen, and this is part of him sort of giving back to his country. I should note that one of his many virtues is that he's one of very few Silicon Valley tech billionaires who doesn't make any money in China.
Yeah, well, that's exciting, and maybe we can talk to him at some point, and I'm sure you talk to him a lot about your research, and you always want to be able to have people doing pure research and coming up with these ideas, because you were saying that we were lacking the will, and that caught my attention. So how do you think that should have rolled out when we were putting those export controls on? Should we have made it closer to the date, like caught them by surprise? A little bit more?
I would describe the current approach that we have taken as there's an interagency debate. And the debate is, should we have a surprise attack or should we have no attack? And then they compromise on attack without the surprise, which is the worst of all the choices that you could have made. And we make that choice again and again and again.
Yeah.
So what I would say is that at this stage, there are costs to our export control policy. It's not fun to have an aggressive export control policy. But we are incurring all of the costs of a maximalist, aggressive export control policy, and we are only incurring a fraction of the possible strategic benefits because of the way that we are going about
Because of the rollout? Is that what you're saying? Because of the rollout?
Only one of the failure modes that I could have talked about. But yes.
Because we met with ARM over in overseas, actually. They got some people with Michigan there, but we were in the China committee, and we were with ARM, and ARM was really pushing on these export controls for some of their products and some of the Chinese products that were going to go into our manufacturing or our AI, and they're saying they could still be observing if we allow these Chinese, it's not chip.
Sorry, just to clarify, you're saying ARM was in favor of the export control?
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
They wanted export, and I don't know if we ever did it. And it caught my attention because they wanted to block CCP technologies from coming here because it was open source per se, and it wasn't as high quality. And obviously, this stuff is quite complicated. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in the semiconductor space for a long time, and and I'm by no means a PhD expert, but I appreciated your articulation. And Mr. Fist, too, we want to talk to you about this AI Safety Institute. I don't know if you've heard about that with NIST and what would the impact be on our ability to influence global standards if we were to stop participating in the International Network for AI Safety Institutes.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so what I will say is I think NIST is critical within the AI space. I think there's two roles that NIST and the AI Safety Institute can fulfill.
And they're low cost, by the way. They're
Yes.
critical, but they're low. We give them, just a little drop, pennies on the dollar.
Indeed, yeah, and AI is only a small fraction of the work that NIST
Yeah.
is currently doing, as you know. But yeah, I see there being two key roles that NIST and the AI Safety Institute can play. One is this standard setting exercise, so sort of creating standards that allow technologies to be, from AI, to be integrated into the American economy, and influencing those global standards on the world stage is obviously important for creating an export market for those technologies too. So I really see it as a path to speeding up diffusion and adoption of US technologies, sort of built on good standards. The other is this role that I talked about in my testimony, which is we need some sort of capacity to measure and evaluate the capabilities of AI systems so we can do more proactive policy making. I think, DeepSeek unfortunately caught a lot of policymakers by surprise, but it's not like it should have been a surprise, as Greg mentioned earlier. The research was available, we sort of had access to it.
Okay,
So, yeah,
thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Congressman Babin, for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. One of the challenges in public discussions around emerging AI companies like DeepSeek is separating fact from fiction. Mr. Thier, I wanted to ask you the first question. Did DeepSeek develop its models for just $5.6 million? Is that true?
That's what people believe. We don't know the exact numbers because, of course, they won't share them. But yes, that's the estimate people have put out there, 5 to 6.
But you can't verify that.
There's no way to verify that.
Right.
It's impossible.
And Mr. Allen, did DeepSeek use Chinese chips? Or did it use U.S. chips? We're hearing rumors there, either by acquiring them before export controls took effect or through evading those export controls.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd like to also address the previous question.
Sure.
The cost when you're doing drug discovery as a pharmaceutical company is not just the cost of the clinical trial that worked, it's the cost of all the clinical trials that didn't work, right? You're searching for what is the right drug. And that is the same with DeepSeek. That training run, that was for the training run on that AI model that worked, but you had to do a bunch of experiments that didn't work to find that one that did work. So I actually believe DeepSeek when they claim that the cost of training that AI model was $5.6 million. But was that the cost of their AI training infrastructure? No. Was that the cost of all the experiments that it took to lead to that success? No. I would estimate that was in the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars.
Okay. And then if you'll answer my question about the chips, how did they acquire them?
Yes. So the best reporting on this topic right now is that DeepSeek's AI infrastructure includes 10,000 H100 chips, 10,000 H800 chips, 30,000 H20 chips, and those are all American chips, but only one of them has always been illegal to export to China, and that is the H100. Now, this estimate, which comes from SemiAnalysis, citing sources that they've talked to in China's supply chain, I find it to be a credible projection. However, I also believe it is credible that DeepSeek did train this specific model using the H800 chip, which was a chip that NVIDIA specifically crafted for the Chinese market as a way to evade U.S. export controls by degrading one aspect of technical performance below the export control threshold. And this is another instance in which we took far too long to update our export controls in the face of new developments. So there was a year-long period in which it was legal to sell these very high-performing H800 chips, and DeepSeek bought a lot of those chips during the period in which it was able to do it. And just because you make something illegal to sell doesn't mean everything that you've already sold magically disappears. So when you look at DeepSeek's progress, you are really looking at the lagging impact of the poor design of the first tranche of Biden administration export controls and the year that it took them to update the technical performance specifications between October 2022 and October 2023. But as the CEO of DeepSeek has said, these export controls are still having a significant impact on his company, on the Chinese AI ecosystem. It could just be a much larger one if we were doing a better job.
Thank you. Mr. Fisk, does DeepSeek suppress information on certain topics? Can users trust that their data will be protected from foreign exploitation?
I haven't seen a super systematic analysis of this, but there have now been dozens of reports that it does seem to suppress information on things like Tiananmen Square, the Uyghur population, and other examples of classic CCP propaganda.
Okay, thank you. And then let's see. The Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence recently released their 2025 AI Index report, which indicated that private investment in U.S. AI was $109.1 billion in 24, more than 10 times the amount invested in China, $9.3 billion. Earlier this year, the Stargate project announced a $500 billion investment in American AI. Mr. Greer, what is more important for U.S. leadership in AI, federal funding or a permissive environment that allows for private sector investment and innovation?
Yeah, we obviously need that private sector investment to be high, as you just reported, Congressman. And basically, the number you cited there, what's even more exciting about that being 10x higher than what China's invested in terms of private AI investment, is that that's over a 10-year period, it was only 4x. We were averaging about 4 times as much as China. That's still great news, but last year it was almost 11 times as much, actually. So we need more of that, and what yields that kind of private sector investment is a more permissive, permissionless innovation type environment where we encourage innovators to go out and do bold things.
Exactly. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Loughran, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. This has been a useful hearing, and I appreciate the testimony of all the witnesses. It's interesting, Mr. Greer, you talked about the role of states, and it reminded me of the issue we had in the last Congress, where Congresswoman Eshoo and I played a very active role in discouraging California from preempting in a way that would have been very adverse. And ultimately, we did succeed in getting California to back off. And it's worth noting that they have now come up with a framework that really matches the objections we made. So the states have a role to play, and we have a role to play to keep them from doing something that is adverse to innovation. I have a concern, I will say, about some of the way we have developed our export controls. I am for strong export controls on hardware and chip manufacturing in China, and I think the rollout has been lagging in some cases, and that is something we should deal with. I'm also concerned, however, that we are not currently engaged as a nation in multilateralism. And if we impose export controls with U.S. only, and international companies have the capacity to sell to China the equivalent, we haven't really achieved what we're trying to do. And so, for example, I've just learned that ASML has just announced they're going to build a chip manufacturing in China for the first time. So, Mr. Allen, what should the U.S. be doing to support multilateral controls on China's access to chips and chip equipment?
Well, thank you so much for that question. And I think it's just worth pointing out the overriding logic is very obvious here. Why would you not sell them chips, but sell them the equipment they can use to make those chips by themselves, right? One without the other is a terrible, terrible strategy. And the challenge that we face is while the U.S. is the overall leader in semiconductor manufacturing equipment by a large margin, we're also not alone up there at the top. And in particular, the Dutch and the Japanese industries are both quite strong, and other subcomponent players are also very strong, like Germany, which makes some critical technologies here. So the Biden administration pursued a multilateral approach very aggressively and at some cost. It takes time to make multilateralism work. There are options for going unilateral, such as the imposition of the foreign direct product rule, which basically takes advantage of the fact that, for example, some key components of ASML technologies are made in the United States. So you apply U.S. export controls to that content of the machine. Or more recently, what the United States did is point out that all semiconductor manufacturing equipment, even Chinese semiconductor manufacturing equipment, includes inside it chips that were made using American semiconductor manufacturing equipment. So there are options.
But we have competitors for that as well.
Well, I think the key point is here is we can go the unilateral option, but that is incredibly imposing upon our allies.
Right.
And they have to be willing to do that because even for the things that only America sells, Japan usually has a company who could get into that business if they wanted to.
Correct.
And so if we impose export controls and our allies do not impose matching export controls, the cost of this strategy, the efficacy of this strategy, the cost goes way up, the efficacy goes way down.
Thank you very much. You know, AI models improve with data, and access to diverse, high-quality data sets is a strategic advantage. If DeepSeek's models are collecting data from American users, this could serve as a pipeline for the Chinese to improve its AI capabilities. And I was very interested, Mr. Fisk, in your comments about the agents or backdoors. What technical countermeasures, if any, could be in place to prevent adversarial data access, and by the way, also the backdoor issue that you mentioned?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So a lot of the measures might just look like standard data privacy regulation that you might put in place, either at the levels of companies or individual jurisdictions. On the technical side, yeah, I think the key problem here is just actually understanding why these models behave the way that they do. So I mentioned AI interpretability research, which is essentially opening up the black box of an AI model's digital mind and peering inside and trying to develop a mechanistic understanding of why it does the things it does. I think this research is going to be critical, not just for detecting when an AI system developed by an adversary has a backdoor, but also for making our own models more reliable as well and sort of competing on global markets.
I'll just note that this committee on a bipartisan basis advanced quite a few important AI bills in the last Congress that were never put up for a vote on the floor. So I'm hoping that we have a better opportunity for our bipartisan approaches to actually become law in this Congress. And I yield back.
Representative Issa.
Thank you, Chairman. This will probably go to a couple of you, but Mr. Thayer, I'm going to start with you. It's fair to say that labor, knowledge, investment are the three things that you need to add to our current leadership position if we're going to stay where we are or even increase what was earlier described as now a sub-1-year lead. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, Congressman. And I'll just point back to the excellent work that this House AI Task Force did on this issue in its chapter on labor and STEM and education.
And Mr. Fisk, I'm going to ask you the other half of the question. When you talked about agents, and all of you were talking about it, when Sputnik went up, it was basically a piece this big that went beep, beep, beep. It was not a step ahead of us, but it was a wake-up call that the step was just behind us. Is that fair to say from a standpoint of history? And if so, then your comments on agents and espionage are the other two elements that I would have to put in addition to labor, knowledge, and investment. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay, so from a standpoint of this Congress, this committee, and this administration, is it fair to say that we have to have a statement of long-term policy that our allies, including those that we would use BIS and other entities to keep from giving labor, knowledge? We can't stop investment with China, but we can certainly have something to do with the labor and the knowledge and the access to espionage.
Sorry, could you clarify the question?
Well, it's fair to say that we have to have a long-term strategy, and it has to be stated if we're going to achieve that, if you will, pull ahead of what, DeepSeek showed us is a Sputnik.
Yes, I very much agree.
Okay, Mr. Thayer, am I pronouncing that close enough? Okay.
if what we need is, in fact, to beat China, and China has 1.2, 1.4 billion people, and 300,000 of them are currently studying in the U.S. In fact, do we need to look at our policy toward educating Chinese in no small portion in the curriculum that they take back to use against us in competition?
Well, I believe if brilliant people want to come here and study and work, that's wonderful for America. We did this with the Soviets. We brought their best and brightest here, gave them opportunity, and encouraged them to stay. I'd like to see that same policy for Chinese students.
You hit the major point that I was getting to.
Yeah.
Encouraged to stay has to be part of that policy, or we are simply helping 300,000 disproportionately STEM students take back with them both the overt knowledge and the covert knowledge that comes from being in our universities.
That's right.
From a standpoint of investment, we'll just assume that we're going to continue to have a lead in investment in the U.S. over China. But I want to go back to one more item, and it really goes back to the agent's question. If we do not have a pure AI, do we in fact almost guarantee that one agent could over time invite in as many agents as necessary? In other words, if you're not completely pure, you are in fact infected, and just like any other malignancy, it only takes one to bring in the others. Is that fair to say about being, if you will, foreign agent free?
That's for me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wouldn't overstate the complexity of current AI systems. I think today's agents are fairly rudimentary. They can't really succeed at sort of tasks that require long-term planning. But if you sort of plot this out and look at the improvement of these systems over time, yes, you could have agents behaving as a advanced persistent threat living in computer networks and form sort of a much larger cyber risk than those today.
Okay, and lastly, with my remaining time, this committee and the other committee I serve on, Judiciary, and for that matter, a little bit of Energy and Commerce, we've been looking at this whole question of what can be ingested and how do you pay for it. Is it fair to say that I heard unilaterally from all of you, China doesn't give a shit? They simply take it all, including all of our data, and they pay nothing for it. Is that fair to say? And as a result, we need to have a strategy, regardless of being paid, that in fact ensures that all data is available to be ingested by our learning models to compete with China quickly.
Yeah. So if I may respond to this. Yeah. It's not just China that doesn't give a shit. Our domestic models also ingest all of our data, and these are commercial models, and they don't tell us how they're using this data. So for us to be able to take the moral high ground and say that China shouldn't be doing things in a particular way, we have to start with our own, environment here.
Okay, and I'm closing by just saying, I don't think any kind of a regulation obeyed by us is going to be obeyed by China. So the idea that an agreement here is binding on China, in all fairness, I don't buy that. Mr. Thayer, I'll take that as a shaking your head yes. Thank you, Mr. Extra Time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative Subramaniam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was looking at sort of the capabilities of DeepSeek and like many others, comparing them to tools that we have here in the U.S. like ChatGPT, and it was quite impressive. I think there's some strengths and some weaknesses, but overall, I was impressed by both the capabilities as well as the cost compared to the capabilities. And we've been talking a lot about an AI Cold War today, and I would just put the question to the panel as short as you can. Has China already passed us in this AI Cold War? And if not, how close are they? Mr. Thayer.
Well, I think obviously the race is tightened. I mean, 2 years ago, when we had, 2.5 years ago, when we had the ChatGPT moment, that was the reverse Sputnik moment for China, right? That's when they were surprised and taken aback, and we were clearly sort of in the lead at that point. But before that time, we all thought China was in the lead. You read the books from like 2017 to about 2020, it was all about what China was doing. And now we've entered that era again where China is caught up, nimble, low-cost systems. They do this very effectively, especially with their utilization of open weight models. Mm-hmm. And so that is a very real legitimate neck-and-neck race. These were two prize fighters going at it. So this is why our policies we have to get it right now.
Mr. Allen.
I don't think it's fair to say that China is in the lead or that DeepSeek suggests that they are. It's more like U.S. model progress occurs a little bit more in a stair-step kind of a fashion than it does like an incredible hockey slope. And so they just sort of caught us on the flat part of the stair and caught up to where we were at the beginning of that upward step. And we are now about to take another leap with the NVIDIA Blackwell chips and also with GPT-5 and that sort of next generation of models. And our hope is that the export controls are going to prevent China from taking that next step up the stairs. It's also worth pointing out that DeepSeek's advantages in cost, performance per cost, those are all algorithmic and architectural in nature. There's no unique proprietary training data set. There's no specialized computer hardware that they have that's superior. And so 100% of those advantages, as Tim and I have been talking about for a while, are now available to U.S. companies to basically do the same thing.
Dr. Sayonovich.
I don't think it's to anybody's benefit to be engaging in a Cold War in this, because people figure out a way to do things differently, cheaper and better, right? I have no opinion in particular on export controls, but an anecdote here is that, how does one build rocket ships in Russia versus in the US? In Russia, they make all kinds of lots and lots of cheap parts. They try to put them in, they don't fit, they throw it out, they put in another. Right? In the US, we spend a lot of time on precisely building just the right part and a lot of money, right? So what's the right paradigm? It's somewhere in between. We want to make sure that the academic community, the small-scale entrepreneurs are able to help us build an environment where it's not a stepwise function, where we have a lot of innovation, where we figure out how to do things better in a kind of a free environment, where we don't have to be either affiliated with a government entity or with a private company to be able to contribute to this work.
Thank you.
This is what distinguishes us in the US.
Thank you. Mr. Fiss.
Yeah, so just quickly, I would assess that we were approximately 6 months ahead in model capabilities and maybe 2 years ahead in hardware capabilities based on the most advanced chips that China currently has access to legally under export controls. And this, just to tease out a point that Greg made earlier, this is really important because if you can grow that hardware lead to more like five years, you're now leaning into trends like Moore's Law and rapid design in hardware design improvements, such that 5-year lead can be a real exponential lead over time. So I think this highlights the importance of export controls.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I agree with a lot of what was said. My concern is that some of our policies, especially in the past couple of months, are getting us to a point where not only is China catching up to us, but we're standing still or even moving backwards. We're talking about firing very capable AI experts in our federal agencies and cutting funding for research. Much of the research was actually the basis for a lot of our innovations in AI as a country. And then we've talked a lot about export controls, but not a lot about how tariffs are actually going to make everything more expensive, including the infrastructure we need to improve our AI. And then, national security policies, privacy policies. We talked about a talent war. I'm concerned right now that a lot of the policies that are being put in place are going to hurt our ability to stay ahead. And I think we are neck and neck right now. So I appreciate you all being here today, but I hope that we shift and this administration shifts its priorities. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. AI is just an absolutely fascinating subject to me. It's kind of like space. I think about space and I think about what's beyond space, what's beyond that. I mean, it's never ending. And AI has so much potential in so many ways. I just Googled a question, in fact, and with the help of AI, I get this answer. Approximately 54% of American adults read at or below a 6th grade level, meaning that nearly half of the adult population struggles with basic reading skills. Is there a role for AI here in the education process? And not only that, but we need talent in order to advance in this space. Have y'all given any thought to that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, may I? Okay. So I do really think that we need to step up our literacy efforts when it comes to basic reading and writing skills, but also when it comes to AI literacy. And this is a point where federal investment is crucial. We don't have large-scale efforts right now that would help people understand what AI is, what it does, what happens to their data, et cetera. So this is a huge opportunity we're missing that is going to impact us today and in generations to come.
Well, I think there's a huge opportunity in healthcare, too. You get one cure, you save trillions of dollars, certainly hundreds of billions of dollars, which obviously, has a positive impact as it relates to our deficits and our debt.
Absolutely. Congressman, I have a multi-part series for the R Street Institute called AI and Public Health Series, and it talks about all of the different types of amazing innovations that are coming about due to AI and machine learning, and then specifically cites the cost savings for our very expensive public health our health system more generally. And so I think that's what you're going to there is like we can find better efficiencies, but also better cures, help people live longer, healthier lives.
Yeah. Any other comment on that?
If I may, I just want to say that in both the health and in the education sphere, we should not assume that these benefits will occur if we just do nothing. I would sort of give an analogy here to smartphones in school, right? There is a way to use tablets or smartphones that is education enhancing, but if you just sort of let things go the way they will, kids will probably just watch TikTok all day and they will not be smarter at the end of the day. And I would say the same is probably true of AI. There are ways to use AI that will dramatically enhance the quality of education, but that's not an inherent feature of just throwing AI in there and assuming everything's going to go great. And in the same domain on healthcare, here I would say that the productivity improvements are so exciting, right? In terms of coming up with candidate molecules for drugs, in terms of identifying, possible disease pathways, that we sort of have to look at the rest of our health R&D regulatory ecosystem and basically say, what are going to be the bottlenecks? If we have a 10,000x improvement in productivity over here, but we still have the exact same bottlenecks we've always had over here, then that 10,000x productivity in candidate molecules is not going to lead to any faster pace of drug generation. So basically I'm saying is we should not assume that if we just let everything go, it's going to turn out fine. This actually requires action. And it's the same in the case of Sputnik, right? If we hadn't responded, the Soviets would have won the space race. It's not like it was our birthright to win. We had to work to win.
Yeah, and I think what you're getting to, you got to have the right regulatory framework. Going back to preemption, what are the key steps to making sure we have the right regulatory framework so that you have innovation, it's not stifled, but at the same time you have guardrails in place?
In 1997, I mentioned that the Clinton administration put forward the framework for global electronic commerce that many Republicans in Congress agreed with, which was a market-based, idea-driven, kind of opportunity-driven environment and ecosystem for the digital economy and the internet. And that worked wonders. You just look at the natural real-world experiment we've had over the last quarter century on either side of the Atlantic between us and Europe, and you ask yourself a simple question: name Europe's leading digital technology innovators today. It's silence. We just can't. There's only a few. And the reality is the household names in Europe are American companies. Why? Because we got the policy prerequisites of growth and opportunity right for the internet. We can do it again for AI.
If I may, I would just say my approach to the governance framework would be twofold. Number one is real regulation on the most worst case scenario type risks, right? We do not want AI making bioweapons not just within the reach of an evil genius, but within the reach of an evil moron. There I want hard regulation. For everything else, I want probably more soft regulation. Basically, the government, like the AI Safety Institute, disseminating best practices, not draconian enforcing them, but making these resources available so that companies know what good governance looks like and have a lower cost to entry when it comes to implementing those types of maneuvers.
Very good. Thank you. My time's expired.
The gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from my colleague from California, Ms. Rivas. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Obernolte. Dr. Stoyanovich, one of the things that I've mentioned previously in this committee is the need for investment in our scientific and academic research ecosystem to fund the workforce and research for the future. The needed investments in our STEM education and workforce of the future is in opposition to what this administration has done, despite them touting the need for advancing the American AI industry. Instead of uplifting this work in the national interest, this administration has cut federal funding for research and fired science staff, implemented tariffs in a chaotic way that has sent the stock market into freefall, making it harder not just for families to buy goods, but for AI and tech companies to buy the materials to build and create the physical data centers needed to power this technology, and remove the previous administration's executive order on prioritizing AI safety, responsibility, and fairness. Dr. Stoyanovich, in our competition with China, can you discuss how these policies and actions taken around AI safety and responsibility will actually set us back instead of advancing the American AI industry?
Thank you for this question. And I'm glad that we get to think about how to advance our national competitiveness, not only with a kind of an isolationist lens, where we're trying to protect the assets that already exist, but with the lens of participating and helping build an environment of international cooperation, where we can all benefit from the kinds of advances in academic research, in entrepreneurship, in data assets, and also in figuring out what the right balance should be between transparency and privacy protection and security. And of course, the United States is distinctive in its ability to create an inclusive academic environment where people come from all over the world and get to learn with essentially no strings attached and get to make the world better for everybody. And I think that to maintain our leadership strategically in this important field of AI, we need to reaffirm this commitment to academic research, to education, as well as to making sure that we bring everybody with us, that this impact is not only on academia, but also that we invest in K-12 education, to include AI literacy as part of that conversation, and that we make sure that we also reach out to people who are adults today and lack some of that AI literacy, and this helps them change professions, adopt to an environment that changes, but also it helps protect our national security interests because people are going to understand better what the impact is of the data that they're sharing, for example, and what are the risks.
Thank you for those comments. I agree with you, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure that we have a research ecosystem and investments in education at all levels that allow us to continue our leadership in AI throughout the world. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today. I always learn something when we have expert witnesses such as yourselves. I guess my first question goes to Mr. Thier. While protecting against foreign AI threats is crucial, excessive regulation or restrictive policies could slow down the U.S. innovation and put American companies at a disadvantage. So how can we strike the right balance between national security measures, ensuring that the AI innovation and entrepreneurship in the U.S. continue to thrive?
Well, thank you for that question, Congressman, and greetings from a fellow Hoosier. So I think the answer to that question is we first need to step back and understand what the nightmare scenario looks like. And that would be if the Chinese systems, like DeepSeek and their successors and its other competitors, become global standards across the world because they have created low-cost, nimble systems that, especially their open source systems, that ultimately spread through concerted efforts like their Digital Silk Road and the Belt and Road initiatives, where they're actually trying to lure many other countries, especially in the Global South, into a desire to be partners with them. And that's part of that AI axis that we talk about, the danger of that and the spread of their sort of control regime through technological systems. So American systems need to lead. We need to make sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot and that we become global standards, just as we did in the internet age. But now we've seen a turn. We see like Huawei and other companies, becoming more predominant in the hardware side of things and offering investments to these countries. We need to make sure our companies are there first so we don't restrict them too much in what they want to do globally.
You always have a Hoosier welcome. So anyone else, anyone of the witnesses have a thought on that issue, on our national security?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I think the only way for us to win at this and to make sure that our national security is preserved and our competitive advantage is preserved is through openness. We need to make sure that we figure out how open models and open innovation can be supported in this country. And open doesn't mean we give away all our secrets and we give away all of our advantage. Openness means control, because we set the rules for how data is shared, for how data is used, for what is disclosed, for whether we know how the systems were checked for safety, for correctness. Openness is key, and this is our advantage versus China.
You know, I can appreciate your thought there in terms of openness. It really stimulates innovation and knowledge from around the world. But on the other hand, it's difficult to control the data, how it gets out. And so that's a real challenge, I think.
It's not impossible. Research needs to be done on this. We need investment in research also, but it can be done.
So if we do the right research, maybe we can develop the techniques to control that data. Is that right?
Indeed.
Yep. So I want to go to Mr. Fisk and Dr. Stefanovic. It is reported that DeepSeek produced some technical innovations in the development of their recent models. So what are those technical innovations, and how can the U.S. use those technical innovations to our advantage and continue to innovate technically?
Yeah, so I'll quickly answer that one. A lot of the technical innovations from DeepSeek actually came out in the first model known as V3 that came out in December. And these were essentially a range of innovations that made it a lot cheaper to use computer chips to train the model to a particular level of capabilities. So that represented an increase in what we call algorithmic efficiency. They were able to make more efficient algorithms that could make better use of computer chips. Those techniques that they openly published are now being adopted by US labs and around the world to improve our own efficiency. And there's also techniques such as this that US labs are using as well. So in general, this is a race to develop better algorithms and adopt other algorithms quickly. The part where they're really behind is on the computer chips.
Yeah. And then the other thing that I would add is that we know a lot more about what DeepSeek has done in terms of innovation than we do about the leading US-based models. At the moment, people think that this mixture of experts approach, for example, that DeepSeek has used, that allows them actually to train more efficiently and to do faster inference, that everybody here also uses that, but there's no way for us to check this. So the biggest wake-up call, I think, for our local models here was that DeepSeek is able to achieve comparable performance to us, but in a more open model, right? And this is what's really making things happen here.
Thank you. And Mr. Allen, I didn't get to you, so I just say hello and say
Hello.
Return. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. McBride. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is an honor to be on the subcommittee with you and with all of my colleagues. I will say it's an honor to be on here with Ranking Member Stevens, although I did take exception to her comment earlier that Michigan, rather than Delaware, is the best state in the union. And thank you so much to our witnesses. Mr. Chairman, you've brought us together today because the United States and the world was rattled by news of a new AI model released by Chinese startup DeepSeek. This new model puts into question whether the United States is properly investing in AI to ensure we continue to be at the forefront of innovation. It's important that as we grapple with that question, we recognize the central role the U.S. education institutions have in fostering innovation and growth, from researchers to students to career scientists, people who have dedicated themselves to producing groundbreaking research by harnessing the power of science and technology. I have met with students and faculty from Delaware who are concerned over the funding cuts and the instability the current administration has fostered through its policies. I've heard from private companies concerned about the devastation the defunding of our educational institutions will have on their ability to recruit and build a strong workforce. And I've heard from students, both those born here and those who are studying here, that the demonization of diversity implicitly and explicitly insults their qualifications, as though those two principles run in conflict. As a member of the Delaware State Senate, I was proud to advocate for funding that developed programming for young women and students of color interested in learning and refining their STEM skills. That workforce pipeline and the diversity within it is foundational for the U.S. to compete and lead. AI is the perfect example of a technology that benefits from diversity among those who are building and training it. It's critical that the U.S. continues to nurture young innovators and research from a variety of backgrounds to give U.S.-developed AI models range in input and output. Our country's diversity and the unique capacity for us to build a diverse tech workforce is not just of symbolic importance. It's a strategic advantage for our country. The U.S. can build tech that meets the needs of the world's diverse consumer base because we have the world's diversity here, but we need to seize on that asset. We undermine one of our competitive advantages when we demonize diversity, and we shoot ourselves in the foot when we defund educational institutions necessary to build that workforce and foster innovation. To continue this, we must fund our schools, we must fund research, we must support our innovators, and we must encourage curious minds of all backgrounds, both here at home and globally, to bolster our domestic education and workforce pipeline. It's unfortunate that the current administration seems not to share that belief. So my first question is for you, Dr. Stoyanowicz. You had touched on this a little bit before. Students from across the globe flock to the United States to learn from world-renowned experts housed at our educational institutions. Historically, we've encouraged competitive candidates to obtain their training here, and in return, they fuel research and bolster our workforce pipeline, keeping us competitive. I'm curious how recent actions and funding cuts to our educational institutions could affect that pipeline, and how are educational institutions outside of the United States seizing on what could be a vacuum here because of funding cuts or, frankly, a message that we're not welcoming?
Thank you very much for this question, and I absolutely agree with the statement that you made, that diversity is important, that being in an environment where you are judged on your abilities, your interests, rather than on the color of your skin or your gender, is what is conducive to creative thought, to research, and other types of creative thought. So, very bluntly, the current instability in terms of research funding is making it so that we are no longer able to recruit as many doctoral candidates as we would have in other years. My own lab and other labs have lost, in terms of yield, quite a number of people who prefer to stay in Europe, for example, and pursue their doctorate degrees there or to do their postdoctoral studies there. And Europe is going to benefit, Western Europe in particular, tremendously from this instability here. Many students who would have studied here are staying in Asia, are staying in China or in India. And this is going to have devastating impacts on generations of researchers, both in academia and in industry in the United States. So we really do need to rethink our priorities. We're shooting ourselves in the foot here.
Thank you. And perhaps because of that, unfortunately, in 20 years, many of the tech innovators' names that people know will not just be Americans anymore, but folks from other countries living and working in other countries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. We will hear next from the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Ms. Biggs, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. So applications from Communist China have a history of collecting personal user data on a level that presents a national security risk. You only need to look at the scale of data collection from TikTok, and that Chinese companies are required to turn over personal data to the CCP at their request. DeepSeek's V3 and R1 models exemplify this risk, with DeepSeek overtaking American companies like OpenAI to be top-rated AI app on U.S. App Store. So, to Mr. Thayer, does DeepSeek collect data beyond just the chat logs from its users? And does that data that's collected by DeepSeek present a clear threat to our citizens' privacy and our national security? And how can we mitigate that risk?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. We don't know the full extent of data collection on that side of things, but of course that danger is always very real. This is why some state governments and others have looked to make moves to stop DeepSeek from being utilized by government employees, and that's an understandable concern. But clearly more study is needed on that important question.
Thank you. And to Mr. Allen, the United States currently maintains a global leadership role in AI. And we heard from Mr. Fitz a little bit about having the best AI and a secure AI and a faster engine, and thank you for that input. But Mr. Allen, what do you think the competition, we know it's intensifying and China's catching up quickly. What are your primary factors that you think have allowed the U.S. to maintain its lead this far, and where is China catching up to us the most rapidly?
Well, thank you so much for the question. I guess I should point out to begin that AI is a very broad umbrella term. So one can refer to AI really meaning large language models like ChatGPT, or one can refer to AI as an entire universe of computer science research that includes everything from the kind of computer vision that powers autonomous cars to speech recognition to, AIs that play chess and defeat world chess champions. So there's this entire field of artificial intelligence. And the reality is that the US lead is strongest in large language models, which is exactly what DeepSeek did. DeepSeek came up with something that was near the world state of the art only 6 months after American companies had reached that sort of same level. And in other fields of AI, China is also incredibly strong. In autonomous cars, it is very much a neck and neck state of affairs, and there's a lot of advantages on the Chinese side. In computer vision and speech recognition, it is utterly routine for Chinese companies to have world-leading benchmark performance in these kinds of areas. And so across this entire universe of AI, really China is pursuing an all of the above strategy. America's number one advantage in all of this has been the strength of our venture capital ecosystem, our ability to create great companies, our ability to enable creative destruction of slow and old companies to make way for new and better ones. But I would also point out that even these kind of advantages are downstream of US government action. So for example, while the vast majority of AI investment comes from the private sector, if you walk around OpenAI or you walk around Google and ask somebody who funded the research grant that put you through grad school, it's DARPA, it's the NSF, again and again and again. So even that private sector advantage, those are the plants that came from the seeds that the US federal government planted. And that's why I do share the sort of concerns that others have expressed about, are we continuing to plant the next generation of seeds? One final thing I'll say here is we've mentioned Sputnik maybe a dozen times on this, but nobody, and Sputnik led America to do a lot of great things. We created DARPA, we created NASA, but we haven't mentioned my favorite thing that America did after Sputnik, which was the National Defense Education Act of 1958, when we said we're going to triple the number of engineers that this country produces, because we recognize that we're in a multi-decade competition where leadership in science and technology is critical. And if we could resurrect that playbook in the wake of DeepSeek, which, by the way, I think the most impressive thing about DeepSeek is the fact that all of the technical staff that developed it did not work for US companies and was not educated at American universities. It was an all-China team, and it was a very impressive one that is downstream of their education policy, which was every bit as bold as the law I just described in the wake of Sputnik.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Congresswoman yields back. We'll hear next from Congresswoman McLean Delaney. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
So thank you to our chair and ranking members for organizing this hearing and on artificial intelligence, U.S. competitiveness, and the role of DeepSeek in the development of AI models. And I want to thank each of the witnesses for your incredible testimony. So I proudly represent Maryland's 6th District, and we are home to the National Institute of Science and Technology and its campus in Gaithersburg, Maryland, as well. As you know, there's one in Boulder, Colorado as well. And many of you highlighted in your testimony that NIST is one of our premier agencies to enhance U.S. competitiveness in AI through research and evaluation. And as noted by several of my colleagues, for highlighting the value of NIST, and I might also lift up, other agencies in my district like NIH, the National Institute of Cancer, and Fort Detrick, which also do research and use AI. And, of course, uplift how penny foolish and pound foolish it is to look at these research cuts and how they impact our U.S. competitiveness. So NIST work in AI, which really ramped up during President Trump's first term, has proven to be a critical enabler for the U.S. government and U.S. industry to maintain AI leadership. And it released an AI risk management framework, which I think several of you spoke to. And the Department of Commerce protection of national security has been bolstered through American leadership through a non-regulatory approach. This is something I know a little bit about since I helped lead the National Telecommunications Information Agency, and I worked across with our sister agency NIST to ensure that we had methods to allow organizations to use AI in ways that ensure that technology is trustworthy, transparent, and unbiased. With increased public interest in AI and LLMs, we need more meaningful bumpers and safeguards to protect consumers from threat actors that would exploit AI powerful data collection and analysis capabilities. And I believe we must foster American innovation and build trust in our AI systems. And I have to reiterate the word trust because we must foster standards that keep Americans safe while remaining globally competitive. So this is a pivotal moment in AI technologies in terms of American leadership, and it seems like we are failing to meet this moment. I will note that more than 70 staff at NIST have been fired this year, and while some have been reinstated, we're very concerned that more cuts may be on the horizon there and at other research agencies and also our universities. With DeepSeek's rapid growth and development quickly threatening U.S. leadership, I have a couple of questions I just really want to talk to. Dr. Stojanovic, in your testimony, you mentioned that DeepSeek models have raised significant concerns related to privacy, data governance, and national security. Your testimony also discusses a security-focused approach that maximizes economic potential and continues to foster innovation. Can you discuss the specific ways that we can utilize NIST leading world expertise in standards and R&D to safeguard consumer privacy, ensure national security priorities, and support technical innovation? And I might add one more thing. My colleague, Congressman Biggs, also talked about some of these same issues with respect to TikTok. So I'm just curious about your thoughts about that.
Thank you very much for this question. NIST has a pivotal role to play in making sure that we both establish a data governance regime that is appropriate here, but also that we think very carefully about evaluation. And this is something that I haven't mentioned today, and I want to bring up that term. So how do we know whether a system works, whether an LLM works? It's the same as with Roomba, the smart vacuum. We have to have criteria according to which we assess whether it works, right? And what are these criteria? LLM evaluation is really, really complex because we want these models, we use them for a general set of general purposes. So we want them to produce outputs that are correct, that are safe, that are not misleading, that are courteous, right? There are lots and lots of things that we want from these systems. And so there are many ways in which we need to check whether they deliver on these promises. And one of these ways is benchmarking. And there are already robust benchmarking efforts, but this is something where NIST should really play a stronger role because as soon as a benchmark is published, it gets saturated because everybody is going to try to perform well on that benchmark, right? So it's a moving target. And in addition to kind of mechanistic benchmarking, we also need to make sure that we're incorporating softer criteria like human judgment about whether a response was appropriate, not only that it was correct and it didn't disclose something. So in short, we need to pay a lot more attention to evaluation and benchmarking in particular, and this is a perfect job for NIST. And it needs to be done by a third party. It cannot be done by a vendor.
Thank you. Mr. Fist, can you explain NIST's role in measurement science and how the agency improves U.S. competitiveness and what downsizing the agency staff might do to tackle these problems, and maybe even the unique role of NIST in collaborating with industry?
Yeah, so I just repeat the points just made in that NIST plays this essential role in measurement and evaluation, especially for AI. In AI, I would just highlight that this is an extremely nascent field. We don't really understand how to properly characterize the behavior and properties of AI models, and the kind of basic measurement work that NIST does is really critical for that.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Obernolte, and I'm excited to be here in this committee, the Research and Technology Subcommittee, because keeping American innovation at the forefront is not only an economic imperative, but also a national security one. I'm proud to announce that I did pass a few weeks ago my first bill through the House, the United States Research Protection Act, which seeks to stop China from stealing our innovations and beating us on developing these kind of critical technologies. And it's important that we learn from DeepSeek and how the United States can head off future technological surprises. I have a question for Mr. Allen first, if you'd be willing to entertain that. Could you explain the threat differences between the DeepSeek model and the DeepSeek app so that the American people are aware when using this technology?
Certainly, and thank you for the question. DeepSeek is an open weights model, which means that if you would like to actually download the weights of the model and run that as a local instantiation on your own computing hardware, you can do that. Alternatively, if you would like to access it from DeepSeek's computing resources through their app, you can do that as a software as a service type indication. So that's the difference between the model and the app. However, both are delivering you ultimately the same product if you download the most recent version of the model, but older versions of the DeepSeek model are also available to be downloaded. And this is how you can, determine things like the fact that it was distilled using data from OpenAI, among other things.
Is there a privacy consideration, though, between the app and the model?
The app would have the more significant privacy considerations just because every single user interaction is very likely logged and then used as future training data or for whatever use case DeepSeek has in mind. It is possible that the model could have different types of risks, such as cybersecurity risks, and some of these risks are present and don't appear to have even originated in DeepSeek. It is possible to, for example, put data poisoning attacks out there on the open internet, and anybody who's just hoovering up the whole internet to train their model will fall prey to these attacks, which then lead latent cyber threats in the capabilities. Indeed, this has been demonstrated in DeepSeek's case.
Can you tell me more about the speech censorship aspects of DeepSeek, the app versus the model?
So both the app and the model do take into account censorship type concerns because DeepSeek as a Chinese company is subject to Chinese regulations which relate to politically sensitive and propaganda sensitive topics that China cares about. So both of those are going to be reflected in the models, but the app will always have the most updated version of that. So if anybody ever discovers a way to make the DeepSeek app behave in a way that the Chinese government doesn't like, the app, you can bet, will be updated much faster.
Thank you for that clarification. That's excellent. Mr. Fist, I'll go to you next. DeepSeek reportedly trained their advanced AI model at dramatically lower costs. What does this imply about America's current approach to funding, training, and deploying AI systems, and what should policymakers like me do to support more cost-effective innovation domestically?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so I will just highlight a point that I believe Greg made earlier in that the costs that DeepSeek are reporting to us are a cherry-picked number, relating to
That's shocking. The Chinese Communist Party is not going to tell us the truth about what they really spent on this. But besides that point, what else do you have to say?
Yeah, indeed. So this 5.6 million number, a lot lower. It still is very impressive that they were able to train at this level of efficiency, and it means that we need to figure out how we compete on the efficiency metric as well. Like this is really important. U.S. firms are innovating on these kinds of things all the time. I think one area that the federal government can help support is this kind of basic research into new hardware architectures that don't currently have near-term commercial promise, but could unlock a huge breakthrough in efficiency. So I'm talking about photonic chips, so using light as a medium for transmitting data or doing calculations instead of electricity. On-chip memory is sort of like a very interesting paradigm in this field as well. There's a number of sort of basic hardware technologies that we should be investing in to figure out how we can get that next leapfrog of efficiency above China.
Thank you for that answer. Photonic, haven't heard that word for a while. Thank you very much. Sounds like Star Trek. Mr. Thier, with my remaining time, just a brief question. Can you tell us more about what regulations states are pursuing and how China's AI development efforts should affect state and federal policymaker attitudes towards regulating AI?
Well, it's funny you should ask that, Congressman, because in Utah, there's actually a pretty good model. Utah passed a really good model for
That's
AI.
why I'm asking.
It's a good setup. Well, I just think that model that Utah's pursued is really smart because it obviously focuses on first studying the issue, being patient, forbearing from over-regulating, focusing on agency capacity and existing governmental uses of AI, and then also has that experimental sandbox idea built into the back end of it, where you actually encourage innovators to come and talk to state policymakers to figure out how they can maybe pursue exciting projects in a more collaborative way.
Thank you very much for pointing out the regulatory sandbox, which I was part of in the state legislature a few years ago, and we're proud of that. Utah is a great model for this. And Mr. Chair Obernolte, thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentleman from Rhode Island. Mr. Amo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Obernolte, for holding today's hearing on artificial intelligence. Last August, I had held a roundtable on AI back in my district at Smithfield High School on the first day back from summer break. And my visit to Smithfield made it clear to me that educators and students are using AI inside and outside the classroom in our community at a far more accelerated rate than I had previously known. And therein lies an opportunity. Nurturing the next generation's desire to learn is key to beating China in the AI innovation race. We can't out-innovate DeepSeek without that effort. And since 2018, China has established remarkably over 2,000 undergraduate AI programs at more than 300 universities. We need to keep up, and frankly, I think we need to start earlier. That's why last Congress, I joined Congressman Kane in introducing the bipartisan Lift AI Act, legislation that would direct the National Science Foundation to develop AI literacy curriculum for K-12 students. I'm proud our bill that was reported out of this committee last year. And so my first question is for Mr. Fist. China's making substantial investments in AI education, as I noted. And, my question for you is how are these investments having an impact on AI innovation in China? And additionally, what can we do here in the United States to ensure that our domestic workforce, but also pipeline, starts where we need it to so we can compete?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We've talked today a little bit about sort of China's massive programs to build up its STEM workforce, very ambitious investments, which my colleague Greg mentioned. This is an area of expertise for me personally in the United States. What we have done work on is how do we attract superstar talent from overseas as well? So, this is really America's superpower, is being able to bring the best in the world here. If you look at numbers on the Forbes AI Top 50, so top 50 startups in the United States from last year, 70% of those, 70%, had at least one immigrant co-founder. So I think finding ways to attract and retain top superstar talent needs to be a complement to education activities.
Thank you for that. And look, I think you've heard it from some of my colleagues already, but what we've seen out of the Trump administration thus far seems to be rolling in the opposite direction, right? The cancellation of STEM research grants to fund AI training, the chilling effect for international students, the same folks who we're trying to attract in STEM by deporting folks on a whim and casting away guidance to stop our AI models from perpetuating racial bias. These are things that aren't helpful. And in fact, I believe will give China an upper hand in the innovation race by scaring off the next generation of students from entering the STEM and AI workforce. I have a particular interest in the impact on healthcare. As AI has been deployed effectively to support medical innovation and can do so much more. So the question that I have for you, Dr. Stoyanovich, is can you give me a sense of your thoughts on where these actions have impaired researchers, particularly in fields like healthcare, to make us, more innovative than we are today?
Thank you for this question. And also, if I may, I want to add to the point that Mr. Fist made about attracting superstars. Mm-hmm. We shouldn't focus just on attracting superstars. I include a bibliography in my written testimony of the DeepSeek papers, and you will see that most of them have over 100 authors that are all the product of the Chinese education system in AI, right? So let's not forget that we're now in a place where no single person, no matter how brilliant, can build the system from the beginning to the end, right? We actually need all hands on deck here. And that's why public literacy, embedding AI literacy into K through 12 is as important as ever, if not more important. So regarding the impacts on healthcare, indeed, we're seeing lots and lots of use cases that are making their way into clinical practice even, of AI, including also large language models. And healthcare is this perfect domain that raises all of these privacy and security concerns that we talked about, but where there is also tremendous benefit potentially that these systems can give us in terms of efficiency, for example, so that doctors don't spend all their time transcribing encounter notes and instead are thinking strategically about, diagnosis and treatment. But what's required for us to be able to put these systems into safe use, specifically in healthcare, is interpretability mechanisms as an enabler of a kind of an accountable decision-making regime. Because when a doctor is advised by an LLM about a diagnosis, let's say, and it turns out to be incorrect, they can't just say, oh, the machine told me so, right? It's still their responsibility. So we have to build these machines in a way that communicate why particular recommendations are made, what is the certainty and the uncertainty, what was the data that was used, is it appropriate in terms of its demographic composition, for example, for this specific hospital. So this really challenges us to develop novel mechanisms for privacy and data protection, for explainability, for auditing and evaluation of these models, and we need large-scale investment, including also that would come through the NIH, for example, where we're seeing tremendous cuts.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Representative Fouché from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here with us today. I'm proud to have served during the last Congress on the bipartisan AI task force, along with several of our colleagues here today. And I look forward to continuing our work together on this committee to implement our policy recommendations and put forth sensible legislation so that the United States can remain the world leader in artificial intelligence. To that end, I am deeply disappointed by what I'm hearing from my own district, North Carolina's 4th, home to 2 NSF-funded AI institutes, the Athena Institute, led by Duke University, and the AI Institute for Engaged Learning, a partnership between North Carolina State and the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill as a lead partner, as well as North Carolina Central University Institute for AI and Equity Research, regarding the research and workforce cuts enacted by the Trump administration during its first few weeks in office, gutting federal research departments and slashing grants that fund world-leading and cutting-edge research, terminating biomedical research grants for being so-called woke, simply because the researchers were seeking to address very real health disparities in our nation, and deporting PhD students for disagreeing with this administration's views. These actions derailed this administration's goal of maintaining U.S. global leadership in science and innovation. And it also has a chilling effect on our ability to prepare and inspire the next generation of leaders. And it gives China a real and clear opportunity to fill in the void. I fear that these actions will have grave consequences that will negatively affect the United States' ability to lead the world and our international partners on artificial intelligence, and to lay out a future and a vision that is in accordance with our democratic principles and moral values. Dr. Stoyanovich, or Mr. Fitz, why is it important for the federal government to support research and development initiatives at colleges and universities if we are going to be and win the AI race?
I can go first. Thank you for this question. One of the most attractive things for people who were not born here, like me, to come to the United States and do research is the freedom of thought, the academic freedom. The academic environment here is fueled by federal investment. We cannot rely on investment from industry to fill this void, because that money comes with strings attached, right? And we don't want to be constrained by ideological agendas any more than we want to be constrained by business goals. in our creative thinking about what the next system should be, what the next platform should be, what is the next big problem that we want to address. And this, once again, is the edge that the United States has, and that unfortunately
that we will not let you down. God bless you for standing with us. We appreciate you so much.
She'll have fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes a T-bird away. Fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes a T-bird away. Can't stand her 'cause she walks, looks and rides like an ace. You walk like an ace now, you walk like an ace. She makes the Indy 500 look like a Roman chariot race. Like an ace now, you look like an ace. A lot of guys try to catch her, but she leads them on a wild goose chase. Like an ace now, you drive like an ace. She'll have fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes a T-bird away. Fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes a T-bird away. Fun, 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 now the daddy took the T-bird away. Fun, 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 now the daddy took the T-bird away. Fun, fun, now the daddy took the T-bird away. Fun, fun, now the daddy took the T-bird away. Fun, fun, now the daddy took the T-bird away. Fun, fun, now the daddy took the T-bird away. Fun, fun, now the daddy took the T-bird away. Fun, fun, now the daddy took the T-bird away.
Me not working hard. Yeah, right, picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak. Took my life from negative to positive, I just want y'all to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Naya, Neo, that's right.
I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything
Take advantage of the night, 'cause tomorrow I'm off to do battle, perform for a princess. But tonight, I can make you my queen and make love to you endless. It's insane the way the name growing, money keep flowing. Hustlers moving silent, so I'm tiptoeing. So keep blowing, I got it locked up like Lindsay Lohan. Put it on my life, baby. I'ma give you a ride, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And maybe I'ma make you feel so good tonight. 'Cause we might not get tomorrow.
tonight. I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight.
least I fall on top of the world. Think about it, cause if you slip, I'm gonna fall on top of your girl. What I'm involved with is deeper than the Masons, baby, baby, and it ain't no secret. My family's from Cuba, but I'm an American. I don't get money like secrets. Put it on my life, baby. I make it feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight, darling. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow. Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow. This is a man's world. This is a man's world. But it wouldn't be nothing, nothing, nothing without a woman or a girl. You see, man made the car to take us over the road. Man made the train, carry the heavy load. Man made the lights to take us out of the dark. And man made the boat for the water. Like my Bible said, Noah made the ark. This is a man's world. Ow! But it wouldn't be nothing, nothing, nothing about a woman or a girl. L'uomo rincorre il potere, ma lui non sa che il grande limite ad essere come si parla. Nel palmo stringe un'idea che non vive, che nella sua fantasia corre, se non si accorge che poi nulla più senza te, si vive solo per sé. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girls and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them toys. But after man made everything he can, man made lira, pesos, dollars, rubles to buy from every good woman and every man. Ow! This is a man's world. non la più senso te, si vive solo per sé, solo per sé, solo per sé. This is a man where
please, 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 honey, please, yeah, yeah, oh yeah, I love you so. Baby, you did me wrong. Well, you done me wrong. Yo, you done me wrong. Well, oh yeah, took my love, now you're gone. Please, 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 honey, please, oh, well, oh, yeah, love, I love you so. I just wanna hear you say, I, I, honey, please, oh, yeah, I love you so. Baby, take my hand. I wanna be your lover man. Oh yeah, good God Almighty, honey, please, no, well, oh yeah, love, I love you so. Please don't go. Please don't go. Honey, please don't go. Girl, I love you so. Please, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great room. And, you know, we've done very well in this room before, but right now we broke every record. I just heard from Mike Johnson. He said, we broke every record, sir. There is over $35 million. That's not bad for an evening. For an evening, that's not bad. I wonder if you ever turn the room this way. You know, it's interesting because I love real estate. I love ballrooms. I have nice ballrooms, a lot of them. I wonder if they ever turned it this way instead. So it might be interesting. This way I'm not talking to a wall. They think they get a better view, but actually I'm not sure. But next time, maybe we'll have to worry about that next year. Well, we'll do 45 or 50 million, right? I mean, a lot of people, you broke your record attendance and you broke your money record, and that's a great tribute to the Republicans and the party and everything it stands for. And it's wonderful. And I want to thank especially Speaker Mike Johnson, because he's been incredible. And we have some unbelievable supporters of our House Republican majority with us, as you know, and with the help of everyone in this room. The next year's Republican Party is going to defy history. We're going to really defy it, and we already are. We're getting things done. It's going to be very interesting to see. This is going to be a very interesting year. We have an interesting time. We're making a fortune with tariffs, $2 billion a day. Do you believe it? I was told $2 billion a day. You know, I get hit by the press about tariffs. We're making $2 billion. This isn't 35 million, that's peanuts. $2 billion a day. And then they say, gee, they don't know. You know, this is only the enemy can be talking this way. In addition, we have a lot of countries coming to see us that want to make a deal. And we're doing things that nobody's ever even thought about doing. And we're going to defeat the radical left Democrats who are out there complaining about everything. All they do is complain, and then they want to put men and women's sports and things like that. They want men and women's sports. They're still fighting for that. I saw this poor guy. You all know him. I won't mention his name. He's sort of a nice guy. He's a loser. He's a Democrat, but he's a loser. And he was fighting on a big show this morning We've got to have that. It's not fair that, essentially, that men aren't allowed to compete against women. Can you believe this guy? But let them do it. I say we shouldn't be fighting a lot of these things. Just let them go. And then just before the next election, we'll unleash on them, because it would be very sad if they actually change their policies. We don't want that to happen. But we're going to win the midterm elections, and we're going to have a tremendous, thundering landslide. I really believe that. And it's so important that we pass the big, beautiful bill, because that's going to be, and I really think we're helped a lot by the tariff situation that's going on, which is a good situation, not a bad. It's great. It's going to be legendary. You watch, legendary in a positive way, I have to say. It's going to be legendary. But I really think it actually puts pressure on those few Republicans that just can't get there. You know what the alternative is? A Democrat bill or a chapter for the country. You know, we have the debt continuation, and they have to do this. They have to get there, and I think we are there. We had a great meeting today. I think we are there. But just in case there are a couple of Republicans out there, you just got to get there. Close your eyes and get there. It's a phenomenal bill. Stop grandstanding. Just stop grandstanding. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know, their policy, the Democrats, is horrible. It's horrible. Think of it, open borders, just all of the horrible, stupid things they have. You don't have energy, you don't have anything. They've lost their confidence. Everything is bad. But the one thing, they always vote in unison. You don't see somebody that's holding up. I'm going to hold up. And the alternative is hell. You know, the alternative is hell. So the Republicans, just that one little thing the Republican Party has to do is get together and damn vote. If you're a single guy or a second guy, and you fight like hell for what you get, and then in the end you have to vote because the policy is phenomenal. You know, they don't get every little ounce. It doesn't work that way. And this bill that we're working on now is the best I think we've ever passed. Mike, wherever you may be, it's the best. I think it's the best thing we'll get it passed. But I think it's going to be the most important thing we've ever passed. It's the best thing we've ever passed. And I do think that the war with the world, which is not a war at all, because they're all coming here. Japan is coming here as we speak. They're in a plane flying, lots of them, all tough negotiators. But things that people wouldn't have given us 2 years ago, wouldn't have even thought of it 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 7, they're giving us everything. They don't want tariffs on themselves. And it's very simple. We're making deals, and people are paying tariffs. Countries are paying tariffs. Right now, China's paying a 104% tariff. Think of it, 104%. Now, it sounds ridiculous, but they charged us for many items 100%, 125%. Many countries have. They've ripped us off left and right. But now it's our turn to do the ripping. That's okay. We're going to make our country even stronger, stronger than it ever was. And 26 Republicans will fight for every state, every seat, and every single vote. We're going to fight like hell. I intend to personally campaign for candidates all across the country, and we just won't. You're right about that. We won't just keep our majorities. We want to expand our majorities by a lot. You know, there's this thing about midterm elections that you have a president and they never seem to win. I don't understand. They never seem to win the midterm elections, and I have no idea why. You know, we're not going to let that be a self-fulfilling prophecy. I have no idea why. We're setting records right now. We're getting more things approved than any president has ever done in the first 100 days. It's not even close. I had somebody say the most successful first month in the history. Now they said the most successful 100 days in the history of our country, and I believe that's right. And we're going to continue that way, if not more so. And we're going to do tremendously in midterms. There's no reason we should do great in the midterms. There's this thing that, for some reason, the president, whoever the president is, the midterms are tough. Why would they be tough? If we're doing great, they should be easy. And I'm telling you, we got to win a lot more. But as Mike said before, I happened to listen to him. He was on C-SPAN 1. That's a big upgrade, right? I was listening as I was putting on the tie. How does it look? He was on C-SPAN 1, and they were talking about that, and I thought to myself, because people love him and they love your leaders, they love, really the party is just doing well. A couple we could do without, to be honest with you, but the party is doing well, and there's no reason we shouldn't just get together and win these midterms and win them by a lot, because 7 that I heard Mike talking about before, 7 is not really enough. But we lived for 1 for a period of time. You know, the only thing good about 7, when you have 1, and now all of a sudden you have 7, it sounds like it's like a landslide. It's so good. It's like the most amazing thing. 7 sounds so good when I hear that. It sounds like we can't be beaten. And we should be 50, 60 up. Honestly, we should be 100 up, because based on policy, these people have the worst policy that anybody's ever seen. There's something wrong with them. Honestly, there's something wrong with them, all this crap. 13 House Democrats currently represent districts that voted for Trump, and voted for Trump big. And in 2026, we're going to tell them, all 13, that you're fired, get out. Out, get out. No reason for that, 13, but 13 is a small number compared to some of these stats. We are going to work very hard. I'm going to do tele-rallies. You know tele-rallies? I'll do rallies for a lot of you, but I'll do tele-rallies at a minimum. And we just had 2 great elections, by the way, and I heard everybody is introducing our 2 new Congress. Where are they, please? Stand up. I want to look you in the eye. I want to look you in the eye, Randy. Look at the 2 of them. What a job you did, man. Huh? You were never in doubt. Where's our second person here? I know there he is. Boy, they gave him a lousy seat. He's behind. Great job. We're proud of you, man. Great job. Great job. Thank you. And, you know, both elections, they were saying, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. And I was listening. And they won by, you won by what, 17 points, 18 points? I don't think that's close. I don't think it's close. So we won by 15 and 18 points. And they're saying it was a terrible evening for Trump. Can you believe it? Terrible evening. They only won by 18 points and 15 points. Anyway, good job, both of you. Good job. But in addition to our fantastic House Speaker, we're pleased to be joined by Majority Leader Steve Scalise. And I watched you too, Steve. I watched you on C-SPAN 1. And Steve has suffered greatly. I mean, I was there the night that it looked like he wasn't going to make it. He's very brave. He suffered greatly. And I tell the story about the baseball game where, I mean, he was really, the doctor told me, sir, I've never had anybody lose so much blood. It's not looking good. And his wife loved him. She was such a disaster that night. She was crying. She was crying, because I've been with people that were in serious trouble and the wives couldn't care. They couldn't care less. In fact, after they recovered, I said, do yourself a favor, get rid of the wife. She couldn't. No, I'm only kidding, of course. I'm only kidding. I like to say I'm only kidding. That way, that cleans it up a little bit for the press. I say I was only kidding. No, I've seen some wives that were truly not bothered too much. I had one where the dog died and the husband died on the same day, and I said, it's too bad about Harry. No, but Lucy died, Lucy, oh my God. Harry didn't mean, he left her a fortune too, can you believe it? Harry didn't matter, the dog mattered a lot. But I was with Steve, and he was really, you know, that was a tough thing. And then, amazingly, he was, like a year later, he was in the baseball game against the Democrats, and he's playing second base, and he was having a hard time. You know, it's a hard time getting around. And with his luck, a shot was hit to him on the ground, a ground ball, and he got down, and that ball was, no way that ball was, it was right at him, but really, it was whacked. I don't know who the hell hit it. It looked like a major league ground ball. And Steve went down and blocked that sucker and got on his knees and threw it to first base. It was the most unbelievable thing that it could happen. This was God watching a game, I'm telling you. Does everybody remember that? He blocked it, or knocked the hell out of his foot. Not his glove, it was his foot. And he got down and grabbed the ball, threw it out, and got the runner by quite a bit. And they then took him out of the game. And I said, what a great move. That was a good manager. They took him out of the game because you can't improve on that, let me tell you. But he had great courage, and amazing how he's done. And he's been very special, and all of us know it. He's really done great. Another man I've really gotten to know a lot, and I think he's fantastic, is Tom Emmer, Majority Whip. I think he's fantastic. Where's Tom? Where's Tom? Where is our Tom? Because I want to see his wife. You know, his wife is better than him. He admits it. Oh, that's good. Hi, Tom. So where is she, Tom? Oh, no. She's not. She's home. She's watching C-SPAN. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Tom. Great job you do. And Lisa, you were up talking about Donald Trump tonight. And Lisa McLean, conference chair, she was talking about Trump. And I appreciate it, Lisa. Lisa, where are you, Lisa? Just like a roast. Thank you, darling. I saw your whole speech. I watched you and Steve and Mike. I watched the whole thing. Then they said, sir, we have to leave. You're going to be late. I said, I want to watch your speeches. And we have Richard Hudson, the NRCC chairman, who set the record tonight. Richard, great going. That's a great job. And Brian Jack, who was with me from day one of my political career, he was so fantastic. He was so fantastic. And he came to me, he said, do you think it would be okay? He wanted to run for Congress. He always wanted to run for Congress. It was the most important thing. But he was with me, knows so much about politics and boxing. He knows a lot about boxing, too, but he loves politics. But he really just wanted to run. I think his ambition was to be a congressman. And the seat came due. A good member of Congress actually retired, and Brian in Georgia. And Brian said, what do you think, sir? I said, well, you got my endorsement. And he won by a lot, and he's never looked back. He's a fantastic guy and a great political leader, a great politician. Brian Jack. Where are you, Brian? Where are you, Brian? Hi, Brian. Great job. Proud of you, Brian. And more than 160 members of Congress, and I'd like to really, you've done incredibly well. They're really looking back. And, you know, I said before, the Democrats have taken a lot of beatings. They have lost their confidence. They've gone crazy. They've gone crazy. How about this new one they have? Their new star, Crockett. How about her? Is that real? Are they serious about that? That's their new star? If that's their new star, they're in serious trouble. I mean, this is Crockett. Oh, man, oh, man. But we've done a job, but they've totally lost their confidence. And it's a hard thing when you lose your confidence, but they have. They've taken a lot of beatings, and now they're going to rely on Crockett to bring them back. Crockett's going to bring them back. You ever watch this? Last November, all the leaders here tonight were given a mandate from the American people, and at the presidential level, we won, think of this, all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. That's not bad. Remember? The fake news was saying, it's going to be tough because people like Trump, but he should be able to get 270. I actually went to Nebraska and campaigned for 1 vote. I went to New Hampshire. I campaigned because they said that it could be we're 270, 269. So I'm going to all the places and I'm trying to get 1. We won Nebraska big, but there was 1 area. And I went there. I went all over the place campaigning, and then we get 312. But we won in a landslide, too, because we won the popular vote for the first time of a Republican in decades. And now I think that's going to be done routinely. We won 85% of all counties in America, 525 for them and 2,725 for us. That's that map that you see. It's all red except for the 2 corners. They have a little blue, a little line of blue. For the first time in history, all 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party. First time in history, it's never happened. It's a shift. It shifted Republican. And today there are more registered Republicans at any time in the history of our country. How good? How about that? Meanwhile, approval ratings for the Democrat Party have plunged to the lowest level ever recorded. They're at 26%. So you tell me about the midterms, right? 26, the lowest level ever for either party. The Republican Party is a much bigger party now than it was ever before. And I must say that it's the biggest now since you heard the name Donald J. Trump running as a politician. You heard the name before, but not as a politician. I said to my wife, I think I'm going to do this thing. Do I have your approval? Yes, darling, I think you'll win. See, she's a supportive First Lady. I don't know if she believed it or not, but she said it. She said, yes, darling, I think you'll win. How do you think I'll do? Oh, darling, you'll win very easily, even though I've never done it before. I said, I have one problem. I've never done it before. She said, that doesn't matter. You're so talented. I said, thank you very much. This is why we get along. It's easy to get along like that. But we have far more people and far more enthusiasm than the party's ever had. I think I could almost say than any party's ever had. I don't think any party's ever had more enthusiasm than us and spirit. A lot of that's our leadership. The Democrats are a broken party with bad policy. They've lost so much, and look, both as politicians and as people, they've lost. The stage is set for a monumental victory for the Republicans in the midterms. And many of you, I guess most of you, so many great congressmen and women here. You got some senators here also, but many of you are, all of you are up. We've got to win. We've got to work really hard, and we got to win, because there's no way they should be winning based on policy, and it's ultimately about policy. We simply have to keep our promises to the people, and we have to very simply put America first. Put America first. And I said, I ran on common sense. I ran it sounds like a phrase that would have been used. I don't know. Nobody tells me it was used in politics before. Now everybody's using it. I see the Democrat, some Democrat guy who's a real sleazeball, got up. He said, yeah, I ran on common sense. That's what I did. Common sense, yeah. And I said, gee, but the problem in politics, you come up with a little slogan and they copy it. But they copied no tax on tips. Remember, I said no tax on tips. Nevada hadn't been one for many years by a Republican. And state of Nevada, and don't ever call it Nevada. You'll lose 25%. Call it Nevada. It's true. It seems almost nicer the other way. Nevada sounds like Brooklyn. Does that make sense? I come from Nevada. But don't ever call it Nevada, call it Nevada. But as you know, the corrupt globalist establishment that ruled our country for decades is now complaining that I'm doing exactly what I pledged to do in the campaign. All of these things, tariffs, the men and women's sports, everything. The borders, strong borders. We have the strongest border we've ever had today. It was just announced. Strongest border. They don't want to write that. They forget. They forget. Eggs. I came in eggs. Not a very glamorous thing to talk, but eggs. I was in for 1 week, and they said, egg prices are soaring. I said, I've just been here. I didn't know this, please. I didn't know it. The fake news, they're going, egg prices are soaring. I said, man, I just got here. Let me know about it. What's going on with eggs? Tell me. So they gave me a little bit of a thing, and it's true. Under Biden, they soared like double, triple, quadruple. You couldn't even get them. They were not available. They said, don't use eggs for Easter. Use the plastic alternative plastic. We got, at Mar-a-Lago, we got plastic eggs all over the place. They said, don't use it for Easter. If you're doing an Easter egg hunt, do not use eggs. Well, we have a wonderful Secretary of Agriculture, as you know, Brooke Rollins. She's here someplace, I think. And she went after it. When she goes after something, we don't play games, right, Brooke? And egg prices are down now 87%, and you have all the eggs you want, 87%. And they didn't write about it. They don't talk about it. I go up, I make speeches about eggs all the time. I never get a reporter writing about it because we were successful. If you're a Republican, when you're successful in something, you have to toot your own horn. Talk about it because you're the only one that's going to. It's a rough business, I will tell you. But the shrill voices that you're hearing this week about tariffs are the same scoundrels and frauds who never thought twice about when the United States lost 90,000 factories and plants. Think of that, 90,000. How do you do 90? If you had a map, a big map the size of that wall, and you had a pin for each factory, you wouldn't have enough room. You think of it, 90,000 factories since NAFTA, the worst trade deal in history, by the way, and we had it terminated. Everybody said you'd never be able to, it had to be terminated by Congress, and it was not easy. It was so bad. You know, the people have a lot of, it's very interesting, they have a lot of power, they have a lot of political power. It's hard to get even a bad deal terminated, but we did do it, and we got USMCA, and that's been really great. But when they cheat, it's not so good. And they cheat. They do cheat. You know, I respect Mexico, I respect Canada, but they cheat like hell. You know, Canada charges for our dairy products 270%. Nobody knows that. They charge you 2% for the first 2 cartons of milk. And after that, you go up to 270. And the press says, they've only charged 2%. No, that's for the first 2 cartons. So it's, you know, we can't have that. And we have to be wise to it and get along with everybody, but we have to call people out. 6 million manufacturing jobs were lost since NAFTA when 21 million illegal aliens poured across our borders. Think of that, many of whom were violent criminals, murderers, drug lords, and the mentally insane. Insane asylums were closed. They used to go crazy when I talk about Hannibal Lecter, the late, great Hannibal Lecter, right? Silence of the Lambs. The fake news would say, why does he talk about that? He's a fictional character. He's actually not. We have many of them that came across the board. He's actually not. But when the people went to the voting booth, then we understood why he talked about that, because they voted for us. They said, we don't want Hannibal Lecter in our country. The great Hannibal Lecter, he was a very important force, but the press would go absolutely crazy if I mentioned Hannibal Lecter's name, because they said he's a fictional character. No, but it was making a point, and the point is they're emptying mental institutions and insane asylums. Not anymore, they're not. Insane asylums into our country. We had numbers, the likes of which nobody's ever seen anything like it. Other countries, I deal with other countries all the time. I am right now on tariffs where they want to make a deal with us. We don't necessarily want to make a deal with them. We're happy the way we are, taking our $2 billion a day. But they want to make a deal with us, and they talk about it, and they say, we cannot believe that they had open borders. These are countries, they have, you know, they have borders, and they don't let people into their country. They can't understand how. They did it because they're sick or they're crazy. There's something really wrong with these people. But the same people now telling me about how to deal with China are the ones who sold out America for decades to China. For decades, they gave up to China. I'm the only one that you know how much? China's paid almost $700 billion in tariffs under me. And then they say, Donald Trump hasn't been tough on China. They say Trump hasn't been tough on Russia. Okay, here's the story. Nord Stream 2. Did anybody ever hear of it? It's the biggest pipeline in the world. I closed it. Russia had it. I closed it. Putin told me that's the worst thing. You're supposed to be friendly with me. I'd hate to see you as my enemy. I closed Nord Stream 2. When Biden got in, he opened it up immediately. It serviced all of Europe, going to Germany. It serviced all of Europe. We closed it, and they say, oh, he wasn't tough on Russia. I was very tough with the sanctions and everything else. And by the way, just for your information, we're trying like hell to get the fighting stopped between Russia and Ukraine. A thing that never would have happened if the election wasn't rigged. We had a rigged election, and we can say it and say it loud and say it proud because the election was rigged and we can't let that stuff happen anymore. Go to paper ballots, go to same-day voting, go to voter ID, go to citizenship. You have to prove your citizenship, a little piece of paper, and you won't have it. Sort of disappointing because a lot of Republican governors, they could do that. Same-day voting, paper ballots, very sophisticated paper, actually. It's all watermarked. You can't cheat. Very hard to cheat. France went that way. They were like us, and they were, you know, having very bad elections, very crooked elections. They had 37 million people. They voted. They had a winner. They had a loser. They went home. That was it. 10 o'clock in the evening, it was over. With us, You ever see, we have these machines that cost a fortune, and they say, we think we're going to have the final vote tally in 2.5 weeks. And wait a minute, this is election day. You ever see where in California they were counting votes 4 weeks later? And then they say, and by the way, all paper costs 8% of the machines. Why is it that Republican governors aren't going to it, okay? What's going on with our Republican governors? If nothing else, you say, even if it was just the same, and it's not, it's, you know, it's, nothing's foolproof when it comes to voting, but it's pretty close. But it costs 8%. In other words, you can have your election 8% the cost of the machines, and you get an accurate count. So it's pretty amazing. They gave us NAFTA, mass illegal immigration, the Democrats did, the fake Paris Climate Accord, and the China's entry into the World Trade Organization. That was a wonderful day for us. China entered the World Trade. They've done pretty good. And, you know, they didn't do things exactly by the books. And they were a developing nation. They still are. They say, we are a developing nation. We should be entitled to more. And our people say, oh, that's right, they're developing. They're not developing, we're developing. Look at some of our inner cities. We got to develop them. But we can't let the Democrats get away with this stuff. But we're developing more than they are. The globalists have been wrong about everything, and so I wear their attack on me because nobody has ever been attacked like a man named Donald J. Trump. In the history of our country, nobody's ever, but I wear it as a badge of honor. Nobody has ever been attacked. I was under more investigations than the late, great Al Capone. He was the most violent criminal. He was the most violent mob boss in history, and I was under investigation far more than him. It wasn't even close. Our opponents are not afraid that our America First policies will fail. They're terrified that our strategy will succeed and we're going to get bigger and stronger and better as a party, and that's what's happening, and that is what's happening. It's going to be something, and I'm actually looking forward to the midterms. I really are. We're going to prove that all of their treasonous years of betrayal will not be forgotten, because it's treason. What they did is treason. When they allowed millions of people to pour in through open borders from all over the world, they came. To me, that's treason. What they've done to our country is unthinkable. The money we have to spend to take people out, and then we have judges that say, no, let Trende Araqua come back into our country. They want him to come back in. Killers, they cut off a man's fingers because did you, sir, make a phone call to the police in Colorado? Yes, I did. You've attacked us and you've taken over our building. They took over real estate all over Colorado. You did, right? Give me your hand. Put the hand down. Boom. Cuts off his fingers. And they want him back. And how about the mix-up with the MS-13, where it wasn't a Trende Araqua, it was an MS-13 killer. And they said, oh, they got him mixed up. Let's get him back into our country. No, we need people that are going to love our country. I'm proud to be the president for the workers, not the outsourcers. The president who stands up for Main Street, not Wall Street, who protects the middle class, not the political class, and who defends America, not trade cheaters all over the globe. They're trade cheaters. They cheated on us. They cheated with tariffs on us. They stole our money. They stole our jobs. And now people are going around saying, oh, we're not treating them right now. We're treating them very good, actually. They're lucky we're treating them so good. And, you know, when I have tariffs and I say, well, we're going to charge what they did. We're going to charge what they did. And then I say, I'm going to charge much less than they did. Believe me, we're actually being nice about it. But we're doing very well, better than we've ever done before. My job is not to maximize the profits of outsourcers and these foreign corporations are horrible. It's horrible what they're doing, but we're catching them. We're catching them by the dozens. My job is I have to defend the American dream, and I have to defend the American citizens. That's my job. I have to defend that. The American dream is never mentioned. It was mentioned for 4 years, and now it's being mentioned again, but it was never mentioned when we had Sleepy Joe in office. I used to have the hardest thing I had to do with Joe Biden is the nickname. Do I call him Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Could we take a vote, please? Who wants to call him Crooked Joe? Who wants to call him Sleepy Joe? That's my problem. It's like the same. They both work. They both work beautifully. Joe had one ability that I didn't have. He said he was a good golfer. He's terrible. Somebody said the only time I got angry during our debate when he said he was a 6 handicap. He's not a 6. He's not a 36, okay? But he had one ability that I don't have. He was able to go to a beach, bathing suit in tow, because it looked like it was actually falling off. But he'd go, had a hard time walking through the sand because, sand is heavy on your feet. Carrying one of those 6-ounce chairs that are made out of aluminum that if you weigh a little bit too much, it just cracks in the middle when you sit down. And he could sit down in a beach with photographers on the beach. He's the president, so he had a minimum of photographers, but he still had photographers. And he could fall asleep. Who the hell could do that? Who could fall asleep? And he'd turn around and drool would be coming out. He didn't care. His wife didn't care. It's an ability that I could never fall asleep under those circumstances. I'd be very conscious of my body and what we look like. I'd be sitting up like this. Then I'd say, darling, it's time to go. Let's get out of here. Well, it wouldn't most people. I mean, this guy could go to the beach, and he was out in seconds. Guys are shooting him. He'd be in the papers the next day, eyes closed, mouth open. The United States has been getting ripped off for 50 years, and we're simply not going to take it anymore, and that's what's happening right now. In 1950, the United States dominated global auto production, producing more than 75% of all of the cars on Earth. Think of that, 75% and even higher before that. Today, we produce 11%, while China produces 3 times more than we do. Let me tell you something. With the tariffs that we're doing, as you know, we have tariffs on automobiles, aluminum, steel, separate from the other tariffs, the baseline we call it. Companies are pouring back into our country with plants. There's a run on sites. There's a run on old plants. Most of them are being ripped down for new plants. They've stopped building in Mexico, 4 or 5 plants, and they're all coming into the United States. I know what the hell I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, and you know what I'm doing too. That's why you vote for me. And the chip makers are coming in. They're all coming in. We've never had anything like this. We have investment, they think, of about $7 trillion. And that's been in a month and a half. Think of that. For the first, you got to give me a little time to get warmed up with that. So let's take the first couple of weeks off. For about a month and a half, we got almost $7 trillion spoken for. Trillion. We've never had that. I don't know if we've ever had it any time, but if you go back and look at Biden and these other campaigns, any of them, they didn't have those numbers for the year. These are the biggest chip makers in the world, the biggest auto manufacturers in the world. $7 trillion of investment, and that means jobs. I look at it differently, not investment. I look at it as jobs. And they're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. And it is true that Mexico, they've stopped building plants, and those plants are now going to be built in the United States of America. So it's pretty exciting. All because of 2 things. They say, they want to be nice to me. They say, sir, because of November 5th, the election, and because of tariffs. I said, in that order? And the smart ones say, yes, sir. First was that you got elected, and second was tariffs. And I'll accept that, But I will tell you because of tariffs. But I'm the only one that would have done the tariffs because everybody was afraid. They were afraid of being criticized because the globalists will go after you. For 7 decades, American ships have patrolled the seas. American troops have kept the pace and peace. And American wealth has enriched the globe. But despite all we have given to them, you will not find an American car in Berlin, in Tokyo, in Seoul, in Shanghai, not a car. I used to say to Angela Merkel, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in Berlin? Why None, Donald. None. That's right, Angela, you got it. How many Chevrolets do you think we have in Munich, Angela? None, Donald. I said, you sent us 7 million cars last year. So we're going to start buying American-made cars or cars that are manufactured in America. And if you can do it, not part of what I was going to say, but one of the best things that I think I've come up with is interest deductions. If you buy a car that's made in America, you get an interest deduction on the money you borrow. And I love it. I hope you can do it, Mike. I hope you can do it, because I haven't bugged you about that. I've been talking about no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And I haven't really been as strong on this one, but it's only because it gets a little bit long, you know. But if you think of it, you buy a car, you borrow money, and you get a deduction on that money if the car is made in America. I'm thinking that will not cost you 10 cents. You'll make money with that one. I think you'll make money actually in a certain way with the other three also. I think they're very important, and they were part of our campaign. I was going to say before that in Nevada, that when I came up with the no tax on tips, I think that's why we won by a massive amount. And interestingly, they came up about a month and a half later. She was making one of her few speeches. She didn't speak too much for a reason, good reason. She was making a speech, and in the middle she said, oh, and by the way, we will have, and everyone's falling asleep, we will have no tax on tips. That place booed the hell out of it. They said, you're a little late on that one. Because I was worried they'd copy me. You know, it was so good. You know how it actually happened? Maybe I should tell the story quickly. I was in my building in Las Vegas. We have a great restaurant there. And this young, beautiful waitress, and you're not allowed to say beautiful because that's the end of your political career. If you call a young woman beautiful, that's the end of your career. But what the hell? She was beautiful. So she came up to me. And she said, hello, sir. It's so nice to have you at the hotel. I said, thank you. I had a group of people. Some political people, actually. It was very interesting. And I said, how's everything going? She said, oh, it's so tough. They're after my tips. Who's after? The government. They're after my tips, constantly after my tips. They're after all of us for the tips. She said, sir, we should have no tax on tips. I said, say it again. What? We should have no tax. She said it. This was my consultant, a waitress from my hotel. Most people go out, spend millions of dollars to come up with an idea. I said, she just said, no tax on tips. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. So I went outside. There were a lot of, we finished our wonderful meal, steak, went outside, and there were a lot of cameras, as there always are, unfortunately. I say, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a new policy all over the country, but specifically in Nevada. There will be no tax on tips, right? And the cameras went wild. Click, 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 click. And we won the state by a lot, so I don't know. So I have to find that waitress and thank her. She was my consultant, except I didn't pay her $2 million like the other consultants that we all get screwed by. Even worse than the tariffs other countries impose are the non-monetary barriers. That's a non-monetary. These are not financial. These are other things, what they do so that you can't get your product in that country. And China, as you know, is one of the bigger offenders. And it's not all China. Look, I get along with President Xi. I have over the years. But, you know, you just, when COVID came, that was the end. That was it. That was called the bridge too far. But I've always had a good relationship with a very smart guy, loves his country. I love our country. So, you know, we love our country. He loves his. I tell that to other leaders. You got to fight for your country. It's you're not going to fight for us. But we can't fight for you. We're fighting for other countries. We're trying to make them great without making us great. But those days are over. They steal our intellectual property. They rob our trade secrets. They manipulate their currency to levels that have never been seen before. Today it was announced that China is reducing its currency. Did you see that? Big, big. In other words, they're going to make up for it. They got every trick in the book. I'll tell you, they are great. You got to hand it to them. You got to hand it to them. They're manipulating their currency today as an offset against the tariffs. Not supposed to do that. The game isn't supposed to be played that way. It makes it very hard for us. But in the end, it's not good because they have to buy oil. See, we don't need oil. We don't need oil and gas. We have more than any other country. They have to buy it. That's where it hurts them when they do that. It costs them twice as much. And they ship their products through every one of our trading partners, running up our deficits with these countries. They sell a lot. You know, when you put a tariff on them, they sell it like with steel. They were dumping tremendous amounts of steel into our country during my term. I saved every steel mill. We only have steel mills because of what I did. I put a high tariff on them, 25 and then 50%, and it stopped. It stopped. They were dumping so much steel, we would have lost every single steel mill. The people that like me best are the people in the steel business, but I think the auto business is going to be right there. I think chips are going to be there. I think pharmaceuticals are going to be there because, you know, we don't make our own pharmaceuticals, drugs, and other things to get better. They're made in other countries, and you pay a number. I mean, the same package in our country compared to like London and other places is sometimes 10 times more. 10 times more. Something that sells for $88 in London sells for $1,300 here, made in the same factory by the same company. And that's over. I told them all that's over. They put all of their research and development money, they put everything. But what they don't tell you is that these other countries are smart. They say you can't charge more than $88, otherwise you can't sell your product. And the drug companies listen to them. But we're going to do something that we have to do. We're going to tariff our pharmaceuticals, and once we do that, they're going to come rushing back into our country because we're the big market. The advantage we have over everybody is that we're the big market. So we're going to be announcing very shortly a major tariff on pharmaceuticals, and when they hear that, they will leave China, they will leave other places because they have to sell. Most of their product is sold here, and they're going to be opening up their plants all over the place in our country. We're going to be announcing that, so that's breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. That's what's going to happen. What other presidents allow China to get away with is absolutely criminal, but I'm not like the other presidents, and it's not going to happen under President Trump. It's just not going to happen. After all of the abuses they've perpetrated, China's attempting to impose additional unjustified tariffs. Just so you understand, they all got rich because of tariffs. You know, now when we do it, oh, it's so terrible what Trump is doing. It's so terrible. They got rich. And not only China, many countries. I mean, you look at Vietnam, you look at so many, I could name 50 right now. Biden couldn't do that. He couldn't name any. Name one country. Name any country. What's the name of our country? He doesn't know. That's why additional tariffs on Chinese goods are in place effective midnight tonight at 104%. Until they make a deal with us, that's what it's going to be. I think they'll make a deal at some point. China will. They want to make a deal. They really do. They want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get it started because they're proud people. China will now pay a big number to our Treasury. This is all taxes. And don't let them keep telling you that this is a tax on our people. I hate that. You know, they say it's a tax. No. Often, much of it is paid. And hey, look what happened during my first term. We had no inflation, and yet I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China. No other president got 10 cents in tariffs or taxes from China. I got hundreds of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars. And I still got along with them because they understood what they were doing was wrong. They understood it. When you explain it, they sit up, they say, I've had numerous leaders tell me, you're right, sir. I was waiting for you to bring this up. Because some of the trade deals that were made by predecessors as president were so bad, you almost wonder who did these deals. They were either crooked or stupid. They can be nothing else. They were either stupid or crooked. It's terrible, but it's all being changed. I changed a lot of it in the first 4 years, but it's all being changed. You know, in the first 4 years, we had the most successful country in history in terms of economics. We had an 88% increase in the stock markets. We had an 88% increase. There's never been any president that had an 88% increase. We had 88%. And There are a lot of happy people, and I think we're going to do much better than that this time, because this time I'm doing what I want to do with respect to the tariffs. I think we're going to do much better. And just remember the numbers. When you get up to $2 billion a day, $2 billion a day, they're saying, sir, can't be that, can it? I said, yeah, it can. It's the biggest transaction ever made. This is bigger than any deal. You guys, some of you work for companies. Your companies are peanuts. I don't care how big they are. Compared, this is the largest transaction in the history of our country. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, because I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir. And then I'll see some rebel Republican, some guy that wants to grandstand, say, I think that Congress should take over negotiations. Let me tell you, you don't negotiate like I negotiate. Congress takes over negotiating, sell America fast because you're going to go busted. You don't. I just saw it today. A couple of your congressmen said, I think we should get involved in the negotiation of the tariffs. Oh, that's what I need. I need some guy telling me how to negotiate. I tell you, the happiest people in the world would be China. They wouldn't be paying 104%. I tell you, they'd be paying no percent. We'd be paying them 104%. That's the beauties. These guys, we got to be careful. And even the concept of it hurts your negotiation. When they see a little story like that, the other side, it hurts your negotiation. And then the fake news wants to build it up, and it has no chance anyway. But we have to remain united. As I defend workers from unfair trade, House Republicans have a chance this week to bring trillions and trillions of dollars pouring back into America by pushing forward with the largest tax cuts in American history, which is what you're working on right now. The largest in American history. And the reason because we had a great first term and amazing first term, but I saw that the other day that we had the most successful, I knew it anyway, but I saw that we had 88% increase. That's a tremendous increase. Think of that. And that's with all of the difficulties and all of the fake investigations and the Adam Shifty Shifts. Can you believe this guy? He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. And the biggest head. We call him watermelon head. I'd say, how could that big fat face stand on a neck that looked like this finger? How can it? It was the weirdest thing. It's a mystery. Nobody can understand it. But he's one of the most dishonest human beings I've ever seen. And how we can allow people like that to run an office is a shame, but we did. He was in charge of the witch hunt. He was in charge of the fake witch hunt with Russia. It was a made-up story. Made up. Think of it. They make up a story. They know it's made up. It's gone on for a year and a half, 2 years. Russia. I knew nothing about it. The only thing I knew was that I taxed the pipeline that I told you about, that I put all sorts of sanctions and everything else. They never had a problem like they had with me. But it was Russia, constant, as a method of, what they did is that was the complaint about why she lost an election, because crooked Hillary was expected to win the election. But they didn't see what we saw. We saw the biggest crowds in history gathering, only superseded by the crowds we just had. But here's a guy that goes out, and he goes to an intelligence hearing, or whatever you might call it, and it's supposed to be secret. He'd walk out, he'd either make a call off the record, just a crooked Adam, shifty Schiff. He's a shifty Adam. Or he'd just go out blatantly and have a news conference. And because it had to do with me and my family, he'd go out and have a news conference. And he said, you've got to remember, he knows it's a hoax because he made it up with crooked Hillary. So he knows it's a hoax because we're dealing with human beings on the other side. He'd say, Donald Trump Jr., the son of the President of the United States, will spend many years in prison because of what he's done with Russia. Now, think of that statement on a human basis. I have a young son, who is being told that he's going for prison on something he doesn't even know what they're talking about. He said, Dad, I don't know what's going on. They keep talking about I'm involved with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia, I swear to you, Dad. And yet, Adam Schiff goes out and makes a statement about a hoax that he made up that he knows is false. How bad a human being do you have to be? They put my son and my family through that kind of trauma. These are bad people. These are sick degenerates. And I used to be much nicer to them. I gave them the benefit of the doubt, but I've just seen too much. They make up a story about Russia. It was a hoax. And eventually, now they've all admitted it was a hoax. On to the next one. It's Russia, Russia, Russia. But they know it's a hoax. And they say about a young man that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison because of what he's done with Russia. He knows it's a hoax. How bad do you have to be to have that happen to your son? And, you know, it has a bad effect on a family, a bad effect. You know, you okay, Don? I am dead, but I don't understand. They keep tying me to Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't know a damn thing about Russia. It's a disgraceful situation. That's why we got to kick their asses in the midterms, and we got to kick their asses again in 4 years. If we slash taxes on American workers and producers, our economy will soar, jobs will surge, manufacturing will boom, and our country will prosper like never, ever before. We got to get this big, beautiful deal done. We got to get it done. And get it done now. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 2 weeks. Bad things happen. Crazy things happen in politics. Just get the damn thing done and stop showboating. A couple of people want to, sure, we got to get a little bit more. A little bit more, you know what you're going to get? You end up getting nothing. You end up getting a Democrat bill or worse. In the past 11 weeks, we've already created 350,000 jobs. It's unprecedented, including 10,000 manufacturing jobs, and we haven't even started yet. Gas prices, you know, when I came in, they said he campaigned on prices coming down and prices going up. They're not going up, they're going down. Gas prices are way down. In fact, they had something $2.50 a gallon. I saw on television a little while ago in between watching my great friends on C-SPAN. I saw that the prices are down to $2.50, $2.60, $2.75. It was, when I came in office, it was $3.50, $3.75. But prices are coming down. Prices on groceries are coming down. Prices of eggs are down like 87%. 87, you know, they got me with that. I told you. Before I even got in office, they were telling me about, they're down close to 87%. And core inflation has dropped to the lowest levels in 4 years. And as I said, we had no inflation in 4 years, despite the fact that I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, so we hadn't even started yet. Nearly $6 trillion of new investment, and that number is now revised up to about 7. Apple, great company, is spending $500 billion because of tariffs. $500 billion, not 500 million, that's a lot. 500 million, you know, when I first heard the number, I said, you mean 500 million? You can build a lot of plants for, no sir, 500 billion. 500 billion? TSMC, the biggest, most powerful chip maker in the world. This is without that stupid CHIP Act, where they say, here's billions of dollars to a company that doesn't need it. These chip companies are loaded. They give these companies billions of dollars to build a plant in the United States. They don't build them in the United States. They keep the money. It looks good. They give them billions. No. TSMC, I gave them no money. Great company. Most powerful in the world. Biggest chip company in the world. They're spending $200 billion in Arizona building one of the biggest plants in the world. And that's without money. All I did is say, if you don't build your plant here, you're going to pay a big tax. 25, maybe 50, maybe 75, maybe 100%. NVIDIA is investing hundreds of billions of dollars. Johnson & Johnson is investing $55 billion. Eli Lilly is investing $27 billion. DeMac is investing $20 billion. We have billions and billions being invested by Merck, Clarios, Stellantis, General Motors, Honda, Nissan, Hyundai. All are putting in billions and billions and billions of dollars. They're buying sites all over their building because they don't want to have to pay 25 and 50% tariffs. They're all doing it And I think they also have confidence in the country. They have a president that they have confidence in. I know many of them. With the help of people in this room, we are one big, beautiful bill signing away from the greatest economy in the history of the world. And it's an overhang. You know, this bill's an overhang because if it doesn't get signed, we will have imposed the biggest tax on the people of this country in our country's history by 40%. Biggest tax, because we gave you the biggest tax cut in history. Now we're giving you another, which is one of the reasons that, there are many reasons why we were so successful, but that's one of the big ones. The other one is that 1 year deduction, all in 1 year deduction, so big, and I know they're working on that, the big deduction. It makes people invest. But now we're working on something that's going to, I think, blow it away. This bill is unbelievable. It's going to bring a lot of money back into our country. But if we don't do it, it's going to be a disaster. And you just better hope that people believe that it was the Democrats' fault, because, you know, they're very good at saying it was our fault. It'll be the biggest tax increase in history. And all my life as I watched politicians, I wasn't a politician, but I watched them and I contributed to them a lot, contributed a lot of money over the years, but I watched it. But all my life I'd hear politicians saying, we are going to give you a tax cut. I will cut your taxes. We will cut your I never heard. They're the only party that says, we are going to increase your taxes. Vote for me. Who the hell ever heard this? Only these people. We're at a strange time. These lunatics go out and they tell everybody how you're going to have a big tax increase. So maybe they want the bill to fail so that we can have a tax. Maybe they'll take credit for it. But I've never heard that said. I've watched politics all my life. I've never seen politicians campaign on, we're going to increase your taxes, except these crazy Democrats. As part of this legislation, I am committed to spending cuts, and I will fight hard to include the elimination of hundreds of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse in the bill. We've already found hundreds of billions of dollars through Doge, and Elon has been terrific. He's been really terrific. But we've found hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. But now we need to get the budget resolution, and we have to get it passed in the Senate. We have to bring it through the House. It's going to pass in both. One thing I'll say is that Thune has been great. John Thune has been great. And he's worked with your great leader hand in hand. Those two bills are coming up together, and they're very similar. And I didn't know if that would happen because you have a lot of different rules, procedures, complicated stuff. But Mike has been amazing, and John Thune, and they've worked like amazingly well because they've just been going on at the same time. And we're ready to get this thing done and beyond and get rid of the debt hangover ceiling that's a disaster for our country and for everybody, and to give people the biggest tax cuts they've ever had, because we're going to add them both up together. It'll be the biggest tax cuts. It'll blow away the tax cuts that we got them 4 years ago. If we follow through on this agenda, we will be rewarded with a phenomenal economy and a massive victory at the ballot box in 2026, because we will have a record of triumph like no president has ever had, like no Congress has ever had. They will not be able to even touch your seat. Your seat is secure, and we'll pick up 40, 50, or even 60 seats, and we'll have something that's going to be smooth sailing for years to come. If we don't get it done because of stupidity or a couple of people that want to show how great they are, you just have to laugh at them or smile at them or cry right in their face. In less than 3 months, our new administration has already accomplished more than most administrations achieve in 4 years or 8 years, and everybody says it. And we have to have this stuff documented and approved. In a matter of weeks, we've achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings in American history. In history, they have a plaza in front in Tijuana, Mexico. I wouldn't advise going there on a trip, but nevertheless, they have a plaza, a big plaza, held hundreds of thousands of people. Yesterday morning, there were none. There was a man sweeping this massive plate of concrete, massive. And he was sweeping the concrete, and there was nobody there. During the same period last year, Joe Biden released more than 184,000 illegal aliens into our country. Think of it. Many of these people were from jails and mental institutions, as I said. Since my inauguration, we've released a grand total of nine. And they were all, in all cases, medical emergencies. We did that for medical emergency reasons. Last month, we officially designated Nicaragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And thanks to the Supreme Court yesterday, and today we had a big ruling too. We had a very big ruling today. But we will continue to deport these monsters under the Alien Enemies Act. Think of that, Alien Enemies Act. Can you believe it? All things we wouldn't have had to do if the election weren't rigged. Now, in reconciliation, we need Republicans in Congress to give us the full funding to permanently secure the border and to carry out. That's part of what we're asking for. Who could fight that? We want to permanently secure. Without a border or without fair elections and without a good press, you don't have a country. Well, we have a lousy press. We now have a good border. And we're going to get good elections pretty soon. There's a lot of clamor for it. I think it's something that you should work on. You should go out and put a bill in demanding. You demand. You know, because the states are just an agent of the federal government, of you. You're to demand paper ballots. You're to demand one-day elections. You know what they do when it's longer than one day? All of a sudden, well, we're fixing the room up. Move those boxes. We're putting an air conditioner. Oh, really? We'll move the boxes back in a few days. Well, we're painting the room. Please move the boxes. And you notice the boxes go out and then they move back in about half the number. Oh, it's so sick. One-day election. You don't need any more than that. One-day election, paper ballots. It's. I think you should put a bill in. I mean, I don't know. Who's in favor of a bill? Who could not want it? Who could not want it? But I think you should do a bill in that. I think it would be so popular. And more importantly than popular, it's so necessary. You have to have great elections. You have to have fair and free elections. And you've got to have borders. Otherwise, you don't have a country. To quickly bring down the cost of energy and lower the price of everything, on day one, I declared a national energy emergency to drill, baby, drill. We're drilling. Oh, we're drilling. I withdrew from the unbelievably expensive for us, the Paris Climate Accord. So we were paying, it would have cost us $1 trillion, $1 trillion. China doesn't come into it till like 2035. Russia's based on a 1992 standard when the air was dirty. India was based on a very low standard. Except the United States, we had to pay immediately. We would have spent trillions of dollars on that scam. And it sounds so nice, the Paris Climate Accord. What a beautiful name. Isn't it beautiful? It was a ripoff of the United States. Well, don't forget, I'm negotiating with these people, but if you really look, the European Union, why was that set up? It was set up to screw the United States of America. They formed a group of countries, got together, and let's make life miserable for the United States of America on trade and other things, and they have done that. They've done that. They've treated us very badly. We don't sell cars into the European Union. They won't take our agriculture. They want their own, but we take their agriculture, we take their cars by the millions. I terminated the Green New Scam, one of the great scams, one of the great hoaxes in the history of our country, only superseded by Russia hoax. I canceled Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate where everybody had to have an electric vehicle in a very short period of time. Everybody was forced to have an electric vehicle. They built some power stations in the Midwest. They look like gas pumps with electricity, right? They spent $8 billion, and 4 of the 9 of them don't work. 4 of 9, they built 9 or 8, but half of them don't work. They spent $8 billion bringing the cables, bringing the wires. What a great investment that was. Billions of dollars they spent. Now people can go out and buy a gasoline-powered car or hybrid. They can buy whatever they want. We don't want hydrogen because they have some big problems. They blow up, and you never see who is driving the car. You're not recognize them. That's a big problem. They were telling me about, sir, I'm really liking hydrogen cars. I said, but isn't there a problem? Yes, they tend to blow up on occasion. I said, how bad is it? Well, we found body parts 250 yards away from the car. We think it was Mr. Jones, but we're going to go to see his dentist and see if we can. So if you have one of those incidents, let's forget it, right? It's a bomb. It's a bomb. I don't want him to work. I actually said, don't work on it. Between that and windmills, you can have windmills too. Most expensive form of energy ever. Anybody have a windmill by your house? Congratulations, you'll never sell your house. And today I signed historic executive orders to unleash coal production to the highest levels ever. Because, you know, coal is the most powerful thing. We have more of it than any. We have more liquid gold under our feet, oil and gas, and we have more coal than any other country. No other country has as much as we have. All different forms of coal. And take a look at China. They're building 2 coal plants a week. Think of that, 2 a week. We are screwing around with wind. Oh, wind. These people are crazy. They say, oh, it's great for the environment. Yeah, it kills all your birds. You want to see a bird cemetery? Walk under a windmill sometime. Got birds all over the place. They're screaming for help. They got whacked. The environmentalists, it's an environmental dream. You know why? Because you're never going to have energy. They're the most expensive form of energy there is. 10 times more expensive than clean natural gas, 10 times much more expensive than coal, and not very unreliable. Like if they wanted to watch us tonight on television, Alice, I want to watch the president tonight. I'm sorry, darling, but the windmills aren't blowing. We're going to give them confidence to do what they have to do long into the future because coal is going to be a big factor in our country now. You know, it does give us our electricity because there's nothing like coal in terms of power, but it's going to be clean, beautiful coal, like our bill. It's going to be clean and beautiful. Coal miners, and by the way, they've made tremendous progress with also coal in terms of clean coal. But the coal miners standing alongside of me this afternoon in the White House, they were incredible. They were a beautiful sight to behold. These are really great American patriots, beautiful guys. I didn't want to have any arm wrestling contests with any of them, I can tell you that. They're good, strong guys. That's what they want to do. They love to dig coal. That's what they want to do. They don't want to do gadgets and widgets and wadgets. They don't want to build cell phones with their hands, their big, strong hands, and doing a little thing. Remember when Hillary Clinton went to West Virginia? And she had decimated them 3 weeks before in like some state where they make little tiny circuit boards. And she said, we're going to teach the miners in West Virginia how to make a circuit board with little tiny things. He said, we're going to teach them. And then she went to West Virginia. She was in the campaign. And she had to go there. Do you remember that stop? It was memorable. It was one of the worst. Did they go after her? And one of the miners said, I don't want to do anything else but dig coal. I want to dig coal. They said it today. That's what they love. They love doing it. It's like that in a lot of industries. People love doing what they're doing. They want to dig coal. That's what they want. They don't mind going deep in earth. They feel comfortable. I could do without it. But they feel comfortable. They're incredible people, actually, hardworking, incredible people. And we're giving them their lives back. We've also begun the largest deregulation campaign in history. For every 1 new regulation, I have directed that 10 old regulations must be eliminated before the first one can go into effect. And we're working tirelessly to restore peace through strength and bring back the hostages held captive abroad. We've brought a lot of them back already, but what a sad situation that is. What a sad situation that is. That would have never happened of our president. October 7th would have never happened. And I said Russia-Ukraine would have never happened. All this stuff, inflation would have never happened. Afghanistan disaster would have never happened. Most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Not leaving. I was going to leave. I'm the one that got them to a point where they could leave, but I was going to keep Bagram, the air base, one of the biggest in the world. I was going to keep it, not for Afghanistan, because it's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. Wouldn't it be nice to have it? You know who occupies it now? China occupies it now. Can you believe how stupid this guy was? On top of that, they get blown up at the airport, leaving the wrong airport. They didn't leave from Bagram. They left from a local little airport, which was crowded and like crazy with the people from the towns and cities. And the bomb went off and decimated hundreds of people, killed hundreds. We lost 13 soldiers. But we also had 42 or 48 horribly injured. Arms, legs, face, horribly injured. All because we had a stupid leader. Should have never happened. Should have never been involved in that. We're also joined tonight by a number of brave souls who were recently released from Hamas captivity. Hamas is just a disaster, the level of hatred. Where are the people? Hamas, they understand what that's all about. Where are you? That's great. How does it feel to be out? How does that feel to be out, huh? You want to come up here for a second? Come on up here. Come on up here. Come on up. Yeah, let them up, please. That's great. That's great. I'll tell you, these people, what they had to go through. I had 10 hostages in my office 2 weeks ago. What they had to go through is just horrible. Come on up. That's great. That is so nice to see you. That is so nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. President Trump, I'm here and I'm alive. President Trump, you saved my life. You saved the life of 33 hostages that because of your efforts and you're setting the hostage crisis at the high priority of what you are doing among all of the enormous issues and things that you're dealing with since you came into your position as President of the United States. You set the hostage crisis at the highest priority. You got 33 of us home alive. We all owe our lives to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And please continue your tremendous efforts and your tremendous actions and your tremendous accomplishments. Continue, and we will get, with your help, all of the remaining 59 hostages still in Gaza back home. Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump, for bringing my Keith home. Keith's grandchildren are the happiest. Keith's children are the happiest. Keith's family is the happiest. But I am the most happiest. Thank you so much. We need you. We need you to bring all the hostages home. There's 24 that are alive and 59 to come home to their families. Just like I received Keith, they needed to. We have Yair standing here with us, and Eitan, his brother, is underneath the ground now, begging to get out. So I'm begging you all to help us. We need your help. Thank you.
So, my name is Yair. I've been in hell for 498 days. I've been held in hell with Hamas terrorists. When we didn't see the light, but we feel when we heard President Trump get elected, we knew there is now someone who makes the things happen. We needed, I'm sorry about my English. I am half Argentinian, half Israeli. I'm sorry. We knew we need someone who do the things. That's President Trump. We are here because of President Trump. Thank you. Thank you for your efforts. It's really surreal to be here. You know, I'm a simple man. I'm running the bar in the kibbutz in Niroz, where I was live, and now I'm here with President Trump, who's running the world. We are thankful. We are really thankful, but humbly we ask for more. The last push, the last 59 people, the last 59 hostages, among them my brother Eitan, and what is Liran brothers, Zivi and Gali, and Eviatar, all the brothers, all the families. In a few days we mark the Passover, right? Pesach. It's a family. Family time. So I expect that in the next Seder, when my mother make the kneidalach, the matzah balls, that my brother Eitan, my little brother, who I call little, but he's 38, but it's my little brother. I hope he can sit with us in the Seder of Passover, and wow, it's overwhelming. I just want to tell you again, thank you. Thank you very much.
I just want to say, I said, of the 59 people that you want to bring home, how are they and how are they doing? Do you have any idea? Because they left that whole scene not long ago. And they said, well, of the 59, 24 are living, the rest are dead. I just heard that. And I was told that before by somebody else. But 24 are living, the rest are dead. These are young people, largely young people. Young people don't die. Young people are killed, they don't die. But the conditions were so horrible. But think of that, so of the 59. And I've had Israeli parents tell me that my son is dead, but please bring him home. As though he were alive, she wanted him brought home more than, it just seemed almost more than if her child was living. Amazing. They wanted the mother and father. In 3 other cases, they wanted to have them brought home. I said, how is he doing? He's dead. It's only his body, but we want him home. So there's an amazing thing. But the 59 that you mentioned, you said that 24 were alive and the rest are dead. This is a terrible thing that's going on with Hamas. Terrible. The hatred is so incredible. It's unbelievable. And the way they were made to live was not even understandable, I think, by anybody in this audience. And you have great people in this audience that love you, and they're going to fight for you. And I just want to thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll get him back. Be careful. It's incredible what they've been forced to live with for 450, 500 days. Incredible. Nobody in this room could really understand it. I found it hard to understand. But we'll not rest until your loved ones have been returned home, and hopefully we can do it the right way. We want to get those 24 out really fast, and we're working on it very hard. There was no chance before. This is something that should have been done right at the beginning during the past administration. On day one, we ended the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies across the entire federal government, the private sector, and it's just not even allowed. I also signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. We want to keep it simple. As you know, in a very important executive order, I banned men from competing in women's sports. That was done, and I hope all of these executive orders can be codified, can be voted on by Congress. I can't imagine any Republican that's not going to vote for them. Many, many of them, over 100. And I think every single one of them is just common sense, good. It's good politics, but the word politics doesn't matter to me so much. It's good for our country. If Democrats retake the House next year, they will try to reverse all of the progress that we've made, which is record-setting progress. Instead of House committees run by Mike Johnson, Steve Scalise, Jim Jordan, James Comer, Ronnie Jackson, and so many other of our friends in this audience, the House will be run by the same band of radicals and lunatics you saw at my address to Congress, including Hakeem Jeffries, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Nancy Crazy Pelosi, and Weird Al Green. He's a weird dude. Oh, he should have been treated very badly for the way he behaved that night. Think of it, they didn't stand up. They didn't pay respect to anybody, including, think of it, you take a look at Laken Riley, you take a look at any of the people there, the parents of these incredible people, the young boy with cancer, serious cancer, wanted to be in a police department, would give anything to be a policeman someday. They refused to even applaud or acknowledge them. They're sick, there's something wrong with them. They sat as the stories were explained. 2 young ladies savagely killed by illegal aliens. They came into our country and they killed these 2 young ladies, and the Democrats sat there. They didn't smile, they didn't clap, they didn't do anything. I think you frankly win the midterms. Just all you have to do is show a picture of these grieving parents, uncontrollably grieving, and they didn't get one clap out of the whole group of them. They just sat there like stoic and disgraceful. And you show that in your commercials that you're going to be putting on, and you'll win every race that we have in this room. That was a bad night for them, and now they know it. They're trying to make up for it. But they're just, I don't know, something wrong with them. That's why every day from now until November 2026, we're going to fight to elect and expand the Republican majority of the House and save our country from these radical left lunatics. We will not be deterred. We will not stop. We will not yield, and we will never, ever back down. We're not going to back down. They would lose respect if you back down. They're the ones that back down. They're the ones that have lost their confidence. They're no good anymore. I saw politicians that were good politicians 4 years ago. They're not good politicians anymore. They've lost their confidence. They've totally lost their confidence. But they can get their confidence back, so you can't rely on that too much, I guess. Together, we're liberating our country, reclaiming our wealth, unleashing our energy, protecting our children, rebuilding our military, repelling the invaders, deporting the criminals, destroying the gangs, and unlocking what history will know as the golden age of America. This is going to be the golden age of America. With your support, your commitment, and your help to elect more Republicans, we will finish the job that we have really brilliantly started. It's been a brilliant period of years, and we go back to 2016, it was brilliant. Then they stole it from us by illegally rigging the election, and we did great in that election, but we had to write it off, and we all went through hell. I went through hell in particular. Indictments, what we had to go through is hard to believe. Impeachments, 2 impeachments over nothing, over a phone call that was perfect. They knew it was perfect. And they found out after they realized that the calls were essentially taped by the government because you were talking to a foreign leader. And when that was played back, they didn't know what the hell to do. But they went forward with it anyway because they're sick people. The American dream will come roaring back in our country. Together, we're going to make America greater than it's ever been before. And I just want to thank you and congratulations on your record evening. And I'm with you all the way, and I'm going to be campaigning with you, and we're going to win, win, win like we've never won before. And thank you to your leadership, and Mike, great job. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much.